Hello. Let me make sure. Yep, my voice is actually on this time. Good. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We're back with a new game. Games that I've actually been meaning to play for a while. I kind of thought maybe I would give it like a special occasion, but then I realized that's dumb. So we're playing it now. We're playing Not for Broadcast today, which is a broadcasting live editing simulation type thing. I've heard it's really good. I've heard it's funny. There's probably going to be a lot of dialogue, so I might not speak over it too much, which is fine by me. And hopefully it's not too difficult. It looks very difficult. Hold on 1 second. We are also back up to 60 frames a second now that my internet is working good again. Hopefully that will only be a positive. If I notice dropping too many frames or something, then I'll know that I'll need to change it back. Feel like there was one more thing to do before we got started. Maybe not. Hold on, Steam is being kind of weird. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay. For some reason, sometimes Steam is like always on top, even above my toolbar. And it's really annoying. But I think I fixed it. I don't know how long this game is. I think it should be a one-sitting game. Oh god. But I believe it also has like multiple endings. Also, yeah, content warning. I don't know where this game goes. I didn't expect it to take so long to load. Because it looks pretty basic. It is a lot of FMV, so maybe it's has to do some stuff to make sure that like all the timing lines up. Oh.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Our main headlines tonight.
Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
I'll actually look at the content warning.
Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you.
Okay, we should be okay.
Friends and neighbours, and have confidence.
Viewer loss.
Will keep you safe.
I don't know what that means. Oh, probably because we have to like keep people watching, right?
I cannot believe you, Mary.
I don't know what any of this stuff means.
Are you saying that Advance have cured death?
We're still vassals, slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
Oh, Megan.
We're gonna tone some of the graphics down, just because again, there's like a lot of timing-based stuff in this, from what I understand.
Our main headlines tonight.
I don't want the frames dropping too much.
Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus.
subtitles on, background on, size, default is probably okay.
Well, that's a very blunt question.
Red cube.
Friends and neighbours, that the team will keep you safe.
But now you start to see it.
Okay, that's actually really nice. They have subtitles in audio and accessibility. Because nobody is ever consistent on most subtitles are supposed to be.
Cured death.
Jog off!
We're still vassals, slaves. We're just in.
Oh, Megan. We're only getting started.
Give me 1 second.
Evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Jones. Main headlines tonight.
Okay, let's get into it. Little game name, I thought I already did.
Big Jesus.
What a wild ride this has been.
Non-broadcast mechanics.
Blunt
Okay.
question.
Hello, Jason. How are you doing today?
Friends and neighbours, and have confidence that the team will keep you safe.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Still trying to hit platinum? That's loud. Okay. Hold down the spacebar to apply a bleep. Use the display above the bleep button to time things perfectly. Okay. This is surprisingly CPU heavy. I might have to tone the graphics like all the way down. Like even just the menu was giving me some issues. Three tools away. Does that include losses? If you lose a bunch, doesn't it mean you take more? And all this stuff off.
Hi, David, I have a call for you. I'm just putting it through. All right, mate. Dave here. Listen, I know you've only come in to clean up the place, but I've got a bit caught up, so you're going to have to run the news tonight. Now, don't worry. It's not hard, and I'm going to stay on the phone and help you. First, I'm going to give you a quick tour of the broadcast room, so if you're not doing it already, look forwards towards all those screens. Right, look up at the top. That coloured bar is your audience. You want to keep the viewers going up and not down. Underneath that, you've got the screens. The one on the right is the broadcast screen. That's what the viewers are seeing at home. It's only a couple of seconds behind the master screen there in the middle. That's the one you control. Now, the four small screens on the left show the different signals coming from the studio, and you can choose between them using the numbered buttons on the vision mixer at the bottom left.
Oh boy.
Don't worry. I'll talk you through it and you'll pick it up in no time. Now, have a look to your left.
This plus all the stuff in OBS.
These plugs control everything in the studio. I've left them set up for you, so provided you haven't fiddled with them, all you have to do now is throw the master trip switch and we're in business. Once you've got the power on, face the front again.
Fan, vision mixer, VHS rack, speakers, and sound desk. Okay. Fan is probably unimportant. Wait, no, the fan is on the power. Okay.
You can see on the broadcast screen that we're in the end titles for the show before us. Fortunately, they go on for fucking ages, so there's plenty of time for me to explain... Oh, right, okay, they're over, so we haven't got long now till the broadcast. Right, quickly, mate, look down under the desk. You can see a load of videotapes on the left. They're your adverts. Pick any three and load them into the machines on the right. When you've done that, look up to the front again.
Take on 4 ladies from East Group. That's followed at 8 p.m. by
I wish I could turn off the blur effects, because those are kind of glitchy.
Tonight looks at the history of the knee-length sock and its importance.
You should be getting a signal from the studio soon.
Not one to miss. At 9 p.m, sit back and relax with multiple award-winning movie, The Freedom.
When you get the signal, select screen 1 with the vision mixer and we're ready to go.
Prawn and mayonnaise?
You know, seafood makes me go out in pustules.
Yeah, I thought it might increase our viewing figures.
Every day. You offer me prawns every day.
10 seconds, everybody. That's how I show love.
You're trying to kill me.
When does this game become British sim? Right now.
5, 4.
But now, it's time to join Jeremy Donaldson.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main stories tonight.
Okay, we're all good. Next is going to be to throw to the news titles on screen 2. There'll be a countdown, but I'll count you in as well. Just relax, mate. It's all gravy.
Buys Honest Andy's Totally Independent and corners the flowered market. Top chat. Sports fans everywhere celebrate as popular footballer Johnny Hamsleeves wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar. Meghan will be chatting with movie star Lawrence Blunderclatch about his new movie, The Medicated. And, of course, we'll be going live...
I'm not even listening to a single... Oh, here we go.
The leaders of this fledgling party have to say on their historic victory.
Right, button 2 in 3, 2, 1. Lovely, mate. Next thing is to throw back to Jeremy with button 1 when that globe in the middle shrinks down and vanishes.
National Nightly News. Whoa.
Here it comes. Switch to screen 1. Now, lovely, mate.
But first, the votes are in and it's a decisive win for Advance.
We often get a bit of interference around this time, mate. Keep your eye on the machine at the bottom right. Use that slider that's flashing or your scroll wheel to move the wave up and down, keeping the green bit in the white bit.
Critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies and of being deliberately vague. The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear.
Okay, that's not too bad.
However, former Home Secretary
Right, it's going well. All you've got to do now is play the advert at the end of the segment. Make sure you don't play it too early or we'll all get fired.
How do I do that?
Look at the top is counting you down to the advert. When it reaches 0, press one of the 3 play ad buttons over there at the bottom right. I normally play the first one at the first break and so on, but you can play them in any order you want. I'll count you into it as well, but keep your eye on the clock.
To hear the co-leader's acceptance.
And 3, 2, 1, advert.
1 minute back, everybody.
Jeremy, I need you to fill after the ads.
What? Why?
Wankerson.
Okay, it worked.
Oh, I thought I'd ask him about the election.
Personally, I wouldn't try to confuse him with any big words.
That's the same policy we use with you.
I thought that was our little secret.
That's all right, he doesn't remember anything I tell him.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with your burgeoning friendship.
Me too.
Wicked. We've made it to the first ad break. You're doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This next sequence is what we call a multicam sequence, because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras to keep things interesting.
Okay.
A lot of it's down to personal taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb. 1. Try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking. 2. Don't stay on the same shot for too long, 10 seconds at the most. So if you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting.
Right.
3. don't stay on reaction shots for too long. A couple of seconds is usually enough. Then the audience want to see who's doing the talking, yeah? Stick to these rules and you'll be fine.
That's easy. That's pretty self-explanatory, honestly.
Television, haven't you? Make it look like those. Might as well get screen one selected now. No need to wait for the broadcast to start. Try and stay ahead, mate.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much.
10 seconds, everybody.
Just completely panicking before they go live.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first
Get ready to go to Megan on screen 4.
Is here with a star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolf, culture correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare
Right, go to Blunderclatch on screen 3 when she says his name.
by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Right, now just try and stay on whoever's talking.
Latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The Medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter at the Wrap, that's Peter Jensen, the director.
Give us a look at Megan's reaction. Lovely. Now back to Thunder Twat.
I've worked with him on several movies, all terribly successful. I said to Peter, what a wild ride this has been. And do you know what, Megan? I really meant that.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
Was that a challenge at all?
What exactly are you implying? But seriously, yes, you're right. It was a complete departure from my last starring role when I played Sergeant Brock.
Okay, I think we got it.
Man, you'll remember that was the true story of one soldier's fight for a love that surpasses all others. A love, of course, for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not in it for the awards, although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure. So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you?
Oh, that is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer. Like you, I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And often, that's how it feels, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Bleeding.
So you say that, Jason.
Giving.
Been on that shot a bit long.
I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference it makes. I do it for the people that I inspire. The little people. But most of all, I think I do it for the positive.
This game did have a pretty extensive content warning.
And today, of course, we're in for some real change, it looks like, in the coming few months. What do you make of this historic election result?
Oh, well. Well, now you're asking. Historic election result in...
This game does get pretty dog, from what I understand.
Difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. But I think I've always been quite clear that when it comes to politics, one should always strive to not fuck things up.
No.
He swore. Oh, well, don't worry, he won't do it again.
Sorry, I said fuck.
Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the break.
Medicated, which opens next week.
Right, they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip. You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'd just let Megan cue you in.
My character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look. Exciting stuff.
Model Death and War.
Oh, looks like Blunderclatch is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming. It's a bit trickier this time, mate.
Oh, content warnings.
Pressing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right.
You think I don't know that?
Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
No, we mustn't. Think of Carol.
Mrs. Flanagan.
Jubbly, mate.
Good for you, baby.
Next, we're going to change the amplitude. Same as last time. Little joystick or hold Alt or middle mouse, and this time push upwards. Upwards, mate. Upwards.
But I didn't listen.
I see.
I'm drowning, Lance, you said.
You need to see this.
Can I apologize if I
Right, now let's
can't speak much for this game?
going downwards.
The virus. The sterility. This formula. This is the key.
Stop it all.
Bloody perfect, mate.
Okay.
We have to ask ourselves.
At the end of the clip, you'll want to play another ad. Remember to use the clock at the top to count you in.
Right.
Right, I guess I better explain how to deal with bleeping out swear words.
Please do.
As you probably notice, the broadcast screen, here, is about 2 seconds behind the master screen, here. When someone says a naughty word, the bleep button lights up, like this. 2 seconds later, you'll hear that swear word going out on the broadcast, and you need to hold down the bleep button or the spacebar on your keyboard for as long as the swear word lasts. It can take a bit of practice getting used to hearing 2 things at once. Just stay
Also, congrats, Jason.
get it. And if you can't tell
Even if it was anticlimactic.
the button, you'll literally be able to see the sound scrolling by. All you gotta do is hold it down while the red bit is over the red line.
Got it.
Simple. Of course, if you do it by eye, you'll have to take your eye off the screens. That's why real professionals do it by ear. Most people like to have the volume of the broadcast screen a little bit below the master screen. Let's set it now. As you turn it up, you'll hear the advert getting louder. Good. You're set to start censoring. Like I say, it takes a little practice, but I'll try and help you through it, and soon we'll have you bleeping like a pro. Remember, button lights up, count 1, 2, and hold it down.
That's right.
Okay.
Absolutely free.
Remember to select screen 1 now that you've got the feed. Don't wait for the broadcast to go live. That's too late. You can use the number buttons on your keyboard, 1 to 4.
Seriously?
Bad words. 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And I'm told we can now go live to Advance Headquarters, where the two leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Cut to the outside broadcast. Oh shit, he's pissed. Get ready to bleep.
Well, thank you all for coming, and, well, where do I start? What a day.
They said we couldn't do
They
it.
certainly did.
Remember
They
the
used
10
every
second rule.
dirty, low-down, lying, southern bastard trick they had against us. But you, the people,
Nice.
you saw right through their shite.
I'm sorry about the language there.
Sorry about that. I've had a couple of
I have to get used to British course words.
Course
Shine is like nothing in English. In America.
Nailed it.
But to be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party is what you have when things are going well. When the country is suffering, you don't need a party. You need a team. A team that can change things. But today is day one of a new future. A better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be putting their shitting pants on and opening their dusty checkbooks.
Again, colourfully put, but not inaccurate. Before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers to pass the Assets and Wealth Act.
Shut up! Let me do this.
We have produced a definitive list of every person in the country.
If he's talking, I can't tell if they're cussing or not.
You know this sort of... Probably you rather you don't. Because the likes of you and me are not welcome in their gated communities.
Tomorrow, we will be introducing a sweeping reform of the tax system in this country. No more hiding wealth offshore, no more trust funds or creative accounting. A simpler, fairer, unavoidable set of tax laws.
So, all you bastard public school snobs have got nowhere to hide. I've got nowhere today. We revoked your passports. You want them back? You want to leave like you threatened before the election? That's fine. But first, you're going to pay up. You're going to pay back.
Wait, what did he say?
To go turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into a team. To properly fund health and education. To raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise billions. But you'll see when we've reclaimed what's ours, that's absolute ferret shite. So to you posh twats.
The people who pay you a pittance to serve them drinks in their private clubs. The people whose children you raise.
So they've got time to get even fucking richer.
Advance have this to say to you.
It ends today.
We are.
You actually do kind of have to count down 1, 2 in your head.
It ends today.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been. In the hands of the people who created it.
It ends today.
Yes, it ends today. And tomorrow, we'll start making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
And until then, ladies and gents, I suggest we all get pissed.
I can't argue with that. Thank you for your time.
Well, an interesting acceptance speech there from the leaders of Advance, and our apologies for the fruity language. Hopefully we got that bleeped out for you in time. If not, someone's going to be in trouble.
Oops.
So, as the country braces itself for new government, that's all from us this evening at the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow with full coverage of the first day under Advance. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
Right, looks like you've got it now. Thanks for all the help, mate. I've got to go. Ferry's about to leave. Probably won't be coming back. Job's yours, mate. Good luck.
Same old boring politics then.
Okay.
Some weird.
Can I take my hands off the controls?
Now or something.
You should be so lucky. I'll see you tomorrow night.
Not coming for a drink?
Nope, got a date.
Lucky you. Try not to get murdered.
Okay, we did it. Oh, it does take a lot of focus. I did a really bad job. Coffee. There was a diamond drink. Oh boy, so you have a whole more rank to do. Well, break a leg.
When the programme's finished, you'll get a broadcast report. It's 3 pages. This first page shows you how well the broadcast went. Each sequence and an overall grade. Remember, grades mean bonuses, and they keep the boss happy. If you want to know more about how it went, select more info. If not, select continue to move to the next page. Right, this is an optional section for when you really want to understand what happened during the show. You got a graph here showing you what the audience did. They're a fickle fucking bunch. And really drill into the details if you want to get better at making TV.
You're a fickle fucking bunch. All offensive words were censored. Interference-free, but exceedingly poor editing. I was doing a lot of swapping back and forth when I shouldn't have been, I think.
Right, this is the...
And not enough when I should have been.
Tells you how much you're going to get paid and how much wealth you have overall. That bollocks at the bottom shows you the financial state of our main advertisers. But you don't own any fucking shares, you're a cleaner for God's sake, so why would you care?
Jails, huh?
This is the last page and it tells you the state of the world, tells you how well the government's doing, and down the bottom there, this one's important, tells you what Channel 1 currently thinks of you. In other words, what the boss thinks.
So political party is medium. Channel is good. Hello, Mosaic. Welcome to the stream. We're doing politics a little bit. We're doing politics and video editing today.
Alright, mate. Welcome to the archive. This is where you can have a quick look back at what you've done and how it looked to the public. There's 3 sections.
Oh, okay.
Broadcast, rushes and adverts. Let's start with broadcast. Click on it now.
So this is giving me the actual thing that I broadcast.
That you've done. Click on any one of them and hit load tape. Once it's finished loading, you can use the rewind and the fast forward at the bottom there to help you get to the bit you want to see.
In a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's National Nightly.
This is really cool.
But before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later on tonight on Channel 1.
How are you doing, Lucy?
It's the semi-final of the quotation game, and it's a...
Good old VHS.
The election win...
Wait, what is that? Oh, maybe that was just a glitch. I'm doing okay.
Couldn't happen. Hopeful or hostile. Controversy as global mega corporation Remington's Fist buys Honest Andy's Totally Independent and corners the flowered market.
Been a little rough these past 2 days for obvious reasons.
Johnny Hamsleys wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar.
I kind of want to go back and watch that political thing again, because they said some stuff that I didn't quite catch.
But first, the votes are in and it's a decisive win for Advance. The landslide victory, with an astonishing 81% of the popular vote, is the biggest election win in living memory. Advance appealed to voters up and down the country with their bold promises of permanent change, but critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies and of being deliberately vague.
That's just all politics.
The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However, former Home Secretary Geoffrey Jeffries has issued a statement in which he comments that we have all been seduced by the shiny wrapping paper, but have yet to see the contents of the box. Sounds like sour grapes to me, Jeff.
Sounds like sour grapes to me.
Megan Wolf will be speaking to a man whose grapes certainly aren't sour, the international heartthrob and inexplicable box office...
Wait, that guy was supposed to be a heartthrob? He was like an old man.
And later in the programme, we'll be going live to Advance HQ to hear the co-leader's acceptance speech. That's all coming up after the break.
The medicated, yeah.
That guy's supposed to be a heartthrob, apparently.
Well, as I said to Peter at the Wrap, that's Peter Jensen, the director. Do you know him? He's a wonderful chap, he really is. I've worked with him on several movies, all...
Sorry, I just want to make sure that...
Julia Salisbury are about to make...
It sounded like they were talking about revoking people's citizenship, which sounds pretty fucking bad right off the bat.
For it, Pat! Okay, well, thank you all for coming, and, well, where do I start?
Nice glasses, thank you.
They said we couldn't do it.
They certainly did.
I was going to put a headset on as well, but I couldn't find one that actually fit.
Southern they had against us, but you, the people...
So, Mosaic, I think you missed it. I did all the live editing for this, technically.
I've had a couple.
All the live bleeping and stuff I had to do.
Coarser than a grown...
Memorably put. But to be honest, who can blame Peter for celebrating? Throughout the campaign, you've heard us say that Advance are not a political party. A party's what you have when things are going well. When the country is suffering, you don't need a party. You need a team. A team that can change things.
That was a good edit, in my opinion, cutting to the wide when she says team.
A new future. A better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be and opening their checkbooks.
Again.
Fuck that up a little bit.
But not inaccurate. Before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers to pass the Assets and Wealth Act, Working with the tax office, we have produced a definitive list of every person in the country with wealth into the millions.
You know the sort. Probably you rather you don't. Because the likes of you and me are not welcome in their gate.
Because I have to be able to see the subtitles as I'm censoring.
The tax system in this country. No more hiding wealth offshore, no more trust funds or creative accounting. A simpler, fairer, unavoidable set of tax laws.
Public school snobs have got nowhere to hide. And earlier today, we revoked your passports.
See, that kind of comes out of nowhere, doesn't it? Like, oh yeah, we were making better tax laws. Okay, that's cool.
And earlier today, we revoked your passports. You want them back? You want to leave like you threatened before the election? That's fine. But first, you're going to pay up. You're going to pay back.
Advance are going to turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into a team. To properly fund health and education. To raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise billions. But you'll see when we've reclaimed what's ours, that's absolute ferret. So to you posh
people who pay you a pittance to serve them drinks in their private clubs, the people whose children you raise.
So they've got time to get even richer.
Advance have this to say to you.
It ends today.
We are coming for your sports cars and your mansions and your vineyards.
It ends today.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been. In the hands of the people who created it.
That also sounds bad. That sounds like
today.
Nationalism.
It ends today. And tomorrow, we'll start making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
Okay. I know y'all probably already managed to hear all that while I was walking. I couldn't pause any of what they were saying, besides the cusses.
Right, click on rushes and let's have a look at those. Right, this is the rushes route. It's pretty simple. The 4 screens you can see, they're going to show you the 4 signals you got from the studio during the actual broadcast. The difference is you can mute any combination of them, so you can have a listen to the stuff you weren't allowed to show. So cast and give it a go, and when you're done listening to the backstage secrets, hit back.
It's really cool that they let you go back to all this stuff. Because there was a ton of stuff that I didn't get to actually hear. Like, at all. Loading times are a bit rough, but that's okay.
These aren't my cards. Please tell me these aren't my cards.
No, they're the right ones, apparently.
But this gives me nothing, Jenny. They must see that.
All of this, I couldn't.
I think they think you won't have anything to say.
Oh, for God's sake, come on. It's a huge day. It's not an...
Absolute bonehead. I don't care, Rob. I'm not doing it. I agreed to do one beastly interview a day. I made that completely clear when we started. Check my contract.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Oh, piss off.
Well, fuck
You're
this guy.
thin bloody ice, Rob. Whole wheat, man. Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much.
10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance, but first our very own culture reporter Megan Wolf.
From Shakespeare to the Shotbot films. I'm very excited to be joined.
I don't know if this guy has any
none other than Lawrence Bluntclap. Thank you so much for coming.
Any stuff he was doing during that time, but we're not going to focus too much on that. This seems like one of those games that if you play on your own, you would have a lot of time to, like, see every single bit of footage and able to enjoy a lot of side stuff. Oh. You arrive home to find Post on the mat. Wow, England. Most being nothing more than the usual junk mail. One letter, however, catches your eye. The team wants to know you. It's a form from the new advanced government asking for information on all citizens. The first page is filled already. Your name Alex, your spouse name Sam, your children Charles and Susie. The rest of the questions are left for you to complete. They appear to be mandatory. This sucks already. I guess it's a census. A census is not unheard of, right? Upon starting a new job, you would it depends on the job. If I'm working at like a grocery store, I would just get to work immediately. If it was like an office job, I'd probably need to introduce myself. But I guess if that was the case, if it was a job where I needed to introduce myself, I would consider that being productive and getting to work. That's part of the job. Question two. A colleague in a different department has confided in you that they've been taking home confidential information. A file of minor importance has gone missing. So what I would actually do is probably not what I would put on a piece of paper that the government asks me. I don't know what... If the game is asking me, then I'll tell the truth, but if in the context of filling out this form, I would recommend that my colleague reports it. That's a good middle ground answer. Also, give me just 1 second. BTS is being kinda glitchy. Let me see if I can fix it. Yeah, that's better already. An entire department was filed today for consistent underperformance. Your boss has put in place new targets that are significantly higher than the previous one. Leave work, stay late. Fuck it, I'm not gonna lie about that. Leave work on time. Jobs that make you stay late are absolute bullshit, and should be illegal. It's the annual company barbecue, and you and your family have been invited. You... would enjoy a nice day out. You've had a long, successful career and are now about to retire. In your speech, you... list your achievements. In your spare time, you... I mean, in this context, I would have kids. I'd probably do what I could to support them. Your ideal holiday getaway would be... I don't really like going outside, so none of these really sound that nice. I guess a romantic getaway. It is most important that the government keeps people oof. These are all loaded answers. These are all incredibly loaded. You can't boil this down to one word. Oh god. Equal is the least loaded. Thank you for your cooperation. Advance knows your time is valuable, and we appreciate your help in leading the nation to a brighter future. Like at most I might say prosperous, but even that is a loaded one. It's late. Sam and kids have gone to bed. They're just drying up a favorite coffee cup, a worn-out souvenir of your first trip together. The print's faded, but the goofy face still makes you smile. A knock at the window brings you back to reality. There in the garden, clutching a gaudy neon green suitcase, is Chris, Sam's sibling. As soon as you let them in, they sit at the kitchen table, visibly stressed. I'm so sorry for busting in so late, Alex, Chris stammers, but I need a favor, and you're the only one I can ask. Oh, cute. Did I go get Sam? No. It's you I came to see. I need just 2 minutes. You've heard about the Assets and Wealth Act. I mean, I literally work in news, but I kind of don't understand it. It must have passed me by. His face is skewed up tight now. We're taking people's hard-earned money to fund the lazy. I'm not saying the top 1% or whatever don't have stupid money, Chris adds hastily, but they can afford it. People like me, we're going to lose everything. And that's why I'm here. I'm not going to like this. Chris's eyes seem to be resting comfortably on the floor tiles. Look, I know it's a lot to ask, but I need to borrow your passport. You have your passport? What for? They've taken mine and half the bloody countries, but people always say you and I look so similar, so... He's pacing now. I need to leave before it's too late. Once I'm out, me and my money will be safe. But I need to go now before they freeze my accounts. No. No. Surely there's another way. You're joking, right? I've always done right by you and Sam. I've treated your children like they were my own. Your family, does that mean nothing to you? Fuck no. Absolutely not. No. Not because it's against the law, because fuck you. Fine, I'll solve this myself, Chris Fitz. So much for family loyalty, eh? Grabbing the nigh-on fluorescent suitcase, he disappears into the night. He's back to the dishes, picking up Sam's cup again. I need to steal your identity, it's for family. Yeah, and if he's being like, oh, we can't help poor people, that's too terrible. Fuck that guy. The peeling face now seems to bore into you. I got an achievement that says screw the 1%. Yeah, fuck that guy. He sounds like an asshole. I mean, I don't agree with advanced, like, fucking taking people's passports. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna, like, help you. Which I get the feeling from that alone, that's where this game is going to go. It's going to be a, like, bad things for good reasons. Good things for bad reasons. Gonna question, you know, political lines. If they want to be stopping people, just work for 52 hours a day. Just sell your house. Okay.
Alright, mate, it's Dave.
Go, Todd.
Christ, it's noisy in here, Jesus. Right, hang on. Let me just get out some flags, darling. Yeah, I'll
My headphones broke a little bit just then.
Oh, that's better. Let's get set up and get on with it, eh? So I can get back to my guests. First of all, let's get the power on.
I don't think I need your help this time.
On your left, the plugs and stuff. You need to get at least the bottom 4 plugs on.
Oh, is it? Oh, I see.
Right, let's load up the adverts. You might want to have a bit of a think about it. Your decisions have consequences, don't they?
Should we play Is This Toy Safe?
Right, you can see they finally got the old headline system up and working again, and the Vision Mixer's already in headline mode, because headlines always come at the start. It's really simple, mate. These 2 buttons at the bottom of the Vision Mixer, you can see they now have A and B on them, and they're to help you pick image A on the left bottom screen here, or image B on the right bottom screen here. It's really simple. This little clock here will count down the number of seconds you have to make your decision. Provided you make a decision in that time, you're fine. And you can change your mind as much as you want until the clock reaches 0. But if you don't make any decision, you'll be fired before you even get to make another choice.
Okay.
Just want to say one more thing, mate. The pictures you choose to show of these people, well, that's how the public is going to perceive them, and that's going to affect their lives. So like with the adverts, choose carefully. And we're off. Good luck, mate. Before you get time off, we'll be back in the next break. Yeah, I'm coming, darling.
7 hours. Okay, we can probably do this in one stream then.
My friend Janet says that's really hot.
Also, I was going to say, I'm going to put that dangerous ad at the end,
Yeah, the one that.
so that we have plausible deniability.
Seconds, everybody.
We can say that the people in front of us played it.
Don't blame me when it explodes. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines tonight. Destination unknown. At the end of Advance's first full week in office, we ask exactly who's leading this charge. Tonight, I'll be discussing what the new future might hold with a leading economist and radical freethinker. With the country's wealth creators in a state of panic and unfavourable rumblings already heard from overseas,
I'll make them look menacing.
asking my guess whether Advance can deliver on even a fraction of their manifesto promises. Out with the old, Remington's Fist have appointed Sophia Remington as their new CEO. The following photo, taken from our archive, gives us a sense of this influential young firebrand who, at the tender age of 23, becomes the youngest female CEO in history. Sophia Remington has always impressed. She was top of her class at university and graduated with the highest honours.
Okay, we're actually making decisions. This is interesting.
The markets have responded favourably to Sophia's appointment, with stocks rising 30 points in light of the announcement. In her first press conference this afternoon, Sophia announced a children's toy named Mr. Snugglehugs. Sophia promises it'll be all the rage this Christmas, but concerns have been raised about the product's safety. Making a splash. Intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and marine biologist Ingrid Svalsborg-Horgensford have today set off to explore Dante's Taint. The recently discovered cave system was previously thought unreachable.
A rolling field of dread backed the car up on my way home and got really close to another car. That was always kind of fucked me up.
And the undiscovered plant species it contains. This is
like, even if you don't hit anything, you do, like, it does stick with you for quite a while. I get that.
In a joint statement about the dangers their team might face, the pair stated, "We will face the plentiful challenges together, like we always have."
What is this stuff?
Playing the field, rumours abound as sporting legend Johnny Hamsleeves is snapped leaving Bush, one of the capital's hottest clubs. The footballer was caught while out celebrating being named Sports Personality of the Year.
I'm not gonna make people look really bad.
This very program. Johnny is seen here with socialite and performance artist Tiffany Lamore, whose recent show, Snatched Inside My Snatch, has kept her firmly in the public eye. Could romance be on the cards for these two budding A-listers?
Snatch is okay to say, apparently.
Reaver's bodily charm. With advance promising radical new position on crime, how afraid should we actually be? I'll be going live around the country to talk with people who've seen the criminal justice system from every perspective. With more and more powers passing to the police and less oversight, are we using an advanced-shaped sledgehammer to crack a nut? All that, and Megan Wolf with a group of young actors already experiencing the positive side of the new Assets and Wealth Act firsthand. They'll be talking and performing later. That's all coming up on tonight's National Weekly News.
1. Check. I've only been in one very minor car accident. It was just like a tiny scrape, and it still did kind of fuck with me quite a bit. I just accidentally looked to the left when I was supposed to be focusing on something else.
The government's swift enactment of the Assets and Wealth Act, we're talking about advances first week in office and what the new future...
When this beeps, I have to keep it in line.
Katie Brightman, a leading economist, and Alan James, author of Alan James is Right, The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. Alan, the government certainly haven't dragged their heels on delivering some of the legislation they promised. But what does the Wealth Act mean for us?
Nothing, Jeremy. We're still vassal slaves, we're just in prettier cages.
A confident dismissal there. Katie Brightman, do you agree?
I'm afraid I don't, no. I think that Advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth is untenable, so they're changing things up.
There I agree with you. They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan.
Grand plan, Alan?
It's all in my book. Alan James is right, Jeremy. We're to become the great herd. Ignorant, sterile, and short-lived. That's what they want.
Or perhaps Advance have just realised that if we carry on the way we are, we will destroy ourselves and this planet in a mad orgy of consumption, if you'll excuse the colourful metaphor.
Yes, orgy is the right word. Only it'll be the overlords having an orgy on our poor broken backs. It's all in my book. Alan James is...
Self-promoting? Katie, how do you think the rest of the world will respond to this new approach?
I think they're watching carefully. Advance are the most disruptive powers have faced since the last Great War.
Yes, Katie's right. War is inevitable.
That's good.
But that isn't
and this will not be a war like we've ever seen before. We're talking millions of deaths. We're talking high-tech weapons that can level entire cities. We're talking...
Out of the wrong orifices?
Mock me all you like, Jeremy, but when they murder your parents and they poison your food and they take you away to their camps for hypno-brainwashing, who will be laughing then?
That might be a great way to sell books, Alan.
Hypno-brainwashing, huh?
That isn't going to happen in a democracy.
Democracy is dead.
Yes, Advance are radical, and change is always frightening. but the truth is, Wealth and Assets Act has made more than 90% of the population wealthier and is on target to produce a permanent end to poverty.
That sounds good.
What this young lady doesn't understand, Jeremy, is that these are the same people. Maybe they've rebranded, but it's all a little circus act to keep us from seeing the tyrant behind the curtain.
That's where you're wrong, Alan. For a start, they've mobilised the youth vote like we've never seen before.
You say mobilise, I call it grooming.
Oh, God.
Of an entire generation to walk happily into eternal bondage. They're like psychic paedophiles.
But based on the facts, Katie, what are your predictions?
The Assets and Wealth Act is only the first step. Advance now have a historic budgetary surplus, and as well as properly funding our public services, they're already funneling unprecedented amounts into scientific research and the arts.
Or, as I call them in my...
He has a second book.
Frankenscience and opiates. Like opiates, see?
Can we get back to the issue at hand, please, Alan?
This is the issue. It's all coming from the water, the chemicals. They're pumping it full of belief juice.
Don't get me wrong. I want to see these changes.
I love this guy.
They're sustainable. If Advance lose their power after spending half of our GDP on dismantling infrastructure, that could be catastrophic.
The catastrophe is that they're succeeding. They've got us sat here talking about their puppet show.
All right, we're running out of time. Quickly, Alan, what does the future look like to you?
A bleak space where we've all been figuratively sodomized into submission.
No, of course. Katie?
We might be on the eve of a brave new world. God knows we need some change, but we need to be cautious. Let's walk forwards with our eyes open.
Two very different visions of the future there.
Love lines.
Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. When we come back, I'll be investigating law and order before Megan meets some beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act. That's all coming up tonight on the National Nightly News.
1 minute back.
You know, I think they might do some good.
I hope so too, Jeremy.
How much are you being paid by them, then?
Shut the fuck up, Alan. I've never seen so much shit in my life.
Well, we'll see who's full of shit, won't we?
Alan, I can explain it to you.
I don't think I have to censor these because we're in commercial.
For you.
Well, I don't know what she meant by that.
See?
Absolutely fucking flying, I tell you. How's it going, actually? Fuck it, I don't care. I hate the fucking news. Oh, bloody hell, I love this tune, though. All right, mate, see you later. Bye.
I'm just saying I'll do what I can, that's all.
Oh, she will. She's good. You know she is.
I've said a bit of word in, that's all I can do.
10 seconds, everybody. Little Jakey's going to the big bird caught you with water.
If that sticks, I'll destroy you.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. In our second segment, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go behind the headlines to meet the people who live with the criminal justice system every day of their lives. First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up on the front line. Can you hear me, Gregory?
Yes, I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me.
I'm kind of getting into the
front line of the hard face with the cold hand of justice.
Well, as you
the swing of it.
Jeremy,
it just takes a lot of my attention.
In this country, we're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the
This is a really short.
on desk.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
Well, we can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy. There just simply isn't enough being done at a systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers. What are you doing? We need change at a structural level,
I'm
Jeremy.
leaving, Greg.
Not a good time, darling.
It never is it? I'll be at my mother's.
Just hang on. The problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide. Just give me 5 minutes. I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson.
Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No. Well, the affairs.
I mean, why not?
The Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Put him on blast.
Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
We need legislation to relieve the pressure on our public
Sorry
servants.
to interrupt the news, Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving him?
Yes, I totally understand. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector there. Gregory Judge, thank you for joining us. By Police Chief Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime.
I could cut to them arguing to probably get some more views, but
I'm sure we all do, Jeremy. I'm sure we all long for a return to the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying your neighbours without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife. Or kosh.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? Where have we gone wrong, Bob?
Well, that's not a simple question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes down to moral decay. We've diluted our culture and lost touch with what it means to be a citizen of this once great country. Also, as the vicar noted in Sunday's sermon, we probably shouldn't have banned hanging.
And to what do you attribute this moral decay?
Foreigners, gays and gypsies mainly. It's all in the Bible. Look, Leviticus...
Can't say that word anymore.
Oh, bugger, hang on a moment. Jeremy, a bloody gimp's escaped. Delia? Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? As I was saying, Jesus didn't like immigrants much, did he?
And just to be clear, you think it's the immigrants who are responsible for the moral decay?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Back in your box, Clive. Back in your box. Delia, I really could use a little help with this.
Oh, sorry, darling. I was spaying the badgers.
Yes, I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back in the box?
Oh, Clive, you know it's Wednesday. Back you go. Back in your gimp space.
And
off you go.
whose responsibility is it to make a change?
Jesus was an immigrant, yes.
Certainly not the responsibility of the decent, good, white people
Darling,
of this...
where's the padlock?
Hold on just a moment.
Oh, Clive, this simply won't do. Naughty, naughty, naughty boy. Mummy said...
Clive, I am not having this again.
Mummy said back in your gimp space. No! Naughty, you beat...
Clive, I am not having this again.
Jeremy, moral decay. Crime is the responsibility of the criminal, no one else. Look, everyone has a sob story, but we don't all end up as barbarians, do we? Look, when our daughter Alice comes home with an A-, does she go on a killing spree? No, she takes 3 of her pills and hides under the stairs like a normal child.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Peel there, really locking down the police's position on morality for us. And finally tonight, hopefully uninterrupted, it's time to get to the heart of the matter. Tony Dawson has recently been released from prison after serving 3 years for aggravated assault, burglary and menacing a swap. He's agreed to talk to us today, which is also, I believe, his birthday. Many happy returns, Tony.
Cheers, Jez. Call me Titwank Tony. Everybody else does.
No, I'm not going to be doing that. Can you tell us what it's like in prison, Tony?
Yeah, he was wearing like leather shorts.
Prison's a mixed bag. Structure's quite nice, but it's a constant battle against institutionalisation, as you can imagine. And obviously, titwanks are quite hard to come by.
I'm picking up that you're not alone there, Tony.
Titwank Tony. Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party. Good bunch of lads.
Okay, well, we're trying to let you get back to that party as soon as possible. First, let me ask you this. Do you feel that your time spent in prison helped to rehabilitate you in any way, Tony?
Titwank Tony. I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez. Soapin! Yeah, I think asking that is an oversimplification.
It sounds like it's getting quite busy there, Tony, but let's try and soldier on. Since leaving custody, have you been able to find a new job?
Yeah, all the boys are here. Big Chris, Little Chris, and Vampire Chris.
Tag yourself, I'm Vampire Chris.
1 sec, love. Titwank Tony's on the news. Rehabilitation's difficult with the current system, Jez. Just not set up for it, you know? It's inherently unjust.
So, do you feel tempted?
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry, who's this now?
You are joking. Chrissy Freebollocks has only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Not now, fellas, I'm on the news.
It seems like we've caught you at a bad time.
The little boy.
Oh, I can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here. Jesus.
I want to hang out with this dude.
Seem to be losing the signal there, Tony.
Fucking way, let's believe that.
Well, we're just trying to get that signal back. I think we... Yes? Tony? Tony, I mean, we were literally away for 2 seconds. How has this happened, Tony? Can you hear me? Well, we seem to have lost our train of thought. Hopefully you, the viewer at home, have managed to glean a broader understanding of the serious and complex issues around law and order. After the break, Megan will be live with some plucky young thespians. Don't go away. We'll be back after these messages.
I almost missed the ad. That was dangerous.
Well,
mate, I ain't got long and I'm quite drunk. It's been a great night. In this next section, there's a bit of music. If you edit in time with the music, you can see the result on the Vision Mixer, and the public will love that. Don't worry if you don't, though. You won't get punished for it or nothing. Just try and stay in the groove. Also, one last tip. When the music starts, turn down the broadcast volume. Right, enjoy the music bit. God, I love music. God, I'm so pissed. I think I might go and throw up in a bit.
I'm sure he's on his way. Come on, it's welcome back. How hard can it be?
This is on you. 10 seconds, everybody. We're going to open on Megan. Camera 2. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome's Black. I'm Megan Wolfe, and on tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting with one of the first beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act, a team of inspiring young people from Scritchford Sixth Form College who today received a grant from Advance to take their play, Hey, Friendship, on a tour of local secondary schools. Welcome to you all. Well, let's start with you two, Harriet and Charlotte Winstanley-Hamilton. Girls, you must be thrilled.
We are, Megan. We're overwhelmed, to be honest.
And I believe you two are sisters, is that right?
Yes, Charlotte's my oldest.
I'm the older, more popular one. Only joking.
Harriet and Trey were really the ones who came up with the whole idea.
So, Harry and I were shooting the breeze in the cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's actually do something.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes, as it were.
Oh, right, yes, but you're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me, Jeff Algebra, maths teacher.
Jeff Algebra.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
As is theatre. It's one of the oldest art forms in history, Aristotle.
I just think that when we travel around all these problem schools and the poor kids see us, they say, hey, I really want to be like those attractive kids. And that's a very beautiful and powerful thing. We touch our audiences and they touch us right back.
I suppose with a surname like Algebra, there was really only one choice of career for me. My wife, Angela, and I, we often laugh about it.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
We just want to bring a bit of song and joy into people's lives.
And teach people about the difficult issues. The issues in the play are what really matter.
And I think you're going to be showing us an extract from this play, aren't you?
That's right. To put into context, I play a young first year who's having some troubles at school.
Her character doesn't actually have a name, yeah, because in a way she's like all of us.
All of us.
A metaphor? Maybe she's you at home, or like, maybe she's you, Megan.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Put it in, coach.
Yes, thanks, Steve.
Right, well, I'm going to have a little chat with your teacher while you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it, that way. So, Jeff, when did you first hear about the grants?
2 days ago. A letter from Advance arrived.
I'm really bad at switching between
headmaster
cameras,
thought
honestly.
it was all a prank, but his secretary retrieved it from his bin and brought it to me.
Wow, how did you react?
I also threw it in the bin. But then Harriet and Trey rescued it, and they rang the number at the bottom of the page, and next thing you know, we're on tour.
Wow. Well, I think we can all guess which way you'll be voting from now on.
Do you know what? It's funny because Angela and I don't usually vote. We're not very political. I'm a mathematician, of course, and she's a paraplegic mainly. We did used to watch that Peter Clem's DIY show back in the day, and so we thought, why not? Let's have a go at this old democracy thing.
Okay.
And here we bally well are.
Good stuff.
Fucking brilliant!
So, let's have a look at a short
What? I censored that.
Hey, Friendship.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears.
Tears.
Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone.
Alone.
Dreading what might be around every corner.
What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner?
Oh, hi, Gary.
Oh, heavens, no! It's Gary the Fist! Gary the Fist!
Oh, God.
Going somewhere, little first year?
Great. I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
Violent father.
Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
So important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, coach.
Keep going, for fuck's sake.
Right, maths is for losers. Now, give me your lunch money.
Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? Oh, my arm's free, coach.
Brilliant, keep going.
Right, who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist. And you're
Gary the Fist.
A girl with 2 gay dads who's all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my 2 new friends. Vanessa is captain of the netball team.
Yeah.
And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all 3 of you, and I don't have any friends of my own.
Take a look at me. Take a little look at my face.
3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
She could be you, and you could be me.
Or you could be me.
Life can be peachy keen if you work as a team.
It's my choice to be mean. So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
3, 4. This is difficult.
Listen up, I won't take no crap. Who said middle class girls can't rap? I ain't afraid of your cruel lads. I'm a mother-loving rebel, but I still love maths.
Hey, kids, I'm Gary the Fist. People think that folks like me probably shouldn't exist, but that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't great. My dad used to come home drunk and late, and he'd hit my mum, and for dinner he had to wait. Where's my dinner?
It's not ready.
Where's my dinner, woman?
Go.
Don't make me ask you again.
Hitting women is wrong.
I guess life's pretty hard on a council estate. 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 It's so damn hard on a council estate.
Life can be peachy keen.
Yeah.
If you work as a team.
Just work as a team.
It's your choice to be me.
It's my choice.
So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Friendship!
Yes!
I got an achievement for being on the music.
Well, thankfully that's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. Join us tomorrow night for all the headlines from across the country. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out.
Oh, that was brilliant.
What the literal fuck was that?
I believe that was art.
I believe I've got a 14-inch cock.
Chippendales hit a new controversy? What happened? Well, I mean, I know one of the voice actors did some shit.
Oh, someone please get these twats out of my studio.
And his incredible real It's no wonder Mr. Snugglehugs is.
Maybe I shouldn't have put this ad on. This is spooky.
A lot of kids have got one. That's right, little one. Want to be left out?
What's his name? John Mulaney had, Dave Chappelle on as a surprise opener. And Dave Chappelle did what Dave Chappelle has kind of always been doing. Telling a bunch of bigoted jokes for people who didn't know that it was coming. The controversy was a voice actor but not one in the movie. I see. What happened? The original Peter Pan actor. Oh yeah, I did see the Peter Pan segment. It's not really a controversy for the movie, is it? Isn't that them just referencing some bad shit that Disney did? People feel as though the movie mirrored the life of the real actor, who was also kicked out of Disney when he became too old. I mean, I assume, yeah, that it's a direct reference. I guess you could say that's kind of tasteless, but I think that would be a good way to make people aware of the bad shit Disney did. Which Disney has kind of been doing that from the beginning. If you look back at, like, the concept of a Disney kid. Actor turned to a life of crime and died from constant drug use. Yeah. I mean, even if you look at, like, Britney Spears, who was a Disney kid that was still successful, she still had a pretty terrible life. If they play it for laughs in the movie, then yeah, that's pretty bad. From the clip that I saw, it seemed like they were trying to take it kind of seriously, but kind of sculled around, getting in trouble for it. Man, these loading screens are really rough. If the stream messes up at all during the loading screens, I apologize. I noticed pretty severe frame rate drops as it's loading. I still kind of want to see, Chip and Dale. Because I've heard some people like it, I've really hate it. I kind of want to see for myself. You arrive home after another long shift and find a note waiting for you on the countertop. You recognize Sam's hurried scrawl. Chris has been evicted for not paying rent. Sam's gone to pick up Chris's stuff from the street. Don't wait up. Underlined twice. This is... Oh, it's a TV. This is your fault now, is it? You skulkily press play on the cheap horror film you were going to watch together. It used to absolutely terrify you as a kid, but always makes the two of you laugh. It's not the same without Sam, but you still chuckled yourself. Just as you get to the good bit, the part where Candy decides to investigate alone, your 14-year-old son interrupts. Wants to go to a friend's house. Looks at you in a way only a child can, pleading but somehow defiant. What time is it? need more information. I need to know what time it is. It's clearly before 11. He's 14. How far away is the friend? I need more information here. It's late on a school night, my guess is 8 or 9. On a school night, yeah. Honestly, if I was in this position, I would say, like, see if you can stay over. I wouldn't have any problem with him going out as long as he doesn't have to come home by himself. He can go. Clearly surprised, he practically races out the door. He goes in front of the movie, waiting up for his return. At the sound of TV static, it's gone, midnight, and there's no sign of Charlie or Sam. Go over. Arriving at the fence house, you find your son, who miraculously notices the time when he sees you. That's, yeah, that's how it usually goes. He may think you were born yesterday, but at least he apologizes. Recognize that cheeky, mischievous look? You can't help but let him off this time. Yeah, that's fine. That's not a big deal. And again, honestly, I prefer that as to him, like, walking home at night. In fact, that's probably what I would do in the first place, say, okay, you can go, but I'll be there to pick you up. Since sees you check on him and make sure you're safe, he appreciates that. That's how I see it. You can't help but crack a smile as you look around the table. The snow is settled on the grass outside. The kids are pulling a cracker, while your elderly mother tries to keep her eyes open. We don't have those here. I know what that is, but we don't have those. You did always have a soft spot for Christmas. At least not for Christmas. We have them... I guess we technically have them. Sitting at the head of the table now, your dad's place. Been a tense afternoon. Everyone can feel it. For the first time you've seen Chris since you refused to part with your passport. The big change for Sam, the two siblings used to be inseparable. Clatter of cutlery is all that can be heard as Chris stares pointedly at you. I'm at the head of a table, which I don't like. Make a toast. Stand and raise a glass. Merry Christmas, everyone. I'm glad we're all here. There are murmurs of chills and much clinking of glasses. Chris doesn't move. Yeah, we're all here, no thanks to you. Fuck you, Chris. Come on now, it's Christmas. Can't we put that behind us? Let's try to enjoy ourselves. Come on. Chris turns away, taking some frustration out on a cheap cut of roast turkey. Your daughter Susie seizes the opportunity to corner you. You know how you love me? You chuckle, that's this, what? It sounds familiar. Oh, he's going to ask for something. I'm not going to like this, am I, you joke? Also, hello, Jam. Thank you for the redeem. Just in time for Christmas. You know me and my friends are planning on going traveling this year, Susie begins innocently. How old was Susie? How old was Susie? He was older, right? I was hoping you'd help me with the money. Interrupted by Chris, who makes a divisive snub. Go ahead and hold your breath, Suze. Not known for your generosity, are you, Alex? Ignore him. We'll see so many parts of the world and learn so much about other cultures. You know, money's really tight right now that Grandma's staying here, we just don't have that kind of money. But please, Harriet's parents are helping her. My current wealth is broke-ass Paul, so... I mean, I'll do my best. What is money? Okay. You mean it? That's so great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hugsy tied before pulling a cracker with a little brother. The grandma watches them proudly. You try not to think about how you're going to find the money for the trip. I'll try my best, but... in reality, I wouldn't want my kid traveling the world like that. At a young age. If she's like 20 or something, then fine, but... you're leafing through the pile of accumulated post. Each new bill pulls on your gut like a lead weight until a flash of blue makes you pause. Recognizing the teal Advance logo on the envelope, you tear it open. Dear Winston residents, thank you for sending us your passports for approval. You can now confirm the receipt and validation for the new Assets and Wealth Redemption Scheme. Calling it a scheme is a little odd. Hopefully this will make the last month of arguments with Sam worth it. As such, it's my pleasure to enclose a check, which we hope you will see as a symbol not only of our gratitude to you, but of our unwavering commitment to creating a society free of inequality. The throbbing of your fresh, speed-induced paper cut is the only reason you can believe you're awake. A check you, and a sizable one at that. This is right, Advance really are redistributing the wealth. We will continue to strive for the betterment of this nation and its people. All together. I'm also red for communism. Bum bum bum. Not worrying every day. Nice. Why does the zip of the stand case never close? It's your anniversary. Every year, you and Sam go away for the weekend. Usually camping, but not made of money. Been looking forward to it for ages, finally getting some time alone together, where you can forget about the noise of life. No kids, no work, a bit of romance, and some peace and quiet. The zip finally gives up the battle, and you drag the bulging suitcase down the stairs. The answering machine is blinking. Good evening, Alex. This is Mr. Boseman. Calling to inform you that you'll be required to work this weekend. Some information has come to light concerning the rising tensions between our nation and foreign powers. The National Nightly News team will be working around the clock to ensure we break the story false. Needless to say, I will expect your attendance tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp. Have a pleasant evening, Alex. Shocked onto annoyance, then fury. Let me check. Game audio seems kind of loud. Yeah, that looks okay. Sorry, just checking my levels. Sam comes downstairs, brimming with excitement. Kissing you, they grab the car keys. Are they using they, them for Sam? From the dish, and start to load your bags into the bag. Sam has been mad at me. And we're not worrying every day. like we probably should go in, but it's like, what if we get filed by not going in? Message. I wouldn't have deleted the message. I would have been like, oh, we didn't see it until we got home. What was that? Comes a voice from behind. Nothing important, you reply as you put on your coat. Adrenaline coursing through your body. Grabbing Sam around the waist, you practically slam the front door. I'm going to pay for it on Monday. When you get to work Monday morning, you got some sour looks from your exhausted colleagues. A note sits waiting for you. The immaculate script is blood red. I'm very disappointed, Winston. That's fine. You can be disappointed if you want. Be disappointed all day. Had to go for a bit. What did you miss? We gave our daughter some money to go on vacation, but then we got a bunch of money from the wealth redistribution scheme that the government is doing. So we're actually doing pretty well now. Then we went on vacation, or went on a camping trip with our wife. Our boss got mad but didn't punish us. And that's pretty much it. Your son Charlie hovers at your elbow as you read. Do you find yourself striving to achieve? Are you an active member of the team? Do you like reaping the benefits of cooperation? Join the advanced Go-Getters today. Boards together. This doesn't sound like a youth club. He grabs a flyer from you and thrusts a form into your hand. You walk there straight from school, and Ben's sister can drop us home after. You don't have to do anything. He's too young to be doing, like, political action stuff. I don't know about that. He's too young. He's too young to be doing something like that. I just don't think it's the right place. That stuff is sus. Like, even the Boy Scouts. That's... nah. After a particularly long day at work, you come home and find the post sorted into piles, as Sam has taken to doing recently. Most of it is the usual rubbish, but a letter with the increasingly familiar Advance logo and urgent response immediately plastered on the front, a correspondingly urgent red font grabs your attention. Dear Winston residents, this letter is to inform you that the advanced government has taken another step forward in fighting for equality. By nationalizing the largest private corporations and redistributing the resources among the citizens of this great country, the Partnership Bond Program ensures that wealth created by the people is delivered to the people. Base. Every household will become a partner in one of 3 carefully selected institutions, chosen by Advance for consistent high performance in financial security. Please note, all returns are based on public opinion and cannot be guaranteed. Please select one of the following. I have the Beholder. Whether it's cosmetics, clothing, or however you say that, we see the beauty in all our customers. Meals Deals Limited. It's always a steal from Crazy Meal. Pleasure Corp. Well, business is your pleasure from sport to travel or even just some you time. You can't say pleasure without leisure. I would assume they would be like power companies. Things that should be nationalized. history is pretty fucked up. All of these are something that I wouldn't really want to pick. But if I'm a shareholder in Eye of the Beholder, then maybe I could have a positive influence? Tourism is also fucked up. Pleasure is too vague as to what it actually is. And Neil Steels is just like, wait, no, didn't Neil Steels get bought out by a major corporation? We'll say I. Thank you for making your selection. We'll receive a report from your partnership in 3 to 6 work months. It seems even advanced can't defeat the quagmire of governmental bureaucracy. So, I see how this is going to work, by the way. I'm going to advertise for them by playing their ads at my job. The future of this nation is in partnership. Just how much influence could you have? You step out of your old car in silence. Sam slams the door and you wince, hoping the door won't come off its hinges. You don't say anything. Now's not the time. As you approach the front desk, you feel physically sick. The cop asks you to wait. Eventually, after what seems like an eternity, your daughter is brought out by an officer with a kind face. He's a good kid, but if we pick her up for graffiti again, we will have to charge her. It's just graffiti, come on. You nod and apologize on Susan's behalf as Sam hugs your shell-shocked daughter. As you shake her hand, the officer lowers her voice. Keep her away from that boy and I think she'll be fine. In the car, you attempt to broach the subject, but Susie refuses to say a word. After a while, you give up your questions about who this boy might be and just drive. Hours later, you stare at the ceiling, worrying. The stillness in the bedroom is the only sign that Sam is also wide awake. Who is Susie hanging out with? Why is she acting out? It's just graffiti, it's fine. I would encourage that, honestly. That's when you'd be like, yeah, fucking do it. Just make sure you don't get caught. Don't do it in a place that'll, like, get you in a ton of trouble. As long as she's not, like, doing, like, crack, then I'm fine. I guess I should specify, by the way. I don't want kids at all, ever. So take my parenting with a grain of salt. Your opinion on having 3 days off a week or shorter working hours? Both. Both. And you should be paid more as well. People should work less hours and be paid more. I think that's a pretty easy answer. 4 days off a week, hell yeah. Also, hello, Kabumble. What's my mouse?
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here.
Bozeman.
While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other two, so read those tape labels carefully.
Wait, which one?
But make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right,
okay.
That's the lot. Have a great show. Pip. My God, that was nasty.
Oh, how's it going with Steve?
Why are all men such pricks?
That one, eh?
Apparently he has a complicated relationship with his family.
No.
Sorry, are you saying he chose his imaginary...
Is the whole game about running a TV station? Yes.
I don't know why I talked to you.
It probably is a really awful date.
10 seconds.
Pretty much.
Like I said, all of you.
Did your personality accidentally slip out?
Pricks. Going in 5, 4...
We need to make more money and have more days to actually spend money. Everyone is like, oh, economy's bad, that's because we can't waste our money on frivolous things. Pretty much.
I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious
Also support.
appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol might mean.
Critics have been quick to dismiss the graffiti as a publicity stunt or an act of frustration by a tiny disorganized group of those who will never, under any circumstances, be content.
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, doctors Ingrid Svorsborgen-Horgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering 2 possible options.
With 2 of the finest minds in science working together, hopes
I also support basic income.
of the team to dry land.
While both options are still on the table, support seems to be growing for a daring escape attempt. If a group of fungus experts can't fix the most advanced craft ever conceived by man, then who can?
Bearing their opinions, the formerly rich are fighting back with a naked protest.
Our very own Robin Short was on hand earlier today when this new protest group first presented themselves.
It might seem amusing to us, but clearly this formerly overprivileged section of our society is not adjusting well to the new future. It's often too easy
These are getting kind of vague.
Every citizen is living under the glance.
Table for 2. Johnny Hamsleeves and Tiffany Lamour were spotted having a private moment out at lunch today.
The popular couple have certainly been on a roller coaster since they started dating late last year. And this image is sure to place them firmly back in the tabloids.
Could we be on the verge of the biggest celebrity wedding since professional wrestler Randy...
Yeah, if it's not clear, I'm like a socialist, to say the least. I'm like a pretty... I'm leftist.
...in a wrestling ring made entirely of cake.
Is this one
So any questions about that, you'll can probably make assumptions.
And onwards and upwards. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Remington's Fist CEO Sophia Remington today announced a brand new product that already has the markets buzzing with interest.
This groundbreaking product came as quite a shock when it was revealed earlier today.
I can't tell what that is.
Skeptical that the young CEO can fulfill her promises.
Described as a breakthrough far ahead of its time, the male contraceptive pill is heralding a sexual revolution. Its fans are celebrating the fact that men can finally take equal responsibility for contraception, but others have expressed concerns over its safety and side effects.
With that exclusive Prime Ministerial interview coming up later,
and our very own Patrick Bannon coming to you live from the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh shit, okay, right. I fucked up the editing quite a bit on that one. I kept forgetting to switch back to the other guy. I'm not used to having 2 hosts.
First tonight, after the Christmas horror caused by Mr. Snugglehugs, we have an exclusive interview with one of the victims.
Poor 7-year-old Timmy Tadlock, like so many of those affected by the Christmas bloodbath, has spent the last 3
months
undergoing a series of reconstructive facial surgeries.
Last week, joyfully, he spoke for the first time since...
I played an ad for that.
He talks to us.
What happened?
Before we go to the interview, however, this station would like to issue a
game is glitching.
frank apology for any part we may have played in the tragedy. We should never have advertised Mr. Snugglehugs. Without our publicity, the sheer scale of this tragedy, and now upwards of 8,000 casualties,
Jesus!
Averted.
On behalf of the Nightly News team, we're sorry.
In future, we will do better.
Now it's over to Robin Short at the Tadlock family home. Robin?
Thank you, Megan. I'm here with Mr. and Mrs. Tadlock and their 7-year-old son, Timothy.
Oh boy.
Thanks for spending time with us today.
Yes, well, you're bloody lucky we're spending any time with you at all after what you lot did. Irresponsible.
I mean, whose idea was this anyway?
It's all right. Wasn't your fault. As you can see, Megan, there's still a few open wounds here. I'll check
Don't
carefully.
make that joke.
I'm going to speak to Timmy now. Hello, Timmy. Can you see me?
Mummy, who's that lady?
It's the lady from television, Timothy. She's going to ask you a few questions.
You be careful now, it upsets him to remember.
Don't worry, Mr. Tadlock. I wasn't the youngest ever editor of the Swinstead Middle School Inquirer for no reason. So, Timmy, can you tell us what happened to you? You had just unwrapped Mr. Snugglehugs, hadn't you? Was he under the tree?
Yes, I could smell him already. He smelled like love.
Ah, yes.
What?
Fur, scented with hoof.
I was so excited. I ran up to my room and gave him a big hug. He was so soft and warm.
Jeez, why are we getting so much interference?
Before he got in the way of Daddy's Porsche.
Bloody cat had a death wish.
And what did Mr. Snugglehugs say to you?
He blinked his real action eyes and said, "You're my very best friend." But I sure wish Mrs. Snugglehugs was here, and she can't be for just $89.99. And then it's the general error. 41.
And is that when he burst into flames?
Look careful.
And then he exploded.
Oh, look, I've asked you nicely.
And am I right in saying that one of his real action eyes is now permanently embedded in your cheek?
Yes. When I took him in at night, it glows through bandages.
That's kind of awesome. I wish I had that.
Staring at me.
Yeah, some of the other children have started calling him Timmy Three Eyes. And with his glasses, that's 5.
Jesus.
And what's the last thing you remember before the darkness overtook you?
He looked at
My cheeks do glow. True. True.
and laughed. Laughed as he burned.
It sounds very true.
I forgot about that.
Do you have nightmares?
All right, that's quite enough of you two coming in here with your camera, trying to make a buck out of our suffering. I won't have it.
Mr. Tadlock, just a couple more questions. Timmy, do you think you will ever be what we can call
No, you've had your
normal
questions,
again?
and now look. Oh, you've made him cry with all 3 of his eyes.
Calm down, your
I will
Do you
not-
think
I
your
haven't
parents
did
will ever
it,
really love you
Marjorie.
again?
Jesus. That's horrible.
Oh, your poster, your favourite poster, Timmy, are you okay? Oh.
So there you have it, Megan. Just one of the many victims of an
We'll do better next time.
that has shaken our nation.
I'm pleading,
Back
am
to
I
you.
not?
Thank you, Robin. Harrowing stuff.
And many questions to be answered by Sophia Remington in the coming days and months, I'd wager. How will she turn this crisis around?
So, Jeremy, what are the warning signs a consumer should look out for when they're spotting a dangerous toy?
Well, Megan, experts advise to always check for the new Advance mark, which guarantee a level of safety and quality.
Yeah, can we just get a close-up on camera 3 here? So if you take a look at this National Nightly News mug, you should see the mark.
Advance?
In the wake of the scandal, the government were praised for their swift response in bringing in this set of stringent checks and new products.
It certainly is good to know that someone's watching out for our families. When we come back, our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the Sports Board Finals. Stick around, you won't want to miss it.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Oh, sorry, I'm bursting.
She's very good. Megan.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, she is.
Jeremy, women are coming.
I'm more worried about this water dripping onto my head.
And I'm 47. You know me from
Ooh, we did good that time.
Alex, Bozeman, we're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it. It's 6 p.m. for God's sake. No one wants to see fannies on the news. Bozeman out.
We believe your skin deserves the best, so the new formula actively removes harsh chemicals from your skin. The high salt content actually pulls the dihydrogen monoxide right from your pores to give you the crisp.
I'll have to cut around it, most likely.
To expect.
That's what it says.
Yes, I understand. I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
But of course you do. I've got one hack line.
What's that supposed to mean? I didn't write it, Jeremy.
We're just gonna just hit all the cameras at once.
Something wrong with the auto cue.
We'll find out.
Oh, it's drip again. I've not fixed this.
Want to see us for the ratings?
5, 4, 3.
Game.
Well, National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy. But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan, you join me live here from the finals.
Brian David Gilbert looking ass.
It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Ellie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature move, the lanky hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending, it's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the Fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on. Striker go first. Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier by some margin. Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid. Eddie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not after last time.
I can't tell what the fuck they're doing.
On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. On to Mr. Harris now. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris.
Oh, they're just tossing it into garbage?
For shots number 3. All right. She's gone to sort of throwing it under her legs. Not bad, if you ask me.
Don't know why you complain. To Harris.
Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Football. Move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Oh no, and Harris is not going to be happy with that. So really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope that round 2 treats him a bit better.
This game is really fun. Just switching between.
It's time to change ends.
Cameras.
Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense. Striker giving it large.
Second round, Harris.
Wins round 2 now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streak on the pitch. I apologise if we broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's proving a bit difficult, and I'm struggling to follow. Because it's quite an eyesore, and women's bodies, yeah. All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now, and Harris
I think I did it.
determined to close that massive gap.
I think I did it. I think I was okay.
No, it's just some of the tightest play I've seen ever. Harris. And was that a fitted thumb screw? We haven't seen that since the Heats. What a brilliant move. Back to Striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound. Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket. I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastering display here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start there for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, we've always said that. And after all, it is a game of 2 halves. 4 rounds and 7 subgenres. But now, of course, it's time for the half-time show. Sponsored by Remington's Fish.
On my whistle.
Must be some music here.
This segment is fucking weird.
Okay, another posh protester loose on the court here. We can only apologise for that. We'll do our best to shield you from having to look directly at it. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dance interlude there. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face. Security's on it. And the bucket has been knocked over! I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully,
I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over.
Genitals flying around for all to see. really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television. And out of there, hopefully taken away, never to be seen again.
Final poses. Ball boy cannot be in the final pose.
And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one. And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these two players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't.
Thank you.
Not bad.
I'm doing.
Give me the eye all day. I don't know what's going on there.
I need to do a lot of cutting here, so forgive me for not looking at chat.
She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swing round. Back to Harris here. God, what I wouldn't give to be that ball. I'm all right, ladies. Tommy Harris. And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because, of course, if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket. Back to striker. And striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course, perhaps. And yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course, we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mud. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame.
Harris receives possession now.
Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 battles. So, here we go. Tommy Harris. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact. A caution from the referee, who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like...
Oh, shit.
Now, I don't know what I can be doing about this. I mean, sort of breasts and genitals for all to see. I mean, there's only so much I can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? All right, I'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters, hopefully we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match. Nonsense is going on here. Yes.
We want our money.
Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters, absolute wasters. Oh, jog on! It's an absolute bloody... Okay, we're going to go into the final round, and of course, as it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mime round. Who could
Tuesday?
Who could believe it? Nice amount.
I just noticed the ad for Diet Stank.
At this point. Really high-level play here from two absolute juggernauts of the sport.
Hold.
The bucket getting moved back to its proper place. About time, if you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands. And she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg. And now she's and she's spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on.
Illegal spit.
From Striker. But she's in it to win it.
Harris's ball.
On it like a car bonnet.
We're actually doing really good.
Having a bit of beef. Tommy Harris here, having a bit of beef.
If you look at the top,
And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. Not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with Harris. And he's throwing it, and the banana was the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris. Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic, there we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump. We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official.
Contestants in, please. And the winner of the first annual Sports Board Championship is everyone!
Okay. Once again, a win for everyone, including me as my 15th win in the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the on-site security to collect their medals. They're 6th and 7th respectively. And thanks again for watching the Sports Board Championships. What more is there to say? I'm Patrick Bannon. Looking forward to celebrating tonight. And all that's left to say, Jeremy, is back to you in the studio.
Patrick Bannon had an extraordinary final.
Historic sports board, Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Yeah, I can wrench a doubler with the best of them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
That's coming up after these messages.
1 minute back.
Fucking microphone shocked me.
What?
Fucking microphone just shocked me. Where's that sound guy?
Okay, so it wasn't just me.
Everything okay?
Oh, the mics are just trying to kill us now, apparently.
This reminds me of Don't Feed the Monkeys. I'm not familiar.
I'm immune to your cheap flattery.
I'm wearing you down.
Boozman again. Just heard from the chap
See?
that this storm is causing the odd power surge.
I thought that would be like an A+.
Dangerous. Now I know you're tough and you can take the odd shock for the sake of a perfect news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker. I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. Boozman out.
Sorry about all the buckets. We seem to have sprung a leak. Well, several, actually.
We're going to need a whole new lining up there. Triple C.
Wait.
Minister, it's so good to see you again.
Hey, fair warning, I think the co-host is going to die.
It's a great time to be alive.
Too bloody right, Peter Clement.
Megan Wolf.
Man, but that's a firm handshake you've got there.
She's tough.
If we're having electrical problems and there's a leak...
Here, with Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, pet.
Your sea dump.
10 seconds, everybody.
No, mine's fine. Have you had a little accident?
She's a cow.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and Peter.
We don't believe much in
Ouch.
Seem very advanced.
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across the capital. Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy anyway.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to help.
You know, whinges.
People who've yet to benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open.
So much to
Oh, God.
But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts project.
Which we no doubt will have funded.
When we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make, but they were being surprisingly secretive about it.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Okay, it's not usually how it works, but...
What?
Oh, God.
I mean, really scares you.
It's death, Pet. She's talking about death.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, are you saying that Advance have cured death?
That'll be a vote winner. Yep, that was definitely a drop there.
But while we may not have cured death, we hope we found a way to make it much less scary.
And much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me close-up camera?
Oh,
okay?
yes, it's kind of cool.
When I was 13...
Everything is breaking down.
Came and got me from school. He was to go to the hospital. My granddad, he'd collapsed that morning. So we'd all to say our goodbyes. And I went in to see him. He were all frail and pale. I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope, 3 days later he were back home. He lived with us for 9 miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till half-time.
sounds.
It was awful. It were awful for us, and this is the point. It were awful for him. He could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away, and he wouldn't bear
I don't know if I caught that
to
beep.
turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't, or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see, and she didn't want to lose the children, as well as her old man.
No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The health service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and paid.
Emotional costs are catered for?
So, even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. For people who feel they've run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating...
Oh, they're talking about assisted suicide.
You've just given me electric shock.
Are you okay?
I don't know. I think it frightened me.
Which I honestly also support.
Peter?
Yes, sorry, my apologies. Oh.
Are you not worried that this new system might be open to abuse?
In what way?
Sorry, I've got sacked again. Can I get a little bit of help here, please?
That the older generation might feel somewhat...
Jesus, a raw face, fucker. That one was massive. Right, no, this bastard's coming off.
Sorry, that the older generation might...
I didn't realize he said something.
...somewhat coerced.
Coerced into spending their final days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of... with a rusty twat!
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
For fuck's sake!
Don't get yourself sorted out.
Right.
We're launching a government information film tonight. It should tell your viewers everything they need to know.
You really do move at a breathless pace. It's hard to believe you've yet to be in office a year.
Oh, Megan, we're only getting started.
I'm on.
Are you okay?
Thank you both so much for being
Are you okay? I think we're okay.
Right, yes, that's all we have time for tonight. Thank yous go out to our guests. Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board Final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name's Jeremy Donaldson. If you can, have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
Did I just die at the last minute?
So they just...
It seems so.
I don't suppose there's any way this could be a good thing.
It's for my nephew, so me
Did I just die at the last minute? That might have been scripted. I think that was scripted. I fucked up the last sequence a lot. Hold on. What happened? Just exceedingly poor edit. Okay. Fair enough. I was cutting between a lot of stuff though at the end. Hey, things are looking up. My job is mad at me. Activists so mad at me, I guess. I'm still not sure how to feel about Advance, because I actually agree with some of the policies. Some of them. I don't agree necessarily with how they're doing some of the stuff that they're doing, but I guess we'll see as it goes on. I also don't know anything about like British politics or English politics. So again, coming from like a leftist American perspective is probably going to...
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the
What's happening?
broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it, little
What the fuck?
You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off. Hold down the big button until it's fully charged. Then release it to zap the little fuckers.
Okay.
Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping.
Gremlins, I guess?
On the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower.
Internal use only. Occupational hazards.
But before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later on tonight.
This has no credibility, Jenny.
At 7 o'clock, it's another...
No professionalism.
What's wrong with this picture? And tonight...
It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference. Of course Megan's place looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear her.
I guess this was done during pandemic.
To you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
What?
5, 4, 3...
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefuck. It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we had so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe...
Oh, I guess that's what was climbing up.
...must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open.
I feel totally responsible for this.
Going stir crazy, with no signs of Mrs. Snugglehugs' batteries running out, and the government lockdown now 31st day, domestic relations
That's pretty funny.
are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
Instead of COVID, it's a killer toy pandemic.
Sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become...
Alex, they're on the tower.
Shit.
Going it alone. Popular crustacean Johnny Hamsleeves is back in the news today as his astonishing photograph, he leaked himself, shows exactly how he's been spending his lockdown.
It seems that when the lockdown was announced, Johnny's long-term partner, Tiffany Lamour, was busy in the capital preparing her new show, Chocolate Clit Bombs, for its now postponed grand opening. Let's hope the exhibits don't melt.
Being locked in alone seems to have made poor Johnny realise the empty pointlessness of the professional sportsman's existence. I like that.
Okay, we're getting into like Five Nights at Freddy's type, like multiple things going on.
Narcissistic wives and an utter lack of social importance. Let's hope he doesn't run out of toilet paper for those tears.
The shape of things to come? In their own version of a lockdown, more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborgen-Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of the Sporsborgen-Horgensvoord, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination. with a recent vote naming Helvetica's Forsborgen Warmansford the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you.
What the fuck is happening?
I don't know what a Mrs. Puckley is.
What is happening?
They sound like they're causing you guys real problems. We can track
Oh, I couldn't see them.
1,961 days now, and all I can say is I sure...
Can I restart this one? Hold on.
Wailing Frog resubscribed for 3 months. Who 3
Hello,
months?
Thank you for the resubscribe. I'm gonna retry this one. Because this is a lot to take in all at once. Hello, welcome. How are you doing today? Up game? Okay then. You're sleepy? That's true. I still forget that you like Locked Nights. Did you just get up? Or you... And that you have issues sleeping anyway. I thought this follow sound was a satellite restarted. I sorted it. I might need more sleep before work. Haven't slept too much? Yeah. I actually got up a little bit earlier than I usually do, so I'm shocked that I'm not, like, super tired. I'm a little tempted... I'm a little tempted to switch to PNG. This game has some lag issues.
This has no credibility, Jenny. No professionalism. It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I'd expect you to know the difference.
Would not be able to play this.
Of course Megan's place looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
It's doing it and streaming is difficult.
Wild streets, eh? Doesn't endure another romantic comedy.
Jeremy, Jenny says...
I'm having a lot of fun, but it is kind of difficult to talk and play at the same time.
As she says she's not talking to you.
Yes, I know, I can hear her.
Shall I count us in?
Make it so.
Okay, 10 seconds. Break a leg, everyone.
Preferably a furry one.
5, 4, 3...
Good evening, I'm Johnson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
Snugglefox? It's been almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys woke up simultaneously in factories worldwide and began searching for their husbands. The Mr. Snugglehugs we had so short-sightedly destroyed. And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap is taped up good and tight.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Going stir crazy, with no signs of Miss Snugglehug's batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected...
I'm gonna make the same decisions, they seem fine.
Reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
With dating options limited, many house sharers, in particular students, are finding solace in co-tenants they'd previously rejected as unfuckable, indulging in an activity that has become known as snuggle tugging.
Going it alone. Popular crustacean Johnny Hamsleeves is back in the news today as his astonishing photograph that he linked himself shows exactly how he's been spending his lockdown.
It seems that when the lockdown was announced, Johnny's long-term partner, Tiffany West, was busy in the capital preparing her new show, Chocolate Clit Bombs, for its now postponed grand opening. Let's hope the exhibits don't melt.
Being locked in alone seems to have made poor Johnny realise the empty pointlessness of the professional sportsman's existence. A life that, while no longer bringing great wealth, still offers vacuous conversation, narcissistic wives, and an utter lack of...
I'm gonna keep looking to the left now.
Toilet paper.
The shape of things to come? In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the
I don't understand this one.
Wong and Ingrid Sporsborgen Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellized imaging equipment.
Many of us Sporsborgen...
I don't understand this one.
...as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination. With a recent vote naming Helvetica Sporsborgen Womensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Greetings from Dante's Tate, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you. I don't know what a Mrs. Pluckless Pug is, but they sound like they're causing you guys real problems. We've been trapped down here for 8,961 days now, and all I can say is I sure am glad Mum and Dad did not get on that escape craft. Since they grew me and the rest of the family, we've been getting on famously, and sometimes Mum stops crying for upwards of 20 minutes. Also, it turns out, at a push, you can eat flards, if you can handle the stomach cramps and the amnesia. Greetings from Dante's Taint, or as we say down here in the family, many mushrooms to you.
Okay, so some real culture going on.
Been down there so long now.
But as everyone knows, time moves quickly underwater, Jeremy. That's why goldfish are so stupid.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the bowl,
the thicker the goldfish.
There's no denying the logic of that.
Class war, a worrying turn today for the formerly rich as ever more punishing measures are announced, Alex.
With the country becoming ever more hostile to the previously wealthy, those who managed to skip the country must be very grateful to the people who help them right now.
This programme has received reports of rich relatives on the run actually being filled with helium and released into the stratosphere. If those rich bastards think they're above the rest of us, why not give them a hand in getting there, Jeremy?
And Advance speaks out. With the snuggle struggle proving us to governments around the world, Advance HQ released...
I'm sure those people are dead.
...this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how the people really feel.
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement.
Good evening. I know many of you feel lost right now. I know I do. Which has nothing to do with the waning support of the government, and I don't know why you keep saying that. We're doing loads, okay? We have scientists looking into the lifespan of lithium batteries. Good ones too. Not the red wine cures cancer kind. And no, I can't tell you when all this will be over. So just stop asking, will you? Let's stop focusing on us and what we're doing and start focusing on you. Because I have some questions for you, actually. Why don't you think the rules apply to you? Do you really think sunbathing is classed as exercise? And since when was hummus essential?
What is even happening? I am a switchboard controller for a news company.
So yes,
So I'm switching between cameras, censoring,
who did what or why.
censoring crosswords, keeping the feed live, and stopping these rabid toys from destroying the satellite.
Turn on each other if you have to. Fight over sponges and then go home and stay there and think about what you've done. Just don't turn on us. That won't help anyone. Thank you.
Delectable stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be catching up with brave roving reporter Patrick Bannon, while I check in with two friends of the programme who find themselves stranded at opposite ends of the country.
And then, in part 3, there's going to be a quiz.
Yeah, the toys are partially my fault for running an ad that I knew was dangerous.
A news programme.
And in a moment, we'll both be asking Sophia Rimington how such a trusted brand...
They'll essentially kill her Furbies.
...terrible manufacturing mistake.
With what it describes here as help from popular psychic scientist Delia Lywell.
Oh, I like her.
Why do you do that?
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News. get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame?
Joining us from her ranch in Arlingsfield, Milkirky is the CEO of Rimington's Fist, internationally respected business Svengali, Sophia Rimington.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I'm a huge fan of your work.
And from a crystal healing laboratory in what I assume is a garage in Upper Lowington, inexplicably renowned psychic scientist, Dr. Delia Lywell. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Sorry, us?
Myself and the eminent professors.
Is that what you call the voices in your head?
The voice seem to attract dead scientists. I don't really know why.
The money?
They express themselves to me through ethereal algebra and quadratic predictions. It's all very...
Math is important.
No, it isn't.
I concur. Miss Remington, the entire Snugglehugs range will surely go down as the biggest public relations disaster in history, won't it?
Well, of course, that's one world record we would never have sought to claim.
What can you say at a time like this?
There is only one thing that can be said. I'm sorry. We're sorry. From everyone here at Rimington's Fist, but especially the dedicated inventors and world-beating engineers at Rimming Toys, we are deeply, deeply sorry.
Rimming.
Who could have predicted that letting a child's toy learn how to love could have such unforeseen consequences?
Mary Shelley?
We see you, Sophia Rimington. You are preening by a metal vessel, and where you venture, you will see neither land nor sky.
Is that supposed to be the future?
Only the past is concrete. I remember being a child in my grandpa's workshop when he made the first dancing hangman toy. He put it by my bed, and when I couldn't sleep, I'd wind it up and let it go, and I'd watch that happy little executioner just wiggle and wave his tiny noose and dance before my eyes. Grandpa sold thousands of them, on the quiet, obviously. And he used the money he made to found Rimming Toys, which is now
We're actually talking about the toy stuff at the moment.
global supermassive megacore that is Rimington's Fist.
If I remember correctly, Remington's Fist also bought
Along the way,
the car dealership that we can advertise.
School Tobacco Factory, another one of his pet projects. But we never lost his spirit of invention.
Yes, I'm not entirely certain what your grandfather's offensive toys have to do with the current predicament.
The spirit of invention, Mr. Donaldson. The passion to create, to problem solve. And that is why I'm here today, to tell you about a brand new product we're launching simultaneously around the world from midnight tonight.
We said science! Science! We hear its song on the breeze, its breath on the wind, its fart under the covers. Under the covers.
How does she do it?
Well, please, don't keep us in suspense any longer.
It won't be my feature she's making up next.
Rimington's Fist is proud to present Snuggle Traps. Safety and security in these dangerous times. Each box of Snuggle Traps contains 8 devices, all guaranteed to stop a Mrs. Snugglehug in its tracks. That's enough for a small lawn or 4 window boxes.
God, there's so many.
And you want to know the best thing? They're only $129.99 a box. Now that is affordable peace of mind.
Hey.
We see you, Jeremy Donaldson.
Not now, honey, I'm mid-pitch. The best thing about Snuggle Traps is they're powered by next generation Flardinium batteries.
I can't change.
So, however long the enemy lasts, these traps will outlast them.
We see you, Mr. Donaldson. You are screaming and yelling. Your friends are crying. They fear you. And then you're gone.
Oh my god, I just got chills. Did anyone else just get chills then?
I think I did.
I think it's more concerned. I think I'd be more concerned about these traps. Quickly, before we go to the break, these appear to be attractively repackaged landmines. Aren't they dangerous, say, to children?
Oh, hell yeah. These are not toys. But they're explosive fun.
Sophia Rimington, Dr. Delia Lywell, thank you for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the situation across the country tonight.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these bandages.
Was that all right?
Oh, yes, Doctor, that was exactly.
Can I change?
She seems very nice, that young Miss Remington.
I think she...
Wisdom tunnel use only.
Interesting dinner guest.
Do you think so? I think I'd rather spend the evening...
I think this might be something
Was that my sceptical arsehole?
from that company that I want to see.
Mate, it's Dave. You're not going to believe this, but I've decided
Mobius?
to come home. Listen, I'll call you
you back at the next break and we can talk about how I get me job back. Cheers, Alex. See you, mate.
And the isolation idealists, the healthcare heroes, and the lockdown lovers. We say,
yeah, well, it's been a long time coming.
Still aging, possibly more so. We need to come together, every single one of us, and do the right thing. Keep buying our products.
That's pretty good.
Eye of the beholder. Because you'll have
Eye of the Beholder is paying me, by the way. Well, not paying me, but I have stocks in the company, so.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Ruth. Now it's time to take a trip around the country to hear how the lockdown might impact the nation from some friendly faces. Joining me are respected academic Katie Brightman and author of Alan James's Kites, Alan James. Thank you for joining me.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Thanks, Megan. It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our little heated encounter.
I wish I could say the same.
So first off, Katie, how are you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home.
Oh no, what happened?
I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
Exactly. My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund...
This guy is kind of the resident Alex Jones.
Oh, Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah. People are being quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise I've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Reich, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
You're unbelievable. You.
So, Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. They want us compliant. And they want us inside.
A hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually seen one of these supposed toys. Have you?
I've seen many.
No, but...
Did you?
I've seen multiple.
People die every year from regular toys. That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit.
Well, then I must be wrong.
Alan, are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
But you just said...
How do you respond?
You just said they were like normal toys.
Snuggle hugs might be dangerous after all.
I suppose I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like art, cake, and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborns to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, can it be any worse?
Luckily, over the past few years under Advance, we've invested heavily into health. So the system can...
I'm hoping that this is a dream sequence.
The Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within.
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an army. Amassing an army to kidnap our children.
That's you. That's what you sound like.
This is giving me big, Some more news vibes. Oh shit.
I don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
You do, Alan.
Cody's Shody vibes.
And that's why no one wants to be your friend. And that's why
I've got loads of friends.
No, you haven't.
I don't think you do, Alan.
Yeah, stop lying, Alan. Yes,
I'm not lying. You are.
Oh, good one.
You are.
Oh, good one.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. Some real food for thought there from two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you.
That was a good gag.
That was a reasonable debate, which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Bannon. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello, I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there?
Yep, I can. It's as you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. So my question, Jeremy, is just how long? I mean, could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential is even realised? Will he die, underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid?
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there?
Well, that's actually a sponge. What I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets?
Not safe at all, Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
Mm-hmm. And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on?
Oh, which street am I on? Oh, God. I'm just looking for a sign. There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yep, I'm on Bannon Avenue on the sign, it says there.
Like Patrick Bannon?
Oh, yeah, that's strange. That's a weird sign. I don't know what's going on there.
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon, Alright, fine, I'm not on Bannon Avenue, I'm at home, to be honest. Alright, fine. Well, I'm in my bathroom, technically, but, you know, I couldn't face it, to be honest, mate. It's, you know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. They're everywhere. I'm sorry for lying.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
Oh, Patrick. I like Patrick.
What the hell's that?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Oh, fuck, it does. Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks.
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
But you're lying, aren't you? Oh, shit. Fucking listen to me, you bastards. If you're out there just to piss off, you little fucking snuggle fucks, I'm too talented to die. Oh, what the fucking hell? Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, God.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. What do you see, Patrick?
I see only Satan. Oh, God, no. They're coming to me. They're coming after me. No, you fucking little shit.
Thank you, Patrick, for that report, showing the nation.
Oh, well, I guess Patrick is dead.
Just where you belong. it's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be hoping to take your mind off the world for a little while, and who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us after this. You're damn right. Yeah, I had them delivered. Yes, to Bannon Avenue.
This is a Channel 1 informational video.
Dave here. I'm running to a few problems getting back. Although not as bad as yours. It looks like you've got one loose in the studio. Whack it on the head if it gives you any trouble. It's pretty bad here too, mate. I've got on board. Captain Buzz, chef's down and we're out of rum. I'm sure I'm going to make this sobriety all dry land. If I had a missus, I'd ask you to tell her that I love her, but to be honest, I've kind of pissed my life away, mate. Still, at least I'm outdoors, eh?
Follow during this crisis.
This is like actual Five Nights at Freddy's now.
Panicking makes you less productive, and that makes Bozeman sad. Protect network equipment at all costs. We have
Oh, this is... I shouldn't be playing this.
But our budget is limited. We ask you to do the right thing and value our property.
I shouldn't be playing this. This VHS.
If you're working from home, please refrain from taking meetings on the toilet. Even if you're not going, we can still tell from the way your voice is all echoing. A reminder, the dress code is still in force. I can hear a tie on a conference call like a baby in a vacuum cleaner.
No, I'm not.
Remember,
I'm not going to.
The public are scared. They want information. They'll consume anything we tell them. So let's not waste time on fact-checking for integrity. There's money to be made if Papa wants a taste. Bozeman out.
5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, welcome back anyway. We know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. Even though some people felt it's not our job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense, other, more important people overruled those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win.
3, 2,
who will National Nightly lose. So, how do we play? Well, joining me as a man who knows all about playing, it's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny. It's good to see ya.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
The enforced isolation of everyone in the country.
Ah, yeah. I think I heard about that, actually. Yeah.
You're in bed, Tommy.
Yeah. You called during nap time, so.
Of course, that's my fault. So, why don't you tell us how the game is played?
Well, it's pretty simple, Jeremy, you sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else, yours truly. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
And what are they playing for, Tommy?
Drum roll, please. Drum roll, please. Jeremy. Jeremy. Thank you. This. It's my athletic support, Jeremy.
Oh.
But I've signed it, so...
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize.
Have we got anybody waiting to win this once-in-a-lifetime prize, Jimmy?
I believe we have Angie.
The thing is pulling off on my equipment.
What about winning his man's old pants, Angie?
I've never been so excited, Jeremy. And can I just say, I love you. Both of you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you?
Oh, Angie, I love you. In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie.
Well, what can I say? My name is Angie. Always has been. I'm a human woman. And my
Oh God.
hygiene has been described as...
Don't introduce yourself like that.
Right, well, shall we get this shambles underway?
Absolutely, John. Can I get 30 seconds on the clock, please?
We haven't got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a clock. So
Well, why don't you start, and I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right, here we go. Time starts now. Question 1. When is my birthday?
The 13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. Question 2. What? I said, what is my favourite colour?
Crushed praline 4.
Correct. The colour of my nipples. And Angie dear, what is my star sign?
questionable outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable. That is correct. Stop the clock.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question right.
I hate this show now. This is terrible.
Absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line at Jelly Bean?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course I am, Jamie, darling.
Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Oh god, this is a really long segment too.
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you?
Is it that obvious? What gave it away? Was it the glamour or poise?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Tell us about yourself, Sonia.
Oh, well, if you must play this game. I am a theatrical agent. I represent the likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffeecup, and Jodie Carpetburn, among...
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
Well, they may have closed the theatres, shut the studios, and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that evening.
I really hope this is only one segment.
Are you managing without any work?
With the things, the toys.
My artist contracts. I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is sharp.
Standard stuff, standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this?
Oh, well, you know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking...
She's turned something off the plug, Alex.
Fuck.
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
We got time.
Well, if it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's all right.
I'd love to show you some of my stuff. I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
During lockdown, we've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you near their children, do they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I've been developing some shows for younger children.
Well, we'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil?
Absolutely dying to.
Right, so, what do kids love?
Timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers?
That's right. Animals! So, I'm trying to address the things that kids need to know, but through a medium that
I do like this guy. Algebra.
Understand.
I think so, yes.
Jeff's one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am, yeah. So, the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayments. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes. He's a porcupine. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I think you're onto something here.
Oh, the bear!
Oh, yes, right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear, because all of the other bears don't think that he'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
Well, I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this. He's at his lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he?
This segment is kind of going on a bit long, honestly. This
will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise old octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear.
I think I like this guy right now.
Dad, you're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you.
What? It didn't give me the thing.
And what you need to do. Says the octopus.
probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic goals. It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations.
Wow, you really have taken yourself to new depths. And what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh, fuck shit.
What?
I said a more realistic worldview.
Are you all right, Jamboree?
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
No, stop. How does it end? We need to know how it ends.
Well, all the animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
Yeah, and Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end... We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
Yeah,
please don't.
You know, I might be able to. Hang on. Can we get Angie back?
Why not? The more the merrier, as they say at
Please don't.
as they say at orgies.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming.
Lights!
Or wanted. At all. I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to endure.
You turn this shitting thing up. Well, there's all sorts of creatures down on Dangly Doodle Farm. Like wise old Mr. Octopus with way too many arms. There's Mr. Pig and Mr. Cow, they're always in good moods. But that's 'cause they don't know they'll soon be sliced up.
Oh, we are on beat, okay.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who sinks a turpentine. Mr. Tiny Mouse thought he'd own a massive house, ended up in a bedsit where he can't control the louse. Mr. Horse thought he'd go into professional sports, now he's an alcoholic and he's on his third divorce. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to die. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how you try, you'll never reach the League of Nations. The best you'll get is middle rank in trading operations. So lower your expectations. You'll never win an Oscar, so there's no congratulations. The future that is coming will not meet specifications, and no amount of visualizations will save you from your own deterioration. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a tramp who thought he'd be a multi-millionaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where self-esteem goes to die. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the disappointment that is waiting everywhere. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
Thanks all for what I'm sure is bound to be a classic of children's.
Oh god, they're back. They actually left me alone for a little bit.
Let's see how it's really done.
Before we wrap up the news tonight, I just wanted to spend a moment talking to you directly. A final thought, if you will, just for you, Alex. You see, I know you think it's gotten complicated
there's something you should know. You like to think you've got the family rule.
I think I can just leave it on her while I deal with the Snuggles.
You think you're even-handed, but there's nobody fool. You clearly love your daughter more. You like to think you've got it under control. Well, if that was your goal, you better re-roll. Did you have a few too many at the watering hole? You clearly love your daughter more. Now Chris and Sam are broken, 'cause you're too scared of the law. And Charlie's getting angry, locked behind.
Is she singing about me?
But Susie thinks
She is.
perfect with that hollow.
Oh, that's interesting.
And I've gotta say, you clearly love your daughter more. Peaceful night.
It's actually based off of my decisions, huh?
Clearly love your daughter more.
That's kind of rough.
Well, that's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow when Jeremy will be wrestling an alpaca and I'll be naked. I'm Megan Wolf. Have a treacle night. Oh. What? Oh, just give me that beer.
I didn't sign the permission slip because I was worried about it.
And every week we'll send you a workplace accident you'll never forget. From the classic trip and fall to the unparalleled heights of gross negligence, this limited edition
What
set
is that,
really does
Pat?
have it all.
Do you think I'd be happy with
next
that?
of kin could enjoy a disappointing
Yeah,
payout,
if you're
which makes a
lying.
mockery of your pain and suffering. Also included is this vial of real crocodile tears and your employer's complete lack of responsibility. Every issue comes complete with this companion magazine.
Wake up, Alex! Alex! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Shop collection and your nearest workstation now.
I do, though. It's true. They are correct. Oh man, I did a really bad job this time, didn't I? It should be fine because it's not real. It's not real, so it's fine. Right? Why are my edits always poor? I don't know what I'm doing specifically wrong. I wonder if there's multiple variations of that song. There must be. I'm really interested to see those now. I believe the lockdown thing, they advertised it specifically as like a bonus that they made during like the first lockdowns. I'm assuming the rest of the game was made before that? That was a good song, actually. All of the music stuff has been really well produced. Oh geez, okay. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned faces. Your family, by your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. Blink a few times to clear the sleep from your eyes, and bring everyone into focus. You feel a hand on yours, gentle but reassuring. Sam, though, there with you as always. Though expression understandably concerned, is somehow more affectionate than ever. Chris chimes in from beside them. See, Alex is fine. We missed the game for nothing. Fucking Chris, what an asshole. You and Chris still aren't on great terms, and it's hard to miss the tone of disdain in their voice. Just ignore him. The worry lines on Sam's forehead fade a bit. Lord knows they've both got enough to be anxious about without your health being thrown into the mix. With a final smile at them, you turn to the rest of your family. Just as you feel Susie's absence, you notice Charlie fidgeting, clearly trying not to look worried. Uh-oh. As soon as you turn back to look at him, you can see Charlie's tense up, his concerns clear on his face. Is my daughter, like, dead? You're definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking away. I'm fine. There's nothing to worry about. Looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. Always good to have him in your corner. The smile fades as you notice your mother staring listlessly out the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she's not been doing well. She starts, your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. Turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? Smile warmly and nod. Before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. He asks you, for what feels like the 100th time, how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. Excellent. There's no sign of any real damage, just a bit of a shock to the old system, pardon the pun. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days, rest at home, you should feel right as rain. Oh, and the private room in care. Doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive. Has all been paid for by Mr. Bozeman. Huh. He left those flowers and said not to worry and to take the rest of the week off. We'll see you Monday, apparently. Nice. My boss isn't too awful of a person. I mean, it would be nice if my workplace was not a danger to my health, but... Oh no, bell. no more bells. You come home from a particularly late shift, and the kitchen light's still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam at the table. Bills and papers are strewn out in front of them, as well as what looks to be a second pack of biscuits. We call those cookies. They give you a quick kiss and take the seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Just looking at the numbers again. They look to the door to the pantry, now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. I mean, we're doing okay. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we've got more than enough to keep going. With Susie home to help out, the nurse would only need to be part-time anyway. I mean, you shouldn't put that on the kid. That's fucked up, don't put that on the kid. I know things have been difficult, and the daily care won't be cheap. He's your mother, we have to really, don't we? Yeah. The other option. Right, they legalized. They did legalize it, which is fine, but she's not in a state to make that decision for herself. So, yeah. If you can't make that decision yourself, then that's not an option. The sword of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. Such relief to not have to worry about it anymore, or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling thinking, how long will the money last? They legalized euthanasia, essentially, which... yeah. Sam's out with work tonight, and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. Order a takeaway. Have a couple of drinks and decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch. I would watch a horror movie. The atmosphere and story are better than you were expecting, making you jump more than once. After a particularly shocking emergence of the lolling lumber. That's another Britishism, I think. I don't understand how to say that. You accidentally kick the coffee table, revealing a small object hidden beneath one of the legs. As you bend down and reach for it, you recall the note Sam left on the fridge. Hey sweetheart, Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it? As you hold it closer, you're surprised to find the gift's actually engraved lighter for Chippy. He claims the nickname's affectionate, but Charlie still scowls every time she sees it. She says it. The accompanying note from Susie explains, Orkistan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it, don't do anything stupid. Hopefully it's just a souvenir and not a new pastime he's picked up. Or about to pick up. I mean, they did kind of imply that Susie was the one doing the graffiti that we saw on the news. Hopefully none of them end up doing anything stupid that we don't approve of. They can do something stupid that I do approve of. But we'll see. That looks like the guy from Top Gear. It looks like a mixture of two of the people from Top Gear. The silence. Okay. Oh, right.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get out.
What do we got? Sports board.
I mean it, Kath.
Responsibility.
Stay where you are, Kath. Jenny?
This is not Jenny's decision, Jeremy, or yours.
It'll be all right. I'll talk to both of them.
Oh, good. You can tell him I'll return his wife's casserole dish at our dinner next week. Jenny?
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry, Kath.
We only have 2 ads.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds.
Part of a team.
Things are better, Jeremy. Just stop being so high and mighty and do your job. Just stop being so high and mighty and do your job.
You'll have me fight too.
Don't tempt me. Good evening. I'm Megan Wolfe.
And I'm Jeremy Dawson. Our main headlines.
The establishment strikes back. The World Council has agreed today to impose punitive sanctions on the people of this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, food, clothing, and even some medicines. But how should we react? We asked the public.
What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it make a lot of difference, Pet. I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. And if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Important stuff.
Controversial Prime Minister Julia Salisbury attempted to assuage growing public concerns with the following official statement released earlier today.
The international sanctions declared against this country today by the World Council remind us that now, more than ever, we need to come together as a team.
I don't know.
Since coming to power, we have eradicated poverty and, as a consequence, seen crime fall to levels previously thought impossible. Our schools, hospitals and youth clubs are thriving, And our transition centres have enabled many thousands to unburden their loved ones with dignity. In any sane world, we would be held up as a model to emulate. Evidently, this is not that world. The privileged few have lobbied, and now they are striking back. But we will not cower before their tantrums. And we encourage other progressive nations of the world to continue to trade, visit, and share their cultures with ours. Do not be afraid. We have more friends than we can count. We are a team, now more than ever. And this team...
If what she's saying is true, then that's good, but...
Thank you.
Reassuring stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our refreshingly different government? Robin Short found out.
Hi there, I was wondering if you could spend a moment to give us your thoughts on the government.
Honestly, I think they're doing a great job. I know the assets and world checks have made the difference for us with the cost of the little one. And people seem, happier in the main. I always said things would get better with a woman in charge.
Over to you, fellas. Global Corporation Remington's Fist.
I bet if I did the other one, I would see what all the issues are.
On their groundbreaking male contraceptive product, Responsibility.
The drug has been passed by the government for general release, but the small print warns that, in rare cases, side effects can include blurred vision, enlarged genitalia, and increased risk of stroke. No double entendre intended.
But what do you, the public, think of Sophia Remington's latest venture? Patrick?
So what are your feelings on the new contraceptive pill?
I think it's a great idea. A big step forward for equality. Sophia.
Pretty much all contraceptives like that have those dangers.
That company.
The delicate sound of thunder. A frightening start for commuters this morning, who were confronted by a somewhat sinister sight as they left their trains.
Many travellers reported feeling intimidated by the silent figures who stood motionless outside every major station in the capital. Radical extremist group Disrupt, who organised the show of strength, refused to comment on the meaning of the strange protest.
Or to apologise to this presenter for making him drop his morning bagel in surprise.
But how do we feel about these somewhat radical extremists and their upsetting methods? Robin found out.
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Ah, well, now you're talking. Ruddy hero, showing us not to take it lying down like Iris here.
So you both feel they're a cause worth supporting?
Well, Iris doesn't speak online, but we're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we, love?
Jesus.
Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt, fighting the yoinks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Bubbling up. Intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and Dr. Ingrid Svorsborg Hawkinsford today sent a blueprint of the escape craft in which they hope to finally leave Dante's taint.
With expert opinions of the plan running the gamut from optimism...
We're just doing positive for most of these.
That looks like something my granddad made in his shed. It sounds like the unfortunate team are going to need all the thoughts and prayers they can get.
So what should we think about the escape plan? Patrick Bannon again.
So I'd imagine that you think this is a great plan.
Oh my God! How did you know? It's a brilliant idea. I hope everyone gets behind them so that they know that we're with them. In spirit, of course. I can't actually go diving.
I think I understand that plot line now.
I am not a number.
We're being too positive about it, which means we're not really getting help.
Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks, and, rightfully, pubs and bars.
And of course, there's no charge, Jeremy.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you, the public,
Let's do a negative.
About the new
Let's do a negative.
Cards?
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody not. It's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification, sir? And then it's, would you mind bending over the table, sir? So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up your derriere.
Oh, crikey!
They should call them what they are. They're bloody ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
Oh, I'm really not happy, Algernon! I'm so sorry. Crikey.
Crikey.
And finally tonight, back of the net, Popular sports personality Johnny Hamsleeves and his fiancée Tiffany Lamore were spotted out today doing a little shopping for what many are already calling the greatest wedding ever.
We can only assume that Tiffany's latest show, My Teenage Secretions, has sold better than expected.
I don't care.
As
Medium.
Things, the whole affair's about to become more expensive than Lil C's shoe collection.
I don't know who that is.
But what should your opinion be of this extravagant display of wealth?
Don't really care, love.
Thoughts there.
Later tonight, in a break from our usual responsibilities, Jeremy will be taking popular rapper Jesus to task over his street credibility. And then we'll both be meeting the team behind the new play that's got theatre critics buzzing with anticipation.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Okay. It's funny because I've always kind of wanted to do this job. I don't know how realistic this is in terms of timing and audio stuff. Probably not very.
First tonight, let's return to our main story.
With the shine coming off Advance's popularity
and the honeymoon period pretty much over,
the National Nightly News has spared no expense in bringing you the response to today's sanctions from across the continent.
Joining us to help digest this shocking development are Prime Minister Peter Clement from his home in Lamfordshire.
Good evening, Jeremy.
And from Urkistan, Foreign Minister Ivan Vodovich.
It's a great pleasure. Miss Wolf, you like...
And from Svenland, Minister of Mojo, Björn.
Hey, everybody.
Minister Vodovich, your country pushed especially hard for these sanctions. Any regrets?
My only regret is I was not able to see the face of my old friend Peter Clements when the results of the vote were announced. As you say, he has one up in your bottoms.
In Svenland, we try not to gloat, actually, because it's seen as really ugly and dangerous to some small creatures, yeah?
Oh, don't worry, Minister. Ivan and I go way back. He's a wind-up merchant who can't put for shite.
Pete,
Just trying to get a rise out of me.
You're like a man who load dissidents onto train to labor camp, not because of love of country, but to make up for the size of his tiny penis.
Been on the vodka, Ivan.
No more than you. I see you on election night with mouth like man thinks he's singing beautiful lullaby. But actually he's squealing like a pig in hands of Randy Big Dick Farmer. Hey?
Actually, we Svenlandians, we aren't size obsessed. We value passion, yeah? Like the way we spoke up for Mr. Clements' country at the World Council.
That's all well and good. And high and mighty, but where were you for the...
I don't fully understand what's happening politically.
Fingering each other's fjords.
Actually, that's kind of racist. And if you must know, I've had like a really tiring afternoon and my tongue is very taut.
Prime Minister, with Advance's popularity on the wane...
You don't have to bring that up at every given opportunity, you know.
Peter, he's like...
You know.
Peter, he's like man who think he's sniffing flowers in beautiful glade. But he's actually standing under outflow pipe from shit factory at shit flushing time on day of village festival of shit. I tell him this at 19th hole.
Minister Vodovich believes that left to their own devices, people will behave selfishly.
It's nature of all beasts.
However, in this country, we think our citizens are capable of being more than beasts.
Pathetic idealism.
Minister Björk, Svenland has long had radically different traditions and culture from the rest of the world, and yet it peacefully coexists. Why do you think that is?
Well, you know, I think maybe the world sees us as something they can actually spiritually be enlightened to, yeah?
Yeah, or maybe it's the orgy houses.
Sometimes, when foreign dignitaries come to visit us, they're actually quite skeptical, actually.
Can we just go there instead?
To the Donga district and show them what like a progressive, enlightened society looks like, yeah?
Shit of bull. Svenland is like woman who thinks she makes best cake in village hot baking contest. And then when she slices it open, it's just full of piss and cum.
That's just really gross, actually.
Svenland is a teeny tiny country. With population smaller than number of people, Peter Clements is sex with his teeny tiny penis.
It's not all about size.
Can you not say cum on TV?
That's what Peter Clements always claimed.
I'm talking about population size.
And I'm talking about Peter Clement's teeny tiny...
Oh, fuck off, Ivan!
Oh, Prime Minister, please.
It's so easy to sit on your pile of money and gloat, isn't it, pal? You're a shite leader. A fucking god-awful golfer. And quite frankly, as my old man used to say, you're a bit of a cunt.
Prime Minister, please.
It's you who is cunt.
Minister Vodovich, please.
You people are fucking starving, pal.
We will see how well fed your people are when the sanctions start to bite. You think you're man like big, scary wolf person terrorizing village, when actually a pathetic goose person.
What is this? This is TV.
Small cocks, mate.
In Finland, we believe like the size of...
This is not for broadcast. We'll...
Does the love it contains, yeah?
Oh, fuck off.
We're in the control room.
You could just calm down.
You're so smug on golf course. They are like man who fuck pig and somehow give her birth to beautiful lady girl. But now you start to see, yes? The people
We have to-
are happy. It's never enough.
It's certainly true that advances popular...
We have to make sure that we're switching between the appropriate cameras, censoring words, running ads.
You know what? Nah, fuck this. I'm done with this.
Prime Minister, please don't storm out.
No. I have had enough of you, Mr. Jeremy Donaldson, and your snide aside. You think you could make a better job of things, do you? Because it's not that fucking easy, let me tell you.
This is the Prime Minister, by the way.
Fucking disgrace. You insinuate and edit against us and pick your headlines so people don't trust us. The sooner you roaring monsters are taken into public ownership, the happier everyone in this country will be.
Well, we've not got long until the adverts, so...
Also, hello, Yuichi. How are you doing?
For the outburst, Miss Wolf. Julia thinks very highly of you, and I know you're not the one making the editorial decisions.
Do any of you have anything you wish to add about the sanctions?
I hate everything.
Done. I like man who happy he lie down with fatty, drunk, easy girl from Village Inn, who discover in morning he wake up next to beautiful news reporter lady.
You know, I think it would be a terrible shame, yeah, if the people of your country were to suffer because of teenage grudges and personal rivalries, yeah.
Thank you. Prime Minister?
This country, this wonderful, civilized, creative, inventive country, we're not scared of these sanctions. There's no wolves at our door, only the best of people striving to help out. So no, Ivan, we're not afraid. In fact, I doubt we'll lose a wink of sleep because we're strong. Because we're strong. And we're well resourced. And we don't back down to bullies.
And on that note, we have to wrap up.
Ministers, Prime Minister, thank you for joining us.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Okay, I can look at chat now.
So easy. So many buttons to push.
Piss off.
Will I see you at Graham's this weekend?
No, I've got meetings.
So, we control the cameras here, censor here, keep the feed live here on the right.
So that happened. Roaring monsters.
We have ads down here.
You two are like
Power.
who think you are king and queen of village when actually you are just puppets on a string of evil shit.
Oh gosh. Hello, Snow. Thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. We're currently... What are you doing? Oh, nice. Sorry. This game takes a lot of attention, so this is a good time to stretch. We're currently playing Not For Broadcast, which is a FMV live broadcast sim where we're behind the scenes of a news channel. And it takes a lot of concentration to edit and catch swell words and pay attention to what they're actually saying. There's a lot of like political intrigue stuff going on. So, if you're into that, that's what we're doing. are you up to? How was your stream?
New government censorship should show up in blue. Same as regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue waveform.
5 dates? I don't even know you, Julie.
Pardon?
Marriage and children seem to be a pretty...
Okay, I think they just introduced political censorship. So...
Better way. Now there is, young lovers. Now you can be doubly safe.
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Male contraceptive pill.
Hang on. Have they given you the Crown Prince report?
Difficult things like commitment
Well,
anymore.
Meghan?
This is Jeremy. We have an entirely successful human trial. We found that there are
Oh, I should probably explain, this is the broadcast feed, this is our feed. So this is what is going out to TV. The middle is what we have to work with before it gets to the broadcast.
5, 4, 3.
welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honour to be here on this show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Why are the lightsabers?
You know, I try not to...
What is this? I don't know what camera 4 is showing.
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically. Right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
What a tale. What a...
I assume he's going to do a song. That's probably what that feed is.
For your direct and honest lyrics, was your style informed by your troubled past?
Oh, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just, it's just too hard.
Of course,
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been talking about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it?
Yeah, we're like a pseudo-communist country.
So?
They tax the rich pretty heavily and then redistribute it.
Yeah, nah, of course, man, very much.
Which is portrayed as kind of bad, but I kind of agree with it, so...
People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah, I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Do you say you worked harder than, say, a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice?
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a...
Or maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh no, I'm gonna do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is unapproved, is it?
You love it?
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen?
State-of-the-art censorship system. I push a button.
The new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up.
There's been a lot of musical sequences.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel the elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams.
I'm not censoring the political stuff.
When you find you're one of us, get every single.
I have the option, but I'm not doing it.
Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive. My taste may be expensive, but why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention. I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise, of the crest of the wave. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snub ones, the push and the shove ones, the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones. Ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley. The ones who now finding that their bank accounts are empty. The ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation. The ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the praise, of the crest of the waves. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets. Set a fire in the building, let him feel some fucking heat.
Maybe I should be censoring some of this stuff.
And burn them on arrows of advances fucking letters. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to storm the castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances little dances aren't as harmless as it seems. Cause they're stale and corrupt, then you're angry or wrong. Then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs, and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this. Absolutely ridiculous.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference.
I only censored the cuss words.
We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there, sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing our culture spot. Coming up, we'll be speaking to a couple of familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just a reminder, fixing that old VCR.
This is
a new tape. Fast ad break.
This is just a mix-up, I'm sure. Now, if you come with me, I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust me.
leave.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand.
To make sure that in
This is unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
I can't. How do I? Oh.
We grow right here in the territory.
How am I supposed to use the last one?
Entitlements book will be in the next few days, and it will let you claim enough food for the week every week at one of our many new distribution centres. Everyone will get their fair share, and no one will be left behind. So you can carry on coming together
here we
to
go.
enjoy life.
Oh, shut up, stop it.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no more.
Megan, Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris?
Algebra again? Algebra's been here like 2 or 3 times now.
Again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Camera 1.
Shining example together.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, and no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Rayton, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to.
And this fucking guy, I don't like this guy.
Alive.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
Say.
Yeah, right.
So, Jeff, the question on his lips is, what in...
Oh god, game. Game. The game is freaking out, hold on.
After my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris. Jesus, that was hard.
Catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is...
Why did they fade that in like that? That confused me.
To me, it mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. You're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells! Back to the hells!
Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really lets me show my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Oh, good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
Yeah. We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports boards.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred pass!
And
I kind of want to see this. This looks real pretty good.
Actually commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which frankly would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Goodness, and you do this every night?
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free.
I'm switching between too many things right now.
Incredible, Jeremy.
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be
old ad?
the most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like
The ad was a little bit late. I had to swap out the VHS.
Oh.
Huh? Did you just slip him something? Did he? What was that? Oh, it's sports board what they were doing when they were tossing the shit into the garbage can? Why do they call it sports board if there was no board involved? Interesting, okay. Oh, I did good on that last one. I think they got mad at me at the middle section because I didn't censor everything. Like an advert too late. Angled by content. That's fine. It's weird because, like, they're portraying the government as like the advance party is like a fascist thing, but then the people who are like rebelling are like, hey, we need to kill all these people because they're taking all the money from the rich people, which is like, the way they're portraying some of it is kind of difficult to understand what the game is trying to say, but maybe that's the point. Also check, thank you. I just hydrated, thank you.
Wow.
I'll take another sip though.
Pure noir. Cheers.
Make that a big posture check. Shopping. Something that always seemed so tedious before sanctions become even more of a chore now. Managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening. You'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There was a queue to leave the Cowpoke, though. A Cowpoke was told to make out Y in the dog. As the final car in front of you drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. Here we go. Here we go. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CC blazoned in a number of places on it, punches your code and knocks on the driver's side window. Good evening, nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership code. Weren't these codes supposed to be voluntary? That's not a problem, we've got forms for us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. He clearly received the shoulder of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork. I thought they weren't required. Strictly speaking, they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them and no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit, and when he puts a hand up to scratch the back of his neck for a moment, he leans over you, presence now seeming a little intimidating. We should probably play along for now. This is a bad sign. Very bad sign, but... He gestures for his colleague to come over, and she quickly takes down your personal information, employment history, and also that of your family. It's quite a bit more than you were expecting, and the level of detail required is a little surprising too. So a few minutes later, you're done with the promise of your very own team membership code, winging its way to you soon. That's all great, thanks. Don't forget to keep an eye out for the new team lottery starting up soon. Loads of great benefits to be won. You have a nice day now. He all smiles as he pats the bonnet of your car and waves you off. These codes are mandatory now. It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event. Bozeman was very quick to tell you. And don't you dare be late. We should probably go. We did skip a day quite a while back. Start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lift. A drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? You arrive on time, barely, at the Savonian, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. This escalated quickly. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is. Possibly the fanciest place you've ever been to in your life. It's a bit to being patted down, and with a sigh of relief, are led into the hotel. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place. And the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. It's Alex Winston. He coldly checks her list before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. You feel a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at the table in the central floor area, with a decent view of the stage. Clearly, you're in Bozeman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before, but don't know that well. One of them informs you, far too excitedly, it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the no doubt very expensive wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family. As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey of Incisors fame. Incisors fame? I think that's a TV show. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala, before specifically thanking Prime Minister Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Boseman. Megan, and some other very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. As you handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words. Some quick praise. As you thank Advance, applause breaks out around the room. Both Peter and Julia stand up, you magnanimously accept it, before saying that the night's not about them, but thanks all the same. As you head back to your seat, you see Boseman nodding at you with a satisfied smile on his flushed face. Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn, you see Boseman walking briskly past with Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement in tow. You're pretty sure that he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Ministers to a selection of people at different tables. You finish off the rest of your meal listening to the last few speeches and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one. Providing I'm invited. Yeah, that escalated quickly. They still haven't done anything explicitly evil yet. But we're getting there, it seems like. I get the feeling something bad is going to happen soon, like today.
Oh. Alex, I've noticed that the valves are heating up excessively due to the current heat wave. When they get too hot, the trip switch will blow, as you've seen. Once things have cooled down and the trip switch is back to normal, you can get the power back on. You should keep the fan pointed at the correct valve by aiming it up and down. The middle gauge when you're facing the screen will warn you, so keep an eye on it. Also, maintenance tells me that the fan power switch occasionally turns off for no good reason, so keep an ear open for that too. I'm sure you've already worked all this out though, Alex. You're a rising star at this network and we're all very proud of you.
Okay.
Genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line.
Oh, we got a new VCL player, that's good.
Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good.
I actually kind of want to hear this.
Johnson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognise their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war.
What is this?
We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely. And we
They replaced my phone with a speaker?
We are neither meek nor defenceless. Thank you.
Taking the plunge? Far be it for us to be cynical, beginning to seem like the wedding of a certain celebrity power couple is more about attention than it is about love. As this leaked photo shows, the naturals of heartthrob Johnny Handsleeves and art snob Tiffany L'Amour were far from conventional when they finally tied the knot this week. In a ceremony that left very little to the imagination, the couple are insisting they hold with tradition. Well, as they say, something old, something new. In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be.
These are the same picture.
Has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Hard pill to swallow. Throngs of men take the streets in response to the release of new pharmaceutical responsibility. Remington Smith's revolutionary male contraceptive pill first hit our shelves earlier this month, and as a result, scores of men have been queuing around the block and around the clock ever since. Emergency departments across the developed world have seen waiting times skyrocket over the last several weeks, as men have been on the pill experience side effects in greater numbers than expected. With some pointing the finger squarely at the manufacturing giant, a spokesman was swift to point out that they just don't care. Leaders shipping out. The trapped scientists undertaking a bold escape from Dante's taint have revealed which of their two erstwhile leaders will spearhead their journey to freedom. While throughout their careers it's been clear that Doctors Wong and Swartzborg and Horgensford have worked best together, it seems one of them is now going to be taking a back seat. Ingrid has always been the tempered coolant to David's flagellized metal, so it's no surprise that with the unexpected challenges the team have faced, they chose her methodical and effective approach to getting the team home safely. Critics, however, have speculated that her strategy may be delayed, as her name takes much longer to say. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt?
Good question.
Exactly
We still don't really know.
What? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Oh, shit. Shit. Shit.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns of the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data
What does that sound?
from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into...
Oh, it's from that, okay.
...computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
I thought something was breaking.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Rivington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary.
I don't understand the fan thing.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely...
How do I aim it up?
Hang on. This can't be right. Right, but...
I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here.
Obviously you said a second ago that everything is...
Click and hold?
Well, actually, under concern level,
why is it
says, why God?
It's inverted. That's awful.
Celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need...
I'm gonna restart this one. Because for some reason, aiming the fan is inverted. I guess the idea is if you're like holding the back of it, as opposed to where it's aiming. I like the load music. I remember them saying if I do well, I get like bonuses and stuff. I kind of thought maybe we would get some like upgrades to our systems. But it seems like we just get to like go to a bougie gala so far. Okay.
On their wax wings.
Classical alludes are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I want to see what this VHS says.
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. Is that good enough for you? Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Let's go over to Jeremy Donaldson for the National Night.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions.
I think these are the same.
Now entering their 10th week.
These look the same.
A statement from team headquarters a short time ago. Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognise their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenceless. Thank you.
It is unexplained why they're sanctioning and blockading us.
Far be it for us to be cynical, but it's beginning to seem like the wedding of a certain celebrity power couple is more about attention than it is about love. As this leaked photo shows, the naturals of heartthrob Johnny Handsleeves and art snob Tiffany Lamore
I guess considering we're seeing everything through the lens of the TV, we're probably just missing a lot of context.
Imagination. The couple are insisting they hold with tradition. Well, as they say, something old, something new. In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders.
I'm going to do the opposite one.
Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what
I think it's going to be the same thing. I think that's kind of the point, is we don't have a choice when it comes to Advance.
Used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected.
Yeah, it's the same.
His delighted face is anything to go by. It looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Hard pill to swallow. Throngs of men take the streets in response to the release of new pharmaceutical responsibility. Remington Smith's revolutionary male contraceptive pill first hit our shelves earlier this month, and as a result, scores of men have been queuing around the block and around the clock ever since. Emergency departments across the developed world have seen waiting times skyrocket over the last several weeks, as men have been on the pill experience side effects in greater numbers than expected. With some pointing the finger squarely at the manufacturing giant, a spokesman was swift to point out that they just don't care. Leaders shipping out. The trapped scientists undertaking a bold ape from Dante's Taint have revealed which of their two erstwhile leaders will spearhead their journey to freedom. While throughout their careers it's been clear that Doctors Wong and Swartzborg and Horgensford have worked best together, it seems one of them is now going to be taking a back seat. It has always been the tempered coolant to David's flagellized metal, so it's no surprise that with the unexpected challenges the team have faced, they chose her methodical and effective approach to getting the team home safely. Critics, however, have speculated that her strategy may be delayed, as her name takes much longer to say. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt...
I'm going to do the opposite of this one as well.
Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. As grassroots support for the movement grows rapidly, especially in those areas Advance have not yet been able to fully regenerate, people across the country are starting to fear a return to the bad old days of inequality, division, and multiple television shows about buying houses. All this, and I'll be talking...
Okay, that didn't really seem all that different.
...medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Weekly News.
Go. It's not. Oh, it's because it's not on.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents have been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking.
Okay.
I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns.
I kind of figured it out now.
Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, he's mad about something.
I'm sweating.
Probably the heat, understandably so.
Now to study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go. And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
Again, the comedy in this reminds me a lot of Cody's Shody, which is not a bad thing.
We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. You can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
there you go. Much better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
There you are. Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Getting a lot of interference. I guess maybe the heat is making that happen.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an apology.
I actually agree with the rebuttal this time for once.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show, there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Oh, he's just bringing them out, huh?
People to enter for their chance to win.
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Pat.
Is that the same guy?
He's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals.
Is that the same guy?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which was recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son?
being the second smelliest town. No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Those smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Tell you what, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day.
Remington's Fist again.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built Flard factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does this stink not affect your life?
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness.
Oh shit.
Judges were very impressed.
What's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before...
I'm gonna get a really bad skull this time.
Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem. They were sung of my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon. Oh, man, what's the point?
And the ennui.
Ennui.
Now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Hello, Dottie. Is that you?
This feels like improv.
Elbows. You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest, and Barnes may request some censorship if he goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
And I can't do this anymore.
I say this every Friday.
I've done something.
I want to see what this ad is actually saying. This is from Advance about the codes.
An increasingly jealous world. And with these newfound luxuries,
I did a really bad job.
For those who have put the needs of the team before their own. From this month, everyone who has registered for a team membership card will automatically be entered into a lottery to win life-enhancing prizes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Register.
Cats
After
football.
all,
We should be doing an
the team
interview with the
membership
War
card
Minister
is your
or a
passport
report
to
from
your
Grantham Downs.
world-class
Even the
public
weather be more
services.
fucking relevant
And
than
it's
this.
absolutely free.
Breathe. It's just something
Just
like
be sure to have
minds
your
off
team
things.
membership
Exactly,
with you
which
at
is
all
wrong.
times.
People's minds should be very much
really
on
is
things.
that
Christ,
simple.
it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
If we don't know who you
I can't do this anymore, Jenny. I've had enough.
Team
That's it.
membership
This is just
10 seconds.
look after the team.
Over yourself,
And the
Jeremy.
team
Why don't you stop
look
feeling
after
sorry
you.
for yourself for 5, 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the Territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Oh god, that sounds terrible.
Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a...
I've heard of people that have, like,
To be totally frank.
incurable hiccups.
Watching your show, and I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bad.
We're doing this, huh?
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Nice.
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. The phones.
Yeah, I know.
It really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And
I feel bad because the hiccup lady is like an actual thing.
Positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson. That's absolute rubbish.
What it'd be like to have a pair of tits.
Could you?
I've never considered that. I've never thought about that.
Is it you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
A fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on!
This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin. A ginger tat.
I feel like I should be showing that. I feel like I should be showing this.
Necessary.
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once.
Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners? Bloody cat football? We are on the brinks of a siege the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccup.
I'm still censoring the cuss words.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right then. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of your machines. And when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
Alex, I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or by now we're going to show the other side for a bit. For a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. No, I don't want to hurt any of you.
I'm playing the tape.
If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
Alex, you're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right
Reset the system for the third segment.
You've seen
I imagine
us
the
on
ratings are going to be through the roof.
You've heard them talk about us on the news. We are Disrupt. We are the Resistance. It's time you knew the truth. You know Advance are lying to you. You know the elderly are not a burden.
Well.
You know the rich were not all evil.
Well.
And you know the team membership card is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us? Another faceless organization. A shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this is not a movie.
It was me, Austin. It was me all along. Who is this?
My name is Alan James.
Who?
I used to try and shock people for
Oh, it's the Alex Jones guy.
for entertainment.
I think.
But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us.
So what now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I have speech, look.
I mean, they still haven't really given me a reason to side with them.
This was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off. It was supposed to be your day off.
Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
Hey, these people might die, by the way, so if that's, like, shocking to you.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is...
Getting confused.
What's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
I mean, if they reform the cops, that's also a good thing.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. Who'd want to do this? Jenny. Why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There is a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker.
Oops, we might have made mistakes. He's realizing.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
I missed one.
Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. We're nearly done. All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast in the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ is also fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday.
He's probably gonna
Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice.
not make it out of this situation.
I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the news anymore. And I'm sorry. I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show
All
this
of
cut
you.
to the ads.
Yeah, we're not gonna show that.
Dull and lifeless hair, fed up with dry and brittle split ends. Say hello to acid gastrique. Provitamin formula.
Well, that escalated, and still seems kind of like the bad guy in this situation, despite being, impassioned. Advance will probably be mad at us for showing so much. Yeah. Well. I guess we're going to get a new anchor. The acting is surprisingly good in this, though. Honestly, that was a really good performance. Trying to look at the bright side of the situation over here. You wake up, still partially in shock, or still totally in shock from what you saw on the news last night. What you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about last night, after Jeremy, after everything that happened. I don't know what they'll do with him now. Are you okay? Did he live? Oh, maybe he survived. They probably, like, tackled him. Lock him up, probably. Sam glances at Charlie, then back to you. We saw that you chose to play that tape. We paused before continuing. I couldn't help but wonder why. I mean, I didn't feel like I had a choice. I think you did the right thing. I mean, it was a crazy situation, but it was the right thing to play the tape. You hadn't realized how much his support would mean to you. What it's worth, I think that you're in an impossible situation, and somehow you managed to make the right call. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. I mean, and we also unmasked the guy behind the group. I'm not sure you fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You didn't know how worried you were about it, but as Charlie makes a stupid joke and you all laugh, you feel the tremendous tension break. Sam rubs your back and tells him to flick on the TV. You couldn't ask for better. That's a lot of days. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved as expensive a nurse as you'd feared. You can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now. Unfortunately, the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a day trip to the transition center. But everything always seemed to come back to money. The transition center is, where you take the elderly to die, essentially. And they try to make it as peaceful as possible, supposedly. Kind of like an elderly center. This time it's you at the kitchen table surrounded by bills and paperwork when Sam comes to join you. Today, Emma told you that there was really nothing more you could do, except an expensive, experimental new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes your mum wants the treatment, more often she talks about visiting a transition center. It's hard to know which she really wants. And puts a hand on yours. What are we going to do? She's your mother, it has to be your choice. If there's even a little bit of her that doesn't want to do it, then we should try to do the alternative. It's a difficult choice. You never know when you might need that money, particularly for the kids. What if Charlie gets in an accident? What if something happens to Susie? But what if you could give them a few more good years with their grandmother? Just as you're finishing up breakfast, Sam comes in with the post. We got a postcard from Susie. Hope he's having fun on our trip. Sam reads it out loud as you finish getting ready for work. Well, I've seen what feels like most of Orcustan. Really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift, and before you say anything, yes, you were right to make me pack the extra pair of socks. Next we got the train to Konislava, much warmer and loads of beaches to enjoy. I could have stayed there forever, but had to head to San Palmerino before it got too cold. This is a good track. And I'm so glad we did. We've only got 1 or 2 more stops before heading home, but I'll be back in time for Christmas, I promise. Hope everyone is doing well. Love, Susie. Yeah, it's a good thing I managed to help her out with that. I think we're like, what, maybe halfway through the game at this point? If it's 7 hours? The 20-week war. Oh, that's... Oh.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
This is... okay.
Condensed milk, a cow's tongue, and some rhubarb. Not one to miss.
So, Julian asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Well, what does that mean?
It means do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
You didn't hear this from me.
It's over to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action from the
Apparently,
semi-finals
there's a crew
of
at Team
Pro-Amateur
HQ right now.
Sports Board, the
They just give me a
Sports
speech or
Board
something
Sports
tonight.
Board
They'll get it
At
on the late
9,
news.
it's our nightly
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Followed at 9:25 by our unsettling play,
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it
11:25, it's Incisors.
It
And
is what it
tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I
will be
listen
getting his
to you,
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Bambleberry, who has invented
10 seconds,
tasty
everybody.
twist on the humble biscuit. And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Nightly
Good
News.
evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes
Well, like, actually at war,
Wednesday
apparently.
as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will tragically
With who?
continue to rise.
With who?
Don't starve. Advance's food program moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. However, with a reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die. The recent decision to
Is she
allow
just
those
naming
with
games?
long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community.
With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card. A worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankleypool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. A representative from the Mankleypool Community Cohesion Team described the event as mostly peaceful. But it looks like Disrupt aren't going quietly into the night. And finally tonight, our mutual friend died in the High Court today for shamed Fnel Nightly news anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Penton Ridge Prison, while the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months
Okay, so he didn't pull the trigger.
Taken
That's good
into
to know.
custody 10 weeks ago in this very studio, little has been heard from our former colleague. Despite how things ended, we wish him the best, and we'll be sure to bring you all the details of that court case every night. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week, and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
This might end up being like a 1984 thing. Well, we aren't even actually at war. Who knows?
In part two, I'm a little overexcited to be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later, we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything.
Emma Foy's
As my old mum used to
down.
say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister. Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you?
Well, you know, Mrs. C and I were watching, you know, the night the blockade began, when Jeremy Donaldson, well, you know, and it were blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember, and I were a bit wheezy from all the cigars and all that, and Mrs. C turns to me after, you know, after the signal dropped away, and she were in floods of tears, and she says, Peter, she said, I couldn't go on without you, she said. So I made a decision.
We could tap into the other signal if we wanted to.
Stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthday. Weddings. State dinners. That's what I say. I got this useless running backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm going on a walking holiday this Christmas, and that should finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times.
What these do.
Certainly not the best of times. On that we can all agree. And there's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territories at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those farmers are bastard low.
All in it together.
What? All in it together. Oh, yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything, Peter. You should know that. What do you know? Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well, I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid? It's rigid, for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah. A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer...
Who's your personal trainer?
Some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you...
I'm kind of interested to tap into the other feed.
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans and then meetings to discuss
This guy sucks.
implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, Prime
You
Minister.
know, I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader, Julia Salisbury, is going to give a national address from team headquarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine that there
Sorry,
will be
sorry, you
the
imagine?
usual... no, what I mean is...
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't.
Was this guy just like a patsy?
Either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cards. What else? A little piece of my life. Do you want to rustle through? Get out. Refill my glass. Come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. Do you think the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other.
I'm surprised these aren't rations at all, honestly.
And many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this.
1 minute back, everybody. Everybody. And that is what happens when you wander from the car.
I don't.
I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Bozeman's face turned a colour that I think you call embolism.
Am I in trouble?
Bozeman? Nah, you're like the daughter he never had. I suppose the higher-ups might fire him, though.
Who's Lil C?
Or if there's any justice, me.
Who's Lil C?
Are you winding me up?
What? I'm civilised. I read books.
To rob us of power and leave us in the dark. But as a team, we have lit a fire so bright that they will never quench it. We are at war with a brutal foreign enemy, against leaders who do not even...
Who?
Have spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons.
They're not even saying who we're in conflict with.
When the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Should we lose? That is why it is vital that we pull together, that we encourage and educate our family, friends and neighbours so that they too embrace this new future. Because a team can succeed when it pulls in the same direction. And while we certainly wouldn't call dissenting voices treasonous, we
I've
would
never
raise
heard of
an
her
eyebrow
before.
at those who can't find it within themselves to show even
She any
a
good?
little team spirit.
Of course not. She dog shit.
Advance.
The kids go mad for her, absolutely.
Together,
5 in 10
we
seconds.
cannot
Hang on,
lose
Colin,
this
you've got
war.
kids.
Yeah, I've got about 6 or 7, I think.
What?
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C! May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are.
Wait, isn't that... I think I've heard of people actually doing that. And it kills you.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course, I mean the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
So, this newfound explosion to your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi, but as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again?
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh.
True.
Well, yeah, I mean,
True.
We're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one.
13-year-old son joined the Go-Getters. He's occupied now. Busy, even. His room's never cleared.
See, this is called Cry for Help, and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops. And it's out now! So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh, there she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough, and I hate it sometimes, and I hate myself. I just want to, like, cry into a
We
bath
want to
of
know
root
what the
veg.
news will no longer
But
tell
then I
us.
think thousands
And when we
of
find
girls
out,
would do
we will
anything
tell
to
you.
do me, so I must be quite
We will
lucky.
hack into your news broadcasts. We will defend your right to information. We
Yeah, I
will
do
resist.
think that sometimes.
And we will
Most nights, between like my
disrupt.
fourth vodka and the 8th time a stranger slapped me around the arse. I think things could have been different. You know, like I think things could have been different. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear. And having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I did. I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Cragler proud, and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. You know what? It's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here is Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
You're a natural.
I think I'm gonna start showing some of the hacking things. Because I'm curious.
Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see?
This is who close it might get DMCA.
To me, that's empty. I want that meet-you packing. Only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy. I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No dirty foreign member. Don't stop no morning drill. There's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers daughter. Come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older. Tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die a team. So what a Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions.
This is pretty fucked up, huh? Not a fan of this.
I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no Vickers daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier.
It is kind of a jam though.
So what a Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy and flip me over, grab my hair, rip off my clothes and dump them there. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing
That does remind me of
our show that we just know you're gonna love. We'll be back.
That actually did happen in America. That's not a Britishism. Oh shit.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours, won't you?
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective on me. You know what it's like.
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw, it seems?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both have the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both of us for our image together.
Wow.
And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line. And
It's fucked up, but probably not.
The lube guys. If they safely
Not that off.
I'm gonna stop needing it.
This says a lot about society.
Need you to use all 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment. The actors can't hear what you're doing, so they'll be trusting you to make the right
in my
choices.
dressing room.
There were exactly 12, as it said in your rider.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels like 12. Got it?
Absolutely, right away. 10 seconds.
Fucking algebra. Getting too big for his britches.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePlume now. How'd you like that?
Well, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this? Your wife. Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm DePlume.
Yeah.
And
I don't get it.
why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone
I don't get it.
offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom, and I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
You have to play a sound effect, Alex.
Oh, I hit the wrong button, I think.
Alex, if you kick this up, you'll ruin the notice board, and the actors won't be happy.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalised my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh! I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's
Oh, no.
Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way.
This feels like an Amanda Show bit.
In my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalised my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a...
That an earthquake or an explosion? Oh.
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into they put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices.
Okay, they're doing the evil stuff now.
Other urban centres, and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full.
Of power fluctuations and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent. Stand by.
People of our territory are no longer in genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately. We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement governments to ensure that your citizens become part of the new future. Your borders are now our borders. Your people are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feared is now upon them. Allow me to be crystal clear. If you fire a single shot at our territory or harm a single one of our citizens, we will not hesitate to detonate further devices. You will not find them, though no doubt you are already searching for them. Our technology is decades ahead of yours. We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by midnight tonight. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now, I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently traveling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent, in Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight
people are watching, surprisingly,
a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet, but together we will find out, and I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling, and with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out. We've got people ringing me, but the telephone networks are overloaded. Okay. We'll find him.
Do we know exactly which cities were hit, or?
Fucking hell, that ad.
We will find him.
That's about right. We play this fucking ad after that. We did a shitty job that day, but I mean, can you blame us? It's still unclear why they went full evil out of, like, so soon. Let's get ready for work. Hope you have a good rest of stream. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed this fucking weird ass game. I hope you have a good day at work. Or good night at work. I think there shouldn't be too much left of this. I do want to see... Well, I wouldn't even know how to go about doing like a completionist run of this game. And I want to see all the stuff that I've been missing. I'm trying to see multiple angles of what's going on, but I feel like if you go hold in one direction or the other, that'll probably have like major effects on the plot. The rest of your shift passes in a blur. They didn't send me home? With the same modes going around and around in your head, operatives working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll in the millions. Well, that just happened. You pull into the driveway with no memory of the Johnny home. The light in the front room is on, clearly someone else is still awake. The door creaks open into the living room and you find Sam sitting on the sofa, staring at the TV. The screen is off and they're clearly lost in thought. Take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulder. They don't look at you, but they do reach up to take your hand in theirs. Now you're closer, you can see the tears flowing freely down Sam's face. A little girl. I know. I don't know what to do. What can we do? The bastards killed Susie and millions of others, all because of the fucking war, which we never asked for. Maybe it was a bad thing that I fucking, Behind the tails you see fire, raw fury you've never seen in Sam. I hate them, Alex. I know you always supported Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need to know you understand that we're not going to help them anymore. So Susie was in the bombing. Nothing can justify what they did. Relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against you, clutching tightly. Clearly this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure if you've even processed it at all. Processed it all fully yet. But at least you'll get through it together. A final farewell. Last week has passed in a blur, a rush of things to do but all immediately forgotten, your memory clouded by a dark fog. 9 days into so-called Liberation Night, and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first ones at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who have come to mourn with you. Everyone here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, the same sense of loss. It's written all over their faces, much as it would be on yours. Step away from everyone else, needing space to gather your thoughts. Susie is gone. Sam said little since that evening. We're still getting over the shock. But when you walk over and squeeze their hand, they squeeze back tightly. We'll get through this together. You can only imagine how awful it would be to face this alone, which I think would be a possibility. If we made other choices. It's not even a coffin to bury. A seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea for the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Another one's gone missing. Would that bring the total up to now? I think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. What's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing in Queensview University. With all the other disappearances over the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly Disrupt targeting people who speaking out against them. I mean, it's more likely that they're capturing scientists and making them build nukes. I even heard Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on? Boastman clears his voice before continuing. I've told you before, I don't want to hear about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that there's nothing to worry about. Yeah, it's Advance doing it. Which means they're not our problem, and unless they start passing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Let's get back to work. Hold up a hand to keep you as everyone else flies out today. Between you and me, this leave it alone malarkey comes from on high. It's out of my hands. So I would appreciate it if you'd refrain from talking about it further, and make sure the news is in line with that school of thought. Give you a pat on the arm and a smile before leaving to carry on with whatever it is he's doing. Federal's public ownership is now in full swing. You're surprised to find Sam in bed next to you when you wake up. They must have gotten very late last night from drinks with the folks from school. Decided to let them sleep in and enjoy his lazy Sunday morning. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast into the living room to watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night. It's what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. Drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn off the volume. In addition to the food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on Universal Menu Centers countrywide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to the Prime Minister, Julio Salisbury, Pacific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people, given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured, many seriously and rushed to the hospital. That's a weird way to write that sentence. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority seems to have evaded capture so far. Interrupted by Charlie walking into the living room, bleary-eyed and with a piece of toast. Anything interesting going on? You leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. Everything is going to be okay, right? I hope so. I would say probably not. Thank you. My voice was getting a little rough then.
Pure wine. Cheers.
I wonder if I can see how many days we're actually in this. I know Mosaic said it was around 7 hours, but I feel like we must be coming close to the end. Apparently there are 14 different endings. We're not going to be doing all of that. The uprising. Oh, God. A year and a half since Liberation Night.
Can you hear me? Alex? Are you receiving? Calling. Come in, Alex. Can you hear the signal? Pick up. This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking in when I can. Please help get our message out.
I still don't trust this guy, but...
You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact. It's on your right.
But he didn't set off any nukes, so... So he's kind of the good guy in this situation. Huh? Oh. My breakers are off for some reason.
Resisting arrest, double homicide of the same bloke. She's right homicide of the same bloke. She's right laugh.
I hope he's alright though.
No,
He's got this far, and your brother was fine.
Going in 10 seconds, everybody.
Wonder what they're doing to him.
Ignoring him, probably.
Not probably, definitely. Going in 5, 4.
I feel like I kind of gotta help him out, because, I mean, fuck.
This is National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Future legend. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted multiple attacks across the territories. During the coordinated action, subsequently dubbed the Night of Fire, emergency services were kept busy at the agricultural centres, while a series of covert attacks were carried out freeing political prisoners, including former newsman Jeremy Donaldson. Heard from the missing journalist since the violent Disrupt attack on his convoy 6 weeks ago. Donaldson was on his way back to Betterment after his notorious court appearance. All of us here at Channel 1 hope that wherever he is now, he's safe. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future. What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world.
Unawakened world, huh?
Hans, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in Territory 11, 17 and 22 today as striking...
And territories just have numbers now, okay.
...economies. With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones. In an annoying show of petulance, the former elites drove their luxury vehicles at 10 miles per hour up and down the motorways of their respective territories. The coordinated protest of elites inconvenienced several 100,000 of their employees. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated publicity stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And a few stories we've been following for a while reached their conclusions tonight. Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. The national outbreak of low testicular syndrome has been finally traced back to the activities of Rimington's Fist. What had at first seemed like a booming success for Sophia Rimington's
It's medical, it's fine.
has ended uncomfortably for men throughout the territories. A slightly tipsy Sophia, who
Some people are into that.
commented that the men should stop whinging before driving off so quickly that one photographer's foot and both of his nuts were run over in the kerfuffle after falling out of the bottom of his trousers. A painful end to a difficult reign for the youngest female CEO in history. Fun guy. Unexpected news today as two familiar scientists announced the birth of an extraordinary child. The underground struggle of doctors David Wong and Ingrid Svorsborg Horgensvoort captured the hearts of people around.
Hey, they lived. That's good.
And after an arduous return voyage, which took over a year, the couple say they've never been happier. Baby Dante is said to be healthy, if a bit partial to the airing cupboard. Clean sheet.
Kind of wondering about the cult that was down, though.
Talking, everyone's favourite nudists, Johnny Hamsleeves and Tiffany Lamore, have launched an informative guide to lovemaking called The Wonder of Coitus. The Edurotic Handbook is the newest product in their body positivity range that includes a graphic novel about foreplay called Give It a Minute and
oh, hello.
Single,
hello, Odie. Oh, God. Let me give you a shout out. I'm having a bunch of raids today. Thank you so much. Yes. 5-3. Hey, I didn't call you Odessa this time. I almost did. Playing Minecraft. Nice. I've been thinking about Minecraft lately. How was it? I hope you had a good time. Do I have any more coffee? No. We're currently playing Not for Broadcast, which is a FMV, live broadcast sim political thing. Specifically create Above and Beyond. I'm not sure what that is. I assume that's a mod? Goes out a new thing. I haven't actually looked at Minecraft in a while.
All that, plus we'll be taking a trip to Dangley Parks for the notice board.
Mod pack, nice.
Sneak peek at the hottest ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
1.
People of the territories, today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the same question. How can I help? Well, this is how. And as for when, you'll know. Keep watching.
The only mod pack I've really played is Tekkit back in the day.
The start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement. Patrick Bannon is live from Parliament Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny. Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. No, with public ownership, you can't say anything these days. She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the rocker. I heard from an aide that... Hello, Megan, you joined me here live from the what? Hello, Megan, you joined me here live from the what?
Oh, seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back.
Just completely replaced him.
Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Thank you, Megan.
Oh my God.
I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here.
That's incredibly funny and fucked up.
Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now...
Patrick is probably dead at this point.
Stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly. For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Slowly gathering since this afternoon.
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Seems like the ceremony is getting underway. Here is Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, the picture of elegance, to begin her address.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably.
What makes Create Above and Beyond? What is that like, by the way?
Of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us, not to be content with the way things are, not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement is known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, Late Night Chat with Petey, which at its peak drew millions of viewers.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me, he once told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these United Territories.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words during his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
This makes me wonder about the guy who actually played this guy. If these videos are like actually
20 years ago, moments before I was supposed to give a speech, not unlike this one actually. Only I'd spilt coffee all day.
Probably not, right?
I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked, and from behind me I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he'd ripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was. Kind, compassionate, sensitive, a brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This glorious, this was so beautiful and new. This shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex. There'll be another opportunity to steal public perception soon.
I mean, he makes it pretty easy to make him look bad. That guy was an asshole.
His accomplishments, the future he forged, the boundaries he pushed. To me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great honour to give to you the Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Shall we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Oh.
Now, Alex, control the message.
Mom, we have to get you to safety. Come with us.
I'm not leaving, I can't. You two, come with me. Don't panic.
You're hurting me.
Well, stop resisting then. Stop resisting and we'll let you up.
Resisting! Ah! Stop
What are you doing?
I'm not resisting. You'll stop. I'm not resisting. Take me back.
Turn the camera off.
National Night News. We have the right to be here.
I said turn the fucking camera off. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes. Medics are coming. You sit down.
No, I can't hear you. I'm from the National Nightly News.
Well, then you can consider this payback.
Salisbury's still here. Julius Salisbury! You were killed!
Target approaching Songbird.
More than 10!
Target armed.
Target armed.
Haven't you done enough? Look around you!
Fucking
This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it? Hold your fire! Hold your fire! You've got no...
Streets, the time has come. Stop fires. Break windows. Draw them out. They can't stop us all. Resist. Distract.
Lower your weapons.
Position secure.
Lower your weapons.
Granted. None.
It was unnecessary. Can't you see?
Will you turn that off, please, sir? I said, please turn that off.
Is this not enough? You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians, people like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters, storm the building, demand elections, demand answers. Be what you were born to be, the once and future free.
Which...
Thank you, Alex. From all of us, you're doing great.
My name is Katie Brightman.
This is the big one.
I'm an economist and commentator.
There's a revolution happening outside.
You've probably
and we're
seen
off
me
to
on the
stand
news talking about
fucking
Advance
That's journalism, apparently.
and how progressive their policies are.
Next sequence.
Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say...
I think I should have saved this one. They told me to save it, but...
And to beg for your forgiveness.
I mean, they both seem bad at this point.
My mother was a nurse and my father worked in a factory. I was the first member of my family to go to university. But I always envied my friends who had so much more. Over the years, my jealousy grew. So when Advance came to power, I didn't think about the damage they would do. I acted selfishly. I was glad to see the rich punished. I didn't see how backwards Advance were. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition. It is poorer in aspiration. We are infantilized by Advance's naive policies. Policies born from absurd,
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know. Just keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least
I'm still not... this sucks.
Operatives will do the rest.
our only hope.
Megan,
The
this is your
only
new
hope
mentor, Craig.
No. Now lies with
10
Disrupt.
seconds, everybody. Sorry, Craig. It's a no. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolf. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over to the final episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the Notice Board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the Notice Board so much?
It's real. There, I said it. It connects with people. You know, people look at us and they say, those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, It's good for people to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely.
Right.
Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are filled with such relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
It's a combination of so many things.
I mean, this camera is
my
moving.
hard work, my talent, my look.
Wow, you really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey, hey, hey. You're welcome.
We've just heard. Our man's on camera 4.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something precious.
Get back to the interview, Alex.
That platform for good.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many underprivileged children.
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared. Next, you'll need to give them the go.
Is that better access to education, or reducing...
I have a bad feeling about this. I have a really bad feeling about this.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well.
I get the feeling they're gonna probably blow us up.
Goodness, that is a lot of children.
Yeah, once we finish putting them into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
Oh, you really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
Poor children. Were their lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Okay.
Yeah, it's shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000...
Ready for surprise? Maybe.
...have a celebrity parent.
I'd never thought of it that way.
I get the... if it's a surprise, I probably don't have a choice.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable, then?
Well, it's mainly shame and panic interspersed with expensive bottled water, so actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate.
Oh boy, oh hey. That's not the surprise I was expecting. I thought you meant a surprise in the game. Hello, welcome, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. What were you up to? Playing Persona 4 Golden. I need to play more Persona. I've never finished one, even though I like them. How is that? How is it going? Thank you so much for the raid. We're currently playing Not For Broadcast, which is a FMV live broadcast sim type of thing. Can I get to the thing from here? No. Unless it's an accessibility. I will say, thank you so much for the raid, but I will say, there's been some heavy stuff happening in this game. If you aren't in a position to be viewing like violence and political violence and things like that, then maybe don't stick around. But thank you so much for the raid, and if you do want to see this very strange game, feel free to stick around. I'm JD, by the way. This is the Jump Drive project. I always forget to say that for new people. I do variety stuff, I do some retro stuff. This is Papers, Please, but with VHS, essentially. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough for me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the Notice Board.
I do get the feeling something bad is going to happen during this segment, so again, be careful if you are not in a good place.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course. Keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know, it's a disgrace. Somebody
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. You might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar. It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
I get the feeling this is going to explode, so...
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to move it.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy, even for me, a strong and capable
You
woman.
did it, Alex. We're good to go.
Strong enough to lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town? Hi-ya!
It was all a single prop. That's kind of funny.
You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not. The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God!
Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Don't worry, we won't let that happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature. But really it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer. We'll catch this pissy nuisance and save the village fete. Or my name's not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
Are we getting another musical sequence?
It's the morning of the village.
No, okay.
Thanks to theatrical convention.
We've had many musical sequences.
To plan. Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy. What are you doing, Vicar?
First, I'm running the tombola. Then, I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fete.
Hold it right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Admit it. You wanted the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
Yeah, all of these segments are very strange.
Well, that was it. The final ever episode of the Notice Board. And what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning. So don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh? After party at my place, eh?
This was the break we were hoping you'd play our tape.
I did fuck up and play the second tape first.
We know you played it earlier, and we appreciate the effort.
You coming to the after party? Oh, fuck.
One last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. We'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're going to win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
Jenny just said to ask if you need a touch-up.
Did she? That's my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is my shade?
Well, she's kind of lost it, huh?
I'm gonna run back to Jenny now. Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can tell me. At all, at all. They said no one's died, that's all I can say.
10 seconds. She is in tears.
Ugh.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking Disrupt attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical Everyone is Talking About. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Hello? Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scan revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse, so John, we're having a baby.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
Safety in our tiny flat. We built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now
Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree.
And forget about that holiday in Territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again. No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you even make it out to the pub.
Why can't we be more like our gay and lesbian charms?
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Now when I take a sick day at home,
The parasite won't leave you alone.
how you swallow?
We're on top right.
You have to do this on beat.
I look after you, and you look after me. Ain't no trouble and strife. We got a childless life. No one wails and no one woes. No one draws things on the walls.
A happy husband.
A wonderful wife. We got a childless life. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days.
We're having a
Food
baby.
and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless days.
We're having a baby.
No more spas and no more
We're having a baby.
18 years on bills at least. Time for a whole new phase. These
We're having a
childless
baby.
days. One more thing before the show begins. Have you considered that you might be having twins?
Amazing. The Novaries there, treating us.
To tell to keep up. Good luck with your coup.
Due for a chance at
Thank
Love,
you.
Which is currently the hottest ticket in the Capital Theatre.
Have a good night.
Touring the territories later this
Remember, we're doing observation duty tomorrow,
Calm down, let's go, don't be shy.
which should be a lot less political.
Hi, Megan. It's an honour to be here.
Oh, really? Are you fans of the show?
Yes, used to be.
Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creative.
And more nudists. Maybe. Maybe not. Don't forget that one segment.
Ended the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack.
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Boram Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And
Jill with a J.
I'm the youngest.
That's incredible. And you were all friends previously. I mean, what a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times, maybe? You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're also couples. In real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are
Nice.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack, Jen, Janet, Jill, Jen, Janet, Jen.
Who's on first?
What about John? Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing.
And gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided that we'd just use our own names, which is less truthful.
We're also less likely to go into the wrong dressing rooms.
Oh god, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Mimbley Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture...
I'm supposed to be censoring something, right?
High up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital!
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Well, yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
It's been a very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing.
This piece
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
about children, and why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem.
Terrible problem. Having children.
Well, you understand, Megan.
You clearly agree.
This isn't about me.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
You're very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one, because...
You're the youngest, we know! It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Janet, please, Jennifer.
Oh, well said, John.
Thanks, Jack.
Got you back.
So, could you just tell us what is the play about? What happens in it?
Well,
Go ahead.
it's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which should be all of you. For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that children are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place, so...
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia J.
Can't hear properly.
I guess, you know, chance to dip my toes.
Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come. The Nova is there. And I am pleased to say we can now go back to Patrick Bannon to get the latest from the scene of tonight's horrific events. Patrick, are you okay?
Thank you, Megan. This is Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating...
That's not Patrick Bannon, by the way. If you just got here,
...this evening. An attack...
Patrick got pulled off stage, pulled off screen, and replaced.
...caught up in. I'm still a little dazed and a little deaf, Megan. So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't leave, not when there were people that needed help. Any team player would have done the same. I don't deserve praise for being human.
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. So, is the situation... Now, are we safe?
Yes, the security services performed their duties without hesitation. And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
Oh, that's good news about the Sorry, did you say no deaths?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the 4 disrupt terrorists curtailed by law enforcement who were, as always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message for your viewers.
Of course, the camera, there's the camera. Speak there, on the camera there.
Stay at home tonight.
This lady set off multiple nukes, so...
Disrupt have had their moment, but as the dear departed...
She's killed millions compared to Disrupt doing not much.
It ends today.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength. Back to the studio. Megan, now in the studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting from the front line of tonight's horror.
I think we need to take you to hospital, Danny. Can you get this reported to...
Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Night News, but before we go, tonight's National Night News.
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight we topple their regime, and we also silence their mouthpiece, Channel 1. Time to wake up.
Out from the shadows.
Wake up, sheeple.
They are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and well, it's pretty scary out there tonight. So stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this programme that the turbulence will soon be over, and we can once again focus our minds on building the new future with equality, fairness, and resources for all. My name is Megan Wolf. Let's meet tomorrow.
And we're out.
God, I think I threw up a bit in my mouth. Just then.
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the fall of France. Watch chat, 11 o'clock. Charges reached, sir. Permission to detonate. Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate. Look out your window, Alex. See what you helped make happen. She's coming down.
You're going to war with, like, the actual government. What did they expect to happen? Is that one of the endings? Is that one of the endings, or are we still gonna keep going? Oh, you can watch the hacks separately. That's good. I have opinions on this game at this point, by the way. It is fun to play. Feels very, misguided in some ways. but maybe that's just from the playthrough that I'm doing. We'll see how this goes. I also kind of want to look into some of the making of stuff to see the intent behind the writing. You arrive at work a little early despite a stressful journey in. You still aren't quite sure if everything that happened, but if the swarm of CCOs all over the building is anything to go by, this isn't just a Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed when you're informed you need to speak to Boseman immediately, and you're escorted to his office. A few minutes later, the boss man arrives. Oh, boss man. Okay. Disheveled, and with a stern-looking CCO in tow. Mr. Winston, good. This is Specialist Ables. You'll be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat. The dirty-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. So Alex, do you know why you're here today? Boseman's eyes are sharp and his gaze is fixed on your face from across the desk. April is standing behind you, out of sight but definitely not out of mind. I assume this has to do with Disrupt. What happened last night was nothing short of the culmination of a heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on this nation and its territories. Boseman shoots a glance behind you to your left where the CCO observer is standing. It is of course our duty to root out this rot, wherever we find it, to prevent anything like this last night from ever happening again. I've been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved. We'll be submitting a personal review of your performance, both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. Shoots you a quick smile. Don't worry, it'll all be fine. Arranging some papers, Boseman clears his throat and begins. Obviously a lot happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, but I'd rather none of them take any longer than necessary. Please be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. Let's start at the beginning of the broadcast and work our way through. After the attack at the memorials, you seem to have portrayed the terrorists in a quite sympathetic light. Why? I showed what was happening. It's my job. Of course, and with everything in flux, you want to know what would happen next. And certain you did the best you could. You always do. Scribbles down some notes, the noise of his pen scratching into the notepad punctuated only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a particular camera choice. Because while everyone else was talking, you recognize this? A flourish, Boseman produces a leaflet from the notice board and places it on desk in front of you. I assumed it was part of the set. Well, that makes sense. You aren't responsible for maintaining the set. You can only assume that's what's there is meant to be, after all. Get the feeling, at least from some of the above, was the finish it for the CCO? Thank you again. Well, thank you, Alex, and again, for Abel's benefit, you're so loyal. There was one thing we noted during the finale of the notice board. Boseman picks up the notes on the other side of his desk. You seem to play an odd choice of sound effects relatively early on. Now, the script was expecting laughs, but for all three, you chose to play boos. I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Well, of course, obviously we want all our shows here at Channel 1 to be as successful as possible, and we allow our staff a significant degree of autonomy. I'm sure no one would try to fault you simply for having a different sense of humor. See Boss Boseman frowning as he writes this, clearly not convinced by his own words. Maybe he likes you more than you thought. At this point, Boseman takes out a pair of glasses and places them somewhat delicately on the end of his nose. And the portly man leaned forward to examine his notes in detail. Obviously, we expect the odd bit of interference here and there, unavoidable. However, interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how quite so much of the messaging found its way onto our airwaves? The machine's been out of date for years. Well, it's certainly true that accidents happen, and with the very stresses of last night's broadcast, I don't think anyone could begrudge you for a slight drop in attention. Loud creak breaks the growing silence as Postman leans back in his chair. The tape of that poor Miss Brightman. Why did you play it? Help me understand why you play that tape. Seemed like the news. Well, at the end of the day, you chose to do it. I don't know if I'd have done the same thing in your shoes. I think it's clear enough. You thought it was the right thing to do. I believe that's all we have for you. I think that's all the information we need for now, Winston. Postman looks questioningly at the CCO, but by the time you've turned around, the moment has passed. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new satellite tower up. And of course, don't leave town. I may have more questions for you following the other interviews. As you leave, you see open hostility in Specialist Abel's eyes. I kinda wish they'd use like an actual calendar instead of this day number. It's your anniversary. A week away could have been just what the doctor ordered for you and said. But after speaking to the travel agents, there's just no way you can afford it. Just because you can't have a holiday doesn't mean you can't make tonight special. Have the day off so you can try to make a nice romantic meal. Though they did expressly tell you not to bother this morning. Think a cheap last-minute gesture won't change anything? Were those exact words? Do it anyway. Get to work turning the house into the perfect romantic setting for tonight. Everything's going according to plan, Sam's going to love it. Even you and Chris seem to be on the same page for the first time in years. Maybe it's been long enough for them to forgive you. Forgive me. Or perhaps they've decided they were unfair to ask you, but either way, you're grateful for the newfound peace. What? What is that in reference to? They even helped you clean up the house today, but when Sam gets back from work, it'll be pristine. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, with Chris and Charlie standing, quietly grinning. Oh, Chris, not Charlie. Yeah, right. Happy anniversary. Comes the chorus from your two cheerleaders as Sam turns to you, smiling and with tears in their eyes. It's perfect. They kiss you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Charlie. My band have the first gig this weekend, Charlie blurts out. And that's our cue. Come on, Charlie, time for us to go. Have fun, you two. You're welcome. Now I should go get our own dinner. You see, you can grill Charlie when he's back. Tomorrow, as in tonight. Okay. Well, he's been busy. Aww, they love each other. Who could ask for more? I'm curious how much of that stuff changes. Everything's ready. You and Sam have been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas and it never seemed to be in stock when one of you went to pick up the VHS. That looks awful. That looks disgusting. Now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open as you put a bowl of popcorn on the coffee table. Sam comes in with a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. What is it? It's been let go. Apparently there just isn't a need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children. They can't justify the expense. No, you don't get it. There just isn't that demand for younger years teachers anymore. Anywhere. We'll think of something. How, Alex? We're barely scraping by as it is, and now I'm going to have to sell the house. I can't see any other option. We've got too many debts to pay. That's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. Suppose you're right. Still, I hate the idea of losing this place. Think of everything that's happened here. Thankfully, you start the film, but neither of your hearts are in it. The house isn't everything. The amount of times I've had to move. A house means nothing. The telethon, an entire bonus broadcast in the extras menu. Huh, okay. At this rate, we might have 1 or 2 more actual broadcast sequences. The sterility. 3 years since the uprising.
Hello, Alex. I've checked the schedule for tonight. Nothing major to report. Certainly isn't anything you can't handle. Still, at least my daughter's in for Advance's new initiative. That should liven things up a bit here. Keep up the good work.
We only have advanced stuff. What the fuck is that? What is that? Wiles?
From her diary in front of a warm fire. Then at 10:30 is the latest episode of our drama series, Better Mate, which tells the inspirational story of Emily Dennisworth and the brave doctors and technicians struggling to help her shed her old habits.
And this is Jenny. She's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
We only have propaganda.
Don't talk to Colin.
You're getting involved in what's to work day, Colin?
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
That's followed by the territory weather report.
Atta girl.
And pages from Terratech.
10 seconds, everybody.
Monday's a myth.
So much. Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome to the NNN. I'm Megan Wolf. And who's this, you might be wondering? Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey.
Go fuck yourself.
All right then. Here are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face.
God, I hate this woman.
This is from Sonia in Larkshire. I've had plenty of time to fulfill, so I've started a new hobby. Since I started knitting, I barely remember that 85% of the country is sterile. My record is this scarf. It's 124 metres long. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot, or the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter Clement in my 4th lager this morning. Oh, I'm not sure if I see it, Catherine, but then again, I'm only on my 3rd. Do keep those coming in. Can you have a go? We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out. Okay.
Apparently, this is from Sherry Independent. Here I am, just 6 months out of Betterment. I'm healthy, sober and working thanks to the facilities I had access to on the inside. I'll never have to go back to my old life of stealing cars and burning down charity shops. I just wanted to share.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey.
No, you're right.
Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
2, 1.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S-Effect buttons for the next segment, but advance have already selected when and what to use.
Oh, good.
Just follow your government orders.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay, surprising vote of approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards.
I missed it.
Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now, following the demise of Disrupt, firmly behind us. This is the new future. And I say to you, it's better now. I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago. Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tachbadger. So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie? Is he all right?
His hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that, yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
We got it.
So, Alfie. What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Well, where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Oh, bless him, it's not just the ears.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I love this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, so you're a
woman.
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women
them.
can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you feel it standing up?
They can do that too.
I've never tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please, and not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Well, I'm going to ask you about my life.
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me mum and pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment, like coal and roadkill.
Well, that was fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yes. So I called it Cash, which was a popular name for a dog back then.
I feel like my grandparents have actually told me stories like this.
And I decided to introduce him to pretty little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times, divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see? Yes, I'm just lucky. Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here, the weekly Territory 1 Team Awards. First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble-Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven parts, she'd have been locked up. Tonight, she is being honoured as a team player. Please welcome Daphne Minister.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
I mean, 2 sugars, and don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Oh. Well,
There he goes, look.
I can't get the arms up any higher than that. You'll have to go down, love.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? As the actress said to the bishop.
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Well done. That's the minister, everybody. Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15. Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oh, what about my change? I've been in the quiet for 3 days now.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oh, right, you are, love.
I should probably, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe I should do more censoring so they don't get too mad at me, but fuck it. I don't care.
Have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in a local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia, Jackson Randy-Gannett. Medals, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Should we describe them first?
You're the best.
And his best mate was Smudger Ace. There was them 2. Little Eric, Unstable Terry, and of course, Leggy Sydney. She were a girl, but she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us had ever seen close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it home. Fiddly got shanked in Frankworth prison in argument over an olive. And Terry, he exploded quietly at home.
The most strict about like reaction shots now.
Skin condition. Scratched herself to death.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution. So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
Oh,
after we lost all our wealth, we discovered there were actually people who had never even owned a pony. So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you won.
Yes, before we do this, something to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When Advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it too.
Oh, security!
Oh God, not again. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Pennies and the news are not good bedfellows. Those flappy bits off my channel, Alex.
And you are? Oh, nice.
Got to go. Oh. It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't make pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses, fed and feckled and hung well. And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up!
Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the big... Oh, here we go again. Hello, Thanks, Badger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, love. I'll protect you. Oh.
The beggar won't know what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s. We'd go to the promenade at Shining-on-Sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach. Everything was black and white then, of course.
Everything was black and white then.
Hay, and tried to win a block of lard to take home to the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much simpler. Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circus. There were loads of them, you see. Circuses, with their big tents and candy floss. You'd hear the music, the pipe organ, drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most metal sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause. The circus.
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Yeah, don't mind. Yeah, just a tea, Pet.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territories, we should value our fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighbourhood. Since then, he's gone on to be a senior Indonesian cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Netherley.
Oh,
You should be in the Innovation Centre. You are one Prime Minister. It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Prime Minister, you have served this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with a 9-6. As with my own tiny fists have I.
Well, let's open the envelope and find out what you want.
Get the boot out of your mouth, come on.
A year internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. Those are all where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, that is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And as we integrate, we retaliate. Just like you and liberation. Thank you. For the war. And David. The non-cohesive.
Oh, you can't even, like, the opposite?
Concludes tonight's award. Join me next week when hopefully things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Nicola.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's winners, Stacey?
This was fucking scary. The pretties were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Okay. Thank you put there if little pain. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. And we're out.
Oh, Alex, what's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day to work with Junior, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theodore. I'm so sorry, darling. I'll speak to you later. Oh, Alex, completely what I was going to say. Last of all, still, I'd like you to have...
What?
Disaster. Snap. Nothing. Are you leaving her?
Are you fucking with her? So she can swear.
That's fine. We did a bad job that time, but that's okay.
So, actually, Robin, grab who they can, get their links on your
They do know I have a Queen Beauty degree journalist. This is bringing it all together.
Where is our audience?
Sitting around that boy band. Hotspot.
Hotspot when it goes.
Heat rash. Oh, God, they're running out of names, aren't they?
I think I remember Hot Rod being my favorite Transformer as a kid.
And we are going in 5, 4, 3. Welcome back. Stacey's still here.
She wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to send Robin Patrick to the movies. Yes.
It's okay. Which Patrick are we going to get?
Nominated, starring Lawrence Black and the late great Helen and Harry Bochu, and all the stars are out tonight. We first covered this film almost 5 years ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then, executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning it into a special edition premiering tonight with extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team. George says it's the movie he always wanted to make.
3,
Now,
2,
look at it.
1.
You think I throw that? Face Chief Aaron.
I wish you were real, baby.
This feels AI generated.
Your ones and zeros, baby.
Ironically.
I noticed. You read it, but I didn't notice. I got out of the hospital. Okay, so I know they dismissed that way. Left it as it's built, and I trickery put one at your brain resist. What are these tools? It's called shut it down. Yes, we should shut it down. But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
thrilling stuff. What do you think, Stacey? The robots were alright. Yes. They certainly were. Let's go over to Richmond Short now in Westminster.
He loves it.
I believe it's got the star of the show, Rob Evans. I'm joined by not one, but both of the stars. Laurie Benedict and Helen Cantor. Thank you so much.
Absolutely right, darling.
And you two have both absolutely huge in the past couple of years, haven't you?
Huger, yes, that's right. I'm very lucky. Very, very lucky to be born. And Helen in system on 2 at the moment. She's still the taste of a major cosmic round. And she's got to do a 1 million summer.
Wow, that sounds like both very busy. But is there any chance we'll get to see you together on screen again?
Oh, no, I'm really not supposed to mention this, but doing a little something. No. I'm playing on the Starship Captain from another galaxy, and Helena is my golden companion.
But how does that work?
My friend Helena is in makeup.
No, how does Helena play an android?
Easy. That's how I did it.
Thank you so much for joining me. And we're going over to Patrick Bannon now. Patrick, will we be seeing you in the movie too? Thank you. Let's hope not.
Okay, it's Patrick 2.
I'm sure you recognize my youngest pop sensation, Lil D.
Patrick 2 is getting used to it, it seems.
She's put me in charge. Well, boy, have. It gave me stewardship over her estate, her finances, her eternal soul, her easy ragdoll.
Wow. She's coming, just got some questions for her.
Well, she might be a liar, but as a legal and nurture guardian, I'll be happy to answer all any questions.
And Bill D, was it? Well, you look great. Oh, thank you. I know I think you look great. I'm wearing a little Really?
Little season I launched tonight. It's one of my favourites. It's called...
What a unique name!
Hard to spell, guys.
Of course, Lil is basically fashion royalty now with a belt or clothing empire to her name.
Yeah, well, the label's gone from strength to strength since our initial TV launch. So really, we have all you to thank for all this. You know, this hat cost more than my second jet.
I thought rich people weren't supposed to exist anymore.
Prince Magazine has named me the youngest self-made success story ever.
And do you have any advice for anyone wanting to follow in your footsteps?
Absolutely. All you need to succeed on your own is your family's financial backing and pre-existing fame. It's not rocket science, people.
But in other news, am I right that Lil C is going to be retiring from music?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Sure you can imagine. At 25, she's far too old for pop music now. She can't keep up with these young stars. So, her best of album is out now. And she's touring at it later this year. And then, her farewell tour the year after that. That's her last chance to see her. So, until the reunion tour, and then the classic tour after that. But, it's been a long, very career, as you can imagine. She's very
He's no chowder man. We'll give him that.
Her health. Oh, yes, her health. Her surprising curse you, City Tan! Dare your intergalactic justice!
Oh, yeah. Well, we better be letting you get that. So babies aren't going to sell themselves. Possibly at all. Anybody, Bob? Lil C. Thank you so much for joining me. And do pass our best wishes to Lil C. Now, it looks like Robin is with a
music legend who actually is irreplaceable. Is that what it is, Robin?
It absolutely is, Patrick. Jess, I can't believe you're here. How have you been?
Jeez, there's so much interference this time.
Makes me feel close to me.
Right, yes.
And to be close is to be human. And to be human is to be apart. Oh.
Damn, that's deep.
Good, write that down. Rachel, write that one down.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
Thank you, my child. You know, I have you to thank for that. If it was never for your show supporting me and my music, I never would have transcended.
Now, there are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
But you're aware that elections have been suspended in the territories?
No, I'm not running to be no Prime Minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm going to be King of the Moon.
Nice.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for King of the Moon?
No, I'm not running. That's my birthright.
And
Find it funny when people make, when asexuals make sex joke and people act surprised.
hip opera is in space.
A lot of people don't really get how asexuality works,
Okay, and how long
unfortunately.
will it go the way of last year's Living as a Mouse?
Also, hello. Welcome.
Foray into ventriloquist beats.
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live by them.
So, are you looking forward to seeing the automated?
You know, I don't believe in film. Thou shalt keep thine image still and holy. I shot the boy Jesus Christ Megastar.
Thank you for your time, and good luck with your new life in space.
Anyway, my child.
Going back to one.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like. I'm going to see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are. So, 3 big names there, Stacey.
Yeah, big names.
Any thoughts about them, maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinions.
Oh, go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from a transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died with the rest of them 3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
No, you're right, I don't like your opinions. But thankfully, we can go back to Patrick now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
We're on the edges of our seats, Megan, except we're...
I do like Patrick.
I apologise if I get overexcited, but any...
I like both Patricks
We're going to
so far.
be part of the hottest new TV show. It's on every Saturday night. Have you guessed it? Yes, it's Big Chris's House of Chris's. And here's the man himself, Big Chris. Hello!
Hey!
It's good to see you, Big Chris. We love your show.
Oh, thanks, mate. It's really good to be here.
And are you excited for the automated?
Oh, yeah. I mean... Come on! 1 sec. Sorry, I'm impatient, Chris. Don't leave Chris.
Cool. I think other Chris are here as well.
Yeah, some of them couldn't make it, but some of the boys are here. We've got Tosh Chris, Quiet Chris, and Remorseful Chris. Oh, my.
Oh, my.
Rocket Chris is around here somewhere, but I haven't seen him in ages.
What about Chris Reloaded?
Oh, no, he's not, he couldn't make it, but Chris 2 Electric Boogaloo's here. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's more than Chris.
Hello.
Oh. Have you seen Cardboard, Chris? There he is. Alright.
Look, I wouldn't normally ask this, but spill the gossip. Is there anyone in the cast I'm getting on with?
Well, everyone would think it'd be Killer Chris, but he's alright. He's really into crosswords.
It's such a Will gag.
Surfer Chris.
I can't tell if it's actually supposed to be funny or not.
Honestly, he's god awful.
Cheeky celeb insight there.
Oh, shit, I better go actually, before Sheriff Chris and Chris Beard fall out again.
They just just let an S go by the way.
I'll go, too late, sorry.
He said shit, but they didn't make me censor it.
Chris! Amazing! Megan, no, I've heard the production actually had to hire out a separate screen exclusively for them. I'm sure they'll love the movie. What a pleasure to meet with such varied and talented stars. Megan.
Thanks, Patrick. What a colourful interview there on what looks like an amazing night. They certainly know how to make an entrance, I hope. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Hawley in Hours magazine calling it Lawrence Blunderclatch's overly long suicide note, in a review which ends with the words, and he hasn't even had the decency to see it through, the film, which is free to all residents of the territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Well, I thought I saw some leprechauns in the green room, but I think it might have been someone's kids. But I know, they just keep coming. And here are some more famous faces, or famous brains, I suppose.
This sucks. I hate covering this.
It is also here. We have been following your
I assume that's kind of the point.
show over the last few years. What's it like to be back on dry land?
It's so wonderful. I'm still not used to it. Every time I see the sun, I want to just scream out in joy. I'm grateful every day to your viewers for their support. Without them, well, we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it's fine.
And am I right in thinking that you two have a lovely little boy together?
Dante's 3 now, and he's gorgeous.
Oh, what a beautiful family.
Not since you left.
Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to,
It's fine.
Oh, it's fine, is it?
What happened?
Well, you know, the normal story. Sometimes things aren't as easy as they were when all you had was a cave.
No sooner was she able to see me in daylight than she was zooming off with a moron.
She's not a moron. She's a doctor.
A dermatologist is not a doctor.
So sorry about this.
I'm sure she's got lovely skin, but forgive me if I don't ask her to do a coronary artery bypass.
If you carry on eating those pies, you might have to.
Here we go again. Very good. We can't all afford as clean as hers, can we?
At least she doesn't have a PhD in biomechanics.
You take that back.
Well, thanks to you both.
Hey, don't shit on biomechanics.
Of human knowledge.
Arsehole.
Crikey! Well, the movie's about to start, so Patrick and I are about to share a box of overpriced popcorn. Back to you, Megan.
Thanks, Robin. Lucky you, and enjoy the movie. The Automated opens in cinemas across the territories this weekend. What a star-studded event, eh, Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema.
Get yourself a business recorder, like the one at the home.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
You're right, it's better. No uneven as chatting and chewing all the way through.
What about a kiss and cuddle on the back row? Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public? What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me.
Feeling better?
Alright. I like Stacey.
I've got to get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something.
I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
My God, she speaks.
He's a stupid cunt.
I hate when people fucking do that. Oh, they speak. Oh. It makes me want to not speak.
We seem to be a bit bunched up at this end.
Don't worry, it's so cold.
It's what now? Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing you.
Hello. Hi.
This is her. This is Stacey.
Well, hello there, Stacey.
Fuck off, Ronnie. Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're going to have to wait in the dressing room. Whatever.
Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room?
No.
No what?
God, I hate this bitch. It's awful.
No. Thank you. Okay. And sit up straight. You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
Noko.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's Noko? What's Noko?
In 5,
Not cool.
4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash. Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan.
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on my tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh God, you're so fucking embarrassing.
Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
God, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
It's so cool, Preeti.
I was only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, are you, boys?
Gross.
You must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see. How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Pronos was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
Noko, Ronnie.
Yeah, Noko, Ronnie.
Sorry, what does NOCO mean?
It's the opposite of Soko.
So cool.
Fuck's sake. Soko. Yeah, so cohesive.
So cohesive. Okay.
You pretees say cool.
Right, okay, thank you, Stacey.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Not your fault. She's an evil.
I say cohesive.
You guys met through a popular show.
I'm hip.
One of our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
So how did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates.
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah, we went to their houses and they just put us into bands.
It's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually, I write the song.
And the public would phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated.
Mum.
Noko. Preeti. So Noko.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing wrong?
We don't use the L word anymore.
What, you mean losers?
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
But, sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board, no?
I thought you were Soko.
Yeah, I am Soko.
Nah, you're a shrinker. I can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's a preteen, Mum?
I think someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territory.
Someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you pretees.
Uneven.
Mimis. Nonce.
Mimis?
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
I'm not that old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore. But the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co, pricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30 supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
She's kind of right.
Soko, Stacey. Soko.
She is kind of right.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I had with an actual girl.
Oh,
back
Nolan,
in
give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Come on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry. Christ.
Right you are.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart.
Are you excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Music.
That sounds really good.
I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently, these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh? Keep a shot on whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
I saw you standing by the man you sent.
What is the speed?
A brand new pair of lighters, baby. Do you remember?
No, that's.
You took the first of the pieces of my heart. You wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka instead. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces of my heart. I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington Smith. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to
I can't keep up with this willed half beat.
You make me crazier than Neil today. On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other as things fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know the life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. As my old man used to say, blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today. And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven part. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
was really bad. I did a really bad job.
Thank you, Nikash. That was actually really good. Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now, I have no idea what she's going to say. So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me. When Advance were first elected 6 years ago, I was 9 and in a home. Not a family home like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. The food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. Had nicer food.
Honestly, I think I was wrong to help disrupt at all at this point.
And sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time
I don't know.
and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better. Because finally, there was enough money to do the good things, and Advance had the guts to do it. I joined Go-Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore. And that was the night I finally understood the importance of being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer. But what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families of your own who love you. And I'll never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise it's not for you. It's for the millions like me. And you can cry and bleat all you want, but you're never going to get your money back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Wow, thank you, Stacey, for that. Wow, thank you, Stacey. Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right? Yes, that was more than all right.
Nicely done. I think you might have actually given them something to think about.
So I guess you're going to be taking me back to the home now then?
I was thinking we could go
Wait, did she rental out for only this segment?
talk,
That's fucked up if she did it that way.
if that's okay.
Of course, Miss Wolf. Security will be standing by.
So they're always there then?
There was a thing a few years ago now.
Oh, with that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that, everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old enough.
She's growing on me.
Yeah, she does that.
Aw. I did a really bad job. I've been doing a bad job as time goes on. So I guess at this point, ouch. I don't know, this game, the way it presents itself is really complicated. It feels like it presents people I would consider bad guys as good guys, but then presents the way I would feel like would be good guys as bad guys. In like a very, in a very Ayn Randian kind of way. Like, you make people who you can agree with, for the most part, and then you make them do something bad. And it's like, okay, but why? Why would they do that? And it says, because of the bad guys. Obviously. So, like, Advance is set up as this government that is actually, like, doing a lot of good. But then, like, actually, they're fascists and they nuke people. And it's like, oh, but that's, I don't know, it's like, kind of comes out of nowhere, almost, with the way they do it. And then, like, the movie stuff. I'll wait for the loading screen to end because I'm losing frames. Like, they do the red carpet stuff and they're like, look, see, this is a society that it builds. It's like, wait, but this... Anyway. This is just normal society. This is what we have now. You once again find yourself sitting inside Boastman's office. Everything is pristine and orderly, it is how the fastidious man likes it. The door opens behind you, just as you start to imagine the reasons why he's late. Thank you for waiting, he says. It's been almost 6 years since you started working with us. A lot has happened in that time. From the unfortunate incident with Mr. Donaldson to disrupt the attack on this attacked on this very building. Well, you've done some pretty good work in that time. I just wanted to say keep it up. But also, you'll need to work a bit harder if you want to go anywhere in Channel 1. I think I work plenty hard. But I'm your boss and I'm telling you that you're not. If you actually want to progress here, that's really up to you. I'm fine where I am, I think. Let's get back to work. The dismissal in his voice is clear, so you head back to your studio. It's late, it's been snowing all day, and unlike everybody else, you've stayed inside as much as possible, keeping warm. Normally you enjoy the snow, but today, it's been nothing more than an irritant. Till tomorrow we've got the day off, and might actually be able to enjoy it. Sam always gets excited when they see the snow. When they were younger, they'd always wrap the kids up and take them out to play in it. Been a while since that's happened, though. Your place doesn't feel quite as cozy. Especially since you can't put the heating on. Sam bustles in from the cold carrying some groceries. I could use a hand. Lots of stairs. Just help them. Don't be a dick about it, just help. As you rush over to help them with the bag, Sam shoots you a grateful smile. I got most of it, there's just a couple more left downstairs. Head out, getting most of the way to the lift before you remember it's out of order. When you grab the bags, you realize Sam has picked up everything to make fajitas. Nice. Oh, we still have some stuff for burritos. I might eat a little bit before I before I go to sleep, which is not good for you, but you forgot the weather and the unpaid bills as you cook in your delightfully tiny kitchen, laughing together like you used to. For the first time since moving in, you think, as Sam flicks sour cream across the table at you, you're making happy memories again. Been over 13 years since your dad died. You visited his grave a few times since then, normally during times of stress, and you're trying to figure something out, or when you just want some peace and quiet. Feel Sam's hand on your shoulder giving you a reassuring squeeze. You're grateful that they're still here with you. As having them by your side always seems to make things easier. The caw of a raven catches your attention. Charlie was only 8 when his grandfather died. Didn't really appreciate how big the loss was at that time. As he got older, you did your best to pass on what your dad taught you. Now he's all grown up, he's actually starting to teach you, which is strange, but in the nicest way. This reminds me a lot of a game called Alter Ego, back in the DOS days, that maybe I should play at some point. Susie, what you wouldn't give to have her back, even just to argue with you. Just wanted to explore the world. So curious, so full of life until Liberation Night, everything changed. Your relationship with Chris has always been a bit up and down, and of late you seem to actually be getting along. It makes a nice change and certainly made life easier with Sam. Maybe in an albeit expensive care home now, but it's still comforting to know your mother is around, even if she barely recognizes you anymore. You should array and wander in the direction of the car. You can't control life, what happens, who lives and who dies. All you can do is keep going. What is life if not a series of little decisions that define us? And we'll never know which ones would take us one way and which would bring us here. We have one more. Hopefully only one. It's really late. I kind of wish this game used more, like, 2D stuff. Kind of like Five Nights at Freddy's. The finale. Well, there we go. To cut down on some of the loading times, honestly.
Alex, good evening. That time again. Best not to focus on the problems and all that. Let's just get started. But just so you know, the problems with your equipment continue unabated. Locked buttons, screens flickering on and off, sparks and the like. I'm sure you'll manage without issue. Oh, and don't forget, you've got free reign of the SFX buttons now. Make sure to use them to keep the show lively. Cheers.
Subject of Gorders and the evils of their creative accounting. At 11 p.m, it's Lil C's Lil Chats. And tonight, the former owner is asking Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey what he's been up to since the cancellation of Incisors. Apparently, it's mainly jigsaws and medicine. I'm At midnight, it's the full territorial weather, fertility and birth report. And that's followed at 12:20 by the Glenfillan-Ogoth Valley male voice.
What have you got me?
Their first professional
Nothing.
performance of the new territorial
No, come on, seriously. Not even a cake.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, no worries.
How old are you then, Cole? Okay, here we go. Big smiles.
I've actually gained a year. I celebrated 44 last year, but it's actually this year. It's brilliant.
You're 44. I'm going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome to the Nightly Show. It's so good to have you.
Spice it up with some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan and I'm joined as always by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about at 12, Megan.
On the excitement scale.
Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up.
We sure do. We have
Oh, adopting the language, huh?
exactly who will be cooking up a storm.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future.
And we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Proof. And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leaders' Day gifts. We've got all of that and so much more tonight on The Nightly Show.
Coming to you live from the Channel 1 buildings in the heart of the capital. It's The Nightly Show.
We have a pirate broadcast.
Right, let's have some applause on the way into the next section.
Cases by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first, we know you love them, so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely Nightly Show pets in Pet Corner.
Fine, suit yourself.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. He loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Oh. Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander, but I'm sure he will be around his...
Chekhov's hamster.
In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now, after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, Babs. Well, those are our Nightly Show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. We'll check in on them, or some very similar animals at the same time tomorrow. Now then, I hope you're hungry, because if not, you're about to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock up a delicious apple pie. It's time to go into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen.
That's right, and I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome to the Nightly Show kitchen. How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's shame about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants, you've been awarded 9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes. So, what are we making today, Chef?
So, we've got our family over for Leaders' Day. They're hungry. We're going to make them a delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got sweetness. It's got the acidity of the fruit, and then get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow. Okay, so where do we start?
So, we've got to start by making our filling. So we've got about 1 kilogram of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're going to slice these up perfectly. And then straight into the pan.
So, your new show,
Demon Kitchen Heart Eater starts on Friday here on Channel 1, so tell us about that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you'll lose a fucking finger.
Oh, don't worry, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done that, we set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah?
Yep. Bowl. Yeah? Okay. Sugar, butter.
Yep.
We mix that together, and then a whole egg.
Okay, egg.
What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains the size of that fucking egg?
Oh, no, Chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do to unwind?
Shit in bed.
Yeah.
What's that? What is that?
Well, it's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? You can fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it. Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
Okay.
There's a lot to keep up with in this segment.
So, you own 6 restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. A bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling goes next, right?
Absolutely right. Oh, lovely. Okay. Then we're taking the remaining pastry, rolling that into a round, and that goes on the top. Beautiful.
Lovely, okay.
Everything is happening all at once, which is a movie I still need to see.
Have a rim. Beautiful. Now press gently all the way around. And we're cutting 5 slashes very carefully for the steam. And then brushing the whole thing with a beaten egg.
Lovely. Okay. Egg. Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my God. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather jam my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You! Come here, you! You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that? I tell you what. Fuck off! Get the fuck out of here! Fuck off!
Yes, okay, well, while I do that, let's go now.
Gordon Ramsay impressions got old pretty quickly, in my opinion.
Of our competition, Visions of the Future.
Visions of the future.
Well, that looks delicious. If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a stamped addressed envelope and we'll send you the fact sheet. So, Robin, look at all these amazing entries to the Vision of the Future competition.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In 3rd place, drumroll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this Still Life and Future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every passionate stroke of the brush.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face, or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Indeed. He's also chosen to just leave a lot of it blank, which I think is really interesting. If you know Hamish and his work, of course, he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But Next up, we have our second place entry. So in second, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death, where only the victor may breed. He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, "Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith. Maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Special one there. And finally, of course, it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land on an industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see how our teammates are actually making the new future a reality every day. And the winner is, drum roll please. It's... Oh, happy with that. You're 8 years old and you are from Smugly. We absolutely love your picture here. People's Parade. You've got folks walking together, just really celebrating the diversity of our society.
You've got people with all different flags, people celebrating their religion and their bodies, and there's even a game of sports board happening over here. That or some overzealous littering, it's hard to tell.
I love these robots having a little bit of a dance, getting involved in the party. Getting involved in the party. Aren't they? This one seems to have gone a bit haywire in what I can only assume is an ominous sign of things to come. Lovely, Lola.
Well, if our winners have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep sending them in, and yours could be displayed in our gallery here.
Well done again to everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
That's the break. 1 minute back.
Right. What I can tell, the vision mix is getting even worse for wear, Alex. I expect things will be more challenging in this next segment.
Even more challenging. Good. Okay.
Don't take any unnecessary risks. Not like what we're putting out actually matters anymore.
I'm on the bus.
Not tonight. I'll get cars arranged for you both. Find me when you're done and I'll take you out through the loading bay.
A daily record of 4% fertility. Dwarfed, however, by a massive 9% fertility rate here in Territory 2, who saw an unbelievable 191 births today. Though a nasty cold snap brings bitter winds overnight, so not all sunshine and rainbows. No rainbows in sight over Territories 3 and 4, as a Category 2 storm warning means we advise our residents to spend their Leaders' Weekend indoors. Though we're sure the happy parents of the 12 new children in Territory 3 will be thanking their lucky stars for an excuse to stay home. Though, of course, nothing to do with stars, more of a hot air, cold air thing. Next, this front of warm smiles heads across Territory 5, who are still
playing havoc with the sound.
It's there. We're being stretched again.
I've had to use a high-pass filter.
It's a revolution, Colin.
Well, can you ask them to keep it down a bit?
Jenny, where's Glyn? Can we get him out here? I'm not sure about this grandma one.
Oh, he's writing with our other guest at the moment.
Is there another revolution happening? I'm just doing my job.
Grandmother's arsehole. That's much better.
Okay, everyone, if I could have your attention, please. Sarah just needs a word.
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security, and they're already on their way.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, 10 seconds, so positions and pose.
Okay, this time you've said it.
Laughing, and we're going in 5, 4, 3.
I know.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
The nightly show. I'm sorry, we were just saying we can't wait to taste Patrick's pie.
Oh, I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Oh. Well, it does look amazing. Jordan, how did our Patrick do?
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that. Well, come on, try it. Dig in.
Okay. Whew.
what I think.
But now you better go and get ready for that next feature. Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our celebrity guests. But I know what you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out.
One for the state of the nation.
What do you think?
And one
Here
for
she
me.
is, best-selling author, lawyer, and thinker. I mean, she's only the bloomin' team leader. It's Julia Salisbury.
Prime Minister Julia Salisbury.
Oh, well done, Julia. Oh, so good to see you.
Oh, Megan, you look incredible.
Stop it. I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
That's right, it's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're gonna spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to...
Really? He kept telling me to use SFX and tells me to stop using them.
So, up first, we have Jordan. Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib. Jordan, is it true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
It's one fucking time. One time. Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Oh, not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time during the laundry.
Oh my God!
Go on, why don't you tell us about it?
You absolute no, I can't. Okay,
What is going on out there?
We fought and died for the right to an informed choice. We had journalists we could trust, so we made decisions for the common good. Then we took it for granted. And now we have bread and circuses. So eat your sandwiches and enjoy your clowns while you can.
No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
Blushing? I mean, I'm not blushing. Come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Let's do it.
Okay, here we go. It's Guess That Face. I'm going to show you a picture and you simply have to...
This is just Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, Jimmy Fallon.
Here we go. Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my God!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
That
hairdo is fucking hilarious.
No, don't. I think it's sweet.
The mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan. Who?
Oh.
Is this? Does that look familiar at all?
Oh, wow! Well, I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Just what the doctor ordered.
I look like I'm haunting the fucking place.
Right. We've got to move on. Jordan, let's have another spin.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
It's my go,
You go.
Patrick.
Go on. Sorry, I'm so keen. Love this game so much.
Oh, well, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
It's fact or fish. Okay, if you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both.
This is also,
and all you
Good Mythical Morning. A little bit.
honestly, you'll have to drink. Okay. Are you ready for the question? Yes. Here we go. Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop-out!
How is it?
Fucking neutral. Oh, we made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth?
Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go! Okay, so, Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there.
I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game.
Oh,
bless him.
Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it?
Another one, Mr. Bozeman. Don't mind if I do, Mr. Bozeman.
Lingballs? What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on. Do it, do it,
I want
do
to
it, do it, do it.
Wow, completely unscripted. Wow, wow, wow.
Wow, that was so impressive. I have to say, unexpected. Wow, gosh, that was our game of Wheel of Truth, and my God, wasn't that fun?
Okay.
That hit the spot.
But now it's time to head over to Megan in Crafty Corner.
A bit more audience reaction would be nice, Alex.
Right, you join me in Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on over here. Goodness me, I don't know how you're keeping your dinner down. I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
Oh, well, I hope you've got your artsy hat on, because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at that. Isn't it adorable? All of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get cracking?
Oh, well, not much left in the bottle. Pity not to.
Box here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you?
I'm trying to turn the speaker off, but I don't know if I can.
Yes, no, in my house we show our love through food, like big dinners, loads of drinks.
Absolutely right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised if you
tough.
are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we go.
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've just got it from a little cereal box packet. I think I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I?
Thank you
There
so
you
much.
go. And all you need to do is cut along the lines there. Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
I don't even have to think about it. Really? I love the 3 potato pie.
That sounds good.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato. Is that just me that does that?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding over a little bit there. What it's going to look like at the end is this little rectangular shape there. We're going to pop it in the middle, a bit of sticky tape on the back there so it sticks down. Now we need a sofa. That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking everything over.
Knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. Along the line here, down the middle. Exactly right. Then when you've done that, around the bottom and again around the top. Well done. When you're done,
oh, there we go.
It's going to look a little something like this. And look what I've done there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
Yes, can't have our tiny Megan having an uncomfortable sofa, can
Well,
we?
absolutely not.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Oh, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher calibre of guests.
Nearly, it's people. So all we've done to make our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well. It's me. Lovely. I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere. There we go. Oh, I'm a bit lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And well, I'll make myself just comfortable just there. Yeah, there we go.
And these, of course, are all
Lovely.
made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines, so you can have any guests you like. Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in a studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heatrash.
Nice.
Yes, put that away. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. Perhaps you're a bit, I don't know,
The fact that shows like this actually exist is kind of depressing.
down there, or even a bit of retro red. I've got Sheila Quickstep being interviewed there by. Sorry, that's not supposed to be.
Oh, mama, that's blazing. Oh, bloody hell, is this still on?
It's time for a break. When we come back, I'll be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
And we're out.
Why do we bother, Alex? What's the point? It's not like this is even close to journalism anymore. How did I let it get this far?
My autobiography, Advancements by Julia Salisbury, is now available for
coming with me.
These stories from my formative years in the uneven past are lovingly narrated by national treasure Lauren.
Should we be worried? We've got the Prime Minister here.
It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
Are we going to need it?
Possibly. They're back.
It's not very reassuring.
I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
After much pacing, and I confess,
I believe we have one more segment.
I settled on the zip-back, boxy pleated skater skirt in dark blue with white sweetheart blouse and the necklace Harry had given me when we'd met in the woods and I'd allowed him to frolic.
I'm sure nothing bad will happen.
It's an honest account of my childhood, because in the new future, there's no need for secrets.
There was just so much injustice in the world, I realised, as Portia Hamilton Mann lured my best friend into the convertible her daddy had bought her for Easter. How had I failed to predict the perils of being the poorest postgrad at Poshborough?
Over the course of 3 compact discs
Oh,
or
for the
just
same
22
time, Colin?
cassette tapes, you can experience a
that is not
childhood
the thing.
under the old regime.
Torches and runs in my
And,
family.
like me,
Springs are huge in
understand
circuses
why
and
we
casinos.
can
Oh,
And brothels.
15
Right.
minutes before the most important
Everybody
speech
okay
of
in
my
here?
career, and I
Yeah, we
stayed
would be
by
if you stopped
high
asking us
button
questions like that.
We're expecting troublemakers, but nothing serious. You might hear some noises, but it's nothing to be concerned about. The services know what they're doing.
So, nobody freak out when the shooting starts, okay? The show must go on and all that. Tits and teeth. Oh, God, sorry, Minister.
Thank you, Jenny. Tits and teeth, armed and ready.
10 seconds, everybody. God, kill
Best
me.
in the business, she is.
In 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the Nightly Show, where it's time for the Prime Minister to face the toughest critics in the territories. You lot out there.
Call us on the usual numbers with your questions for the Prime Minister.
First up, we have Humphrey from Hamble Bamblebury.
Lovely place. I'm hoping to retire there.
Oh, good choice.
Are you there, Humphrey? Hello, Humphrey.
We appear to have lost Humphrey. We'll try and get him back, but let's go to another call in the meantime. Who have we got next, Patrick?
Next up, we've got Mandy from Arsminster. Oh, I don't think I'll be retiring there.
Hi, Mandy. You're through to the Prime Minister. What's your question?
Hello? Hello? Mandy? What's going on, Jenny?
We try not to talk to the crew.
Jenny?
The lines are down.
Oh, well, call down to maintenance and get...
We can't. All the lines are down.
Uh-oh.
Well, apologies to our viewers at home. We seem to have a few technical gremlins making mischief behind the scenes. So while we're getting back up and running, Patrick has a couple of questions that were sent in by our viewers earlier this week.
I do? Oh, yes. Yes. No, of course I do. Well, first question is from Patricia, who lives on Camera Avenue. And what she really wants to know... Lock the door! What? Lock the fucking door!
Thank you, the CCO! Seal the doors! You're Jenny, aren't you? Come here. Don't be afraid, Jenny. We're not here to hurt you. We're not here to hurt anyone if we don't have to. All I want you to do is to keep the show on the air.
Wow. I might be able to hydrate. Hold on.
Pure noir. Cheers.
One-handed editing.
On your knees over there. Move!
Thank you for the redeems.
This is the famous captured chat, eh?
I don't answer questions at gunpoint, Mr. James.
Oh. You're not at gunpoint, Prime Minister. They are.
Please don't kill me, please. Nevertheless, if you think I'm going to answer to you, then I'm afraid
you don't have to answer to me, Julia. Are the doors locked and sealed?
Yes, sir. No one's getting in or out.
Good. Good. All clear.
Good. Thank you. Yes, good.
Bum bum bum. Kind of saw that coming, honestly, when they didn't. When they told what's her name that she wasn't in danger. Go to sleep. Now, good luck and have fun. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by for so long.
Hello, you.
Thank you for all the redeems as well. I hope you have a good night.
Why didn't you make contact?
It would have only put you in their crosshairs. I'm sorry.
You're a rotten, selfish bastard.
Yes. Keep the show going for me.
Of course.
Let them go, Alan. There'll be no killing tonight.
Hello. Sorry, I don't think we've met. I'm Patrick Bannon.
Is that what you're telling yourself, is it? Sorry for barging in. Hate what you've done with the place.
Me too. Would you like your spot?
It's yours now. You wear it well. So, let's talk, shall we?
Armed security are on their way, Mr. Donaldson. I know you know that.
Well, we best make use of the time we have then, eh?
Well, I'll leave you to it then.
No. I think you should stay too.
For safety.
For balance.
My own balance, TM.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Let's welcome back the National Nightly News. Tonight I'm joined by probably the two most influential people in the country, if not the continent. So let's see if we can't kick over a few rocks and see what's lurking underneath. Prime Minister, if I could turn to you first.
I have nothing to hide.
Except that which is already hidden. Prime Minister, what is norethindrone?
I beg your pardon?
Norethindrone. It's used in birth control, among other things. If you haven't heard of that, perhaps you could enlighten us in regards to Agrobacterium tumefaciens.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Mr. Donaldson.
Well, that suggests a lack of attention to detail, Prime Minister. It's a bacterium used in the genetic modification of an organism. And I found traces of both these substances in every single one of the menu centre food boxes that I've had analysed, from across the territories, if you're wondering.
What exactly are you suggesting?
I'm not suggesting anything, Prime Minister. I'm just pointing out the facts.
Oh my God. Is that why Kate and I can't have...
So you blamed it on the radioactive clouds from your bombs?
Before Stacey, we tried so many times.
Prime Minister, is there something wrong with the food?
Fine. You want the truth? You think it'll help your viewers sleep at night? Well, here it is. 6 years ago, when we came to power, we got access to the real facts and figures. And they told us we were doomed. The population was expanding at an unsustainable rate.
We're doing Thanos again? Come on.
Resources. We would war over fuel, and then inevitably food and clean water.
We're doing Thanos again.
It was no exaggeration.
This is the second game I've played that just does Thanos at the end.
It was supposed to be opt-out contraception, an end to unwanted children, a chance to rebalance, but something went wrong in the testing phase. Nature took over. I never wanted this.
So you covered it up and blame the sterility on the bombs.
Oh, please don't lecture me on morality, Mr. James. Your hands are far too dirty for that.
Disrupt only did what had to be done.
Disrupt are not the answer. You'll just take us to an even more extreme version of where we were before. Your miserable policies will kill us all.
I'm not the one who built the transition centres.
No, you're from a time where people didn't even have the basic right to choose how and when to die.
You turned children against their parents.
We enabled young people to speak up about the abuse that they were facing. And guess what? Most of that abuse came from within their own families.
Identity cards!
Oh, grow up!
Sterilised us against our will.
I built a sustainable future.
That's too much. That's not for you to choose.
Well, if not me, then who? Who would choose it for themselves?
And isn't that at the heart of all this? You don't trust us to choose. You think you know best, you know what's good for us, and if we disagree with you, then you'll send us to betterment. That's why there's no news anymore, because there's no choice, so there's no point.
There should be elections.
Elections have been suspended.
Time to unsuspend them then. If you want to carry on, you'll need a mandate. We have people ready to stand against you in every territory.
So, let's turn to you, Mr. James.
Yes. I want to assure the public that though Disrupt are occasionally forced to violent means, we are not by nature a violent organisation.
Jenny?
Yes, Jeremy?
Could you have this queued up for us, please?
Of course, Jeremy. It'd be a pleasure.
Is that from Disrupt leadership?
In a way. Mr. James, before you launch into your rather premature election campaign, I think it'd be useful for the viewers at home if you were to also answer a question or two.
Of course. When we come to power, one of the first things we'll do is restore a free press. The truth is very important. No more hidden secrets.
If you say so. From whom do you take your orders, by the way?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're Disrupt's spokesman, but for whom do you speak?
You know I can't tell you. It's too dangerous for me to say.
Don't worry. I don't share those concerns. You see, I've met with them almost 5 years ago now, back when I was a news anchor. And I also met with them a week ago to discuss tonight's...
Is it someone we've had on?
Activity. I think they wanted to check that I'd stick to the script, which really shows how little they know me. So this time, I wore a hidden camera. Would you like to see a little of what we discussed?
No, you can't. She'll have them arrested. They'll be dead by morning.
Not an unfair assessment.
Fortunately, it's not up to me. It's up to Alex in the broadcast room. What screen, Jenny?
Screen 4.
No, you can't. My people will stop you. Cut the power to your machines.
Well, I would imagine mine will be doing their level best to ensure that Mr. Donaldson's footage gets the airing it deserves. After all, my security forces will be here soon, and I imagine this will end very badly for all of you.
Queued up and ready.
Thank you, Jenny. Alex, showing this will have consequences. For someone not showing it, it's up to you.
Alex, you got us this far. Please don't fall at the last hurdle.
Oh, damn. Glad I'm not making this choice.
All our good work, all the years of disrupting. You could make it all for nothing. Please, don't play that footage.
And you're absolutely certain in your research?
It's unpalatable but true. Advance are covertly sterilising the population.
Why don't you just release this through your normal channels?
Mr. James is surprisingly efficient rabble-rouser. The peasants respond to his more earthy qualities.
They're both wanting me to censor this? That's kind of funny.
Are a face they trust.
We did not risk our operatives' lives to rescue you out of altruism.
And afterwards? Once all this is out in the open?
We anticipate considerable unrest, possibly riots.
Followed, of course, in the restoration of democratic elections.
under our control, of course.
Nature abhors a vacuum. You, Mr. Donaldson, will create that vacuum, and we should be there to fill it.
That will take considerable resources. From what I understand, Advance took your wealth.
The visible billions, yes.
Some markets still prosper.
There will always be addicts.
And those with carnal desires for livestock of all ages. A lucrative business indeed.
And then there are the foreign powers, outside the territories. Those who fear to follow the fate of my glorious Erkistan. For them, no price is too high.
Folks like us are always well-resourced. You need have no concern about that. We have the required funds to fight and to win.
And once the fight is done, to make sure this aberrance is never seen again. A return to the natural order of things. The wheat rises to the top and the chaff is burned away. No more living side by side with ill-educated savages. Let the plebs pile up in the ghettos.
Yeah.
Strict order, an end to ungodly acts. Everyone back in their place.
Including our Mr. James. It amazes me how he cannot hear the Damoclean sword as it dangles above his head.
Oh, he's an ignorant bull. He sees only the red cape in front of him, never the hidden blade.
And so it is with the low orders. They are lost in this new world.
They will gladly walk back to Old One, and they will be ours again, as it should be.
Rather.
Excellent.
You set me up.
No, Alan, you did that to yourself.
Now do you understand what you're doing?
Do you understand why we have to?
Pathetic. Neither of you recognises your own reflection.
How long, Jenny?
For long, I imagine. For any of you.
Security are outside. They've been here for 5 minutes, but they're not doing anything. Turns out there's a lot of them who wanted children. We're already a few minutes over, Megan, but with ratings like this, Bozeman's no fool.
Do you want to take us out?
It should be you.
It should be both of us. You start.
Before we go tonight,
one final thought.
There's so much to digest here. What's happened tonight in this political circus?
The tent is collapsing and the ringmasters have lost their glitter.
There will be elections. Soon, I'd imagine. You'll be able to choose.
These two will run. A choice between a shit sandwich and a cold cup of soup. A circus of horrors.
Two extremes, both offering their own form of misery.
You can choose advance and be equal.
In cages, like performing lions.
Or disrupt and be free.
To struggle and starve.
Or you can do something different. You can run. You can stand. You can stop promoting the way things are and change it.
You're good people, and you are sensible people. You know the difference between right and wrong.
So stop whinging and do something. Take responsibility, because if you don't, it'll all be left to these clowns.
And that's the worst circus of all.
My name's Jeremy Dawson.
And I'm Megan Wolf.
Have a transformative night.
And then make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
You're done. This programme, this channel,
No,
all of
Julia,
you.
not them. We're done. They got us both.
Your security team saying they'll escort you when you're ready. We can call you a taxi, Alan.
Where'd I go?
Wherever you want.
Fine. I'll play the ad.
I think you know you've made that impossible, Mr. Donaldson.
My bosses won't be pleased with you.
Child sex traffickers and wannabe dictators. They're the natural enemies of the reporter.
We should go and see Bozeman.
We'll do it together.
Yes. And then we'll burn this set.
They think they can infiltrate us.
Credits? Credits or final choose your own adventure thing? Lawrence Thundercraft remains beloved in the nation and hated in the industry. Jay thus is still seeking funding to get to the moon. Bill C's career has moved from strength to strength. She has recently released a line of scented candles and a sex tape.
And there were many things to keep us
Low-hanging balls have become this year's must-have. An interior for Capital's Fashion Week. Okay. I kind of don't care about the characters. I want to know... Maybe Dante developed his superpowers?
Keep me out of the stupid. Keep me out of the dark.
It was fun to play. It was fun to play. I kind of greatly disliked the writing. It had a lot of funny moments, but the actual political aspect I feel like was kind of misguided, at least coming from like an American perspective. Fuck Stephen Fry.
Leave me out of your tweeting. Leave me out of your trends. Sell me into the sand.
Final Death, Helena Canterbury continues to work. He recently won Best Actor for a role as Mafia Boss's Paperweight. Okay. God, this credit song is incredibly pretentious. Visual Code apparently did okay, even though I never played any of those stuff. Daisy Neal recently spotted eating food out of a bin. I'll wait until the credits are done to kind of give my thoughts, I think. Morrison is good. I'm still talking about Grant. The credits were too short for the song, apparently. Are we going back to the menu, or do we have like a post-credits? Let's see. Maybe. Maybe.
Good evening.
Okay, we're just going back to the main.
I'm Jeremy Johnson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
The votes are in, and it's Jeremy Johnson.
And I'm Megan Wolf. Our main stories tonight.
The votes are in, and it's a decisive win for Accord. The new centralist party snatched victory from under the noses of the mainstream parties.
Incoming Prime Minister Fatima Chowdhury called Accord's win proof that the major parties had lost the trust of the nation and signalled the end of extremist politics.
Neither Advance nor Disrupt, who failed to garner even 10% of the vote between them, have released a statement.
Later, we'll be looking in detail at the election results across the nation before Jeremy brings us a report on the recent unrest in Valdez.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
1 out of 14 epilogues. Time to start again! No.
Good evening, I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main head...
I might play some more of this in my own time. Because I am curious, but... like I said, it felt very... It felt very Atlas Shrugged. In that they just, like, throw it. Game? Game? Are you gonna close? In that they just kind of threw in, like, a bunch of, like, conspiracy theories, at least from a American perspective, to justify making one side bad and the other side bad, and it's like, it felt, like I said, very pretentious to not really be saying anything that intelligent. Maybe from a like a British Brexit perspective, it's not that way, but it felt very conspiratorial by the end. In like a kind of gross way, to be honest. Oop. Which sucks, because the gameplay was good, the writing itself wasn't bad, the acting was really good. It's just more the way the plot was structured felt kinda eh. And there was a lot of downtime, a lot of like stuff that, like I get that elements of it were supposed to be like, look at how banal all of this is. But I feel like that should have been more in the front than the back. Because by the time you get like halfway through, having that stuff in feels really... just kinda lame, kinda boring. Like you're just waiting for something to happen. I'm gonna look at the... I kinda wanna see what the reviews are on this now. See if anyone else had similar vibes. Of course, Steam reviews aren't the best place for that, but... yeah, there was at least one or two people who are like, it's a lot of wasted potential by assigning feelings you should have about people without knowing why you're supposed to have those feelings about people. You just kind of say good people good, bad people bad, but also good people bad. It's just like very, it's enlightened centrism, the game, which kind of sucks, but whatever. I might play some more in my off time, or watch other people play it. To see if maybe the other endings aren't quite so, aren't quite that way. Because I did kind of play it that way as well. Mostly by virtue of trying to see as much as possible. I hope you enjoyed it. We had a lot of people today, and thank you all so much for coming by and sticking around for so long. I want to thank I want to thank Frog for the resubscribe today. Snow for the raid, Odie for the raid, and Lily Polydora for the raid and first time viewer. My voice is almost gone. Oh wait, my schedule. Right. Tomorrow, a game in a similar vein. We're playing Not for Observation Duty. I have the first 3. Depending on how long those are, we will see how many we get through. Same time tomorrow, 6 o'clock. Come around for some spooky stuff. And less politics. So hopefully that will be enjoyable. But for now, I'm gonna send it off to Willow. And then probably eat a little bit and then go to sleep. So, good night. Thank you all again for coming. I hope to see you next time. Good night.